Chapter 201 The prophecy came true. The thunder light in the sky dissipated, leaving a messy canyon. The broken rocks, like dragons, had shocking cracks across the entire ground. The sunken pit was penetrated for more than 10 meters. The two sides were full of burnt rocks, which looked shocking under the scars. Looking at this scene, he looked at the thin figure blocking the way. There was also Susanoo, which was shrouded outside and looked like a bloody Ashura. Yekeng smiled bitterly. After reading it back and forth, he finally understood why Qin said that 1,000,000 tales could not persuade him. The so-called Qin, read in reverse, is Uchiha Qin, who has recently shocked the entire ninja world and is known as the Bloody Ashura of Konoha. A ninja that is enough to subvert the ninja world. A thunder escape, so powerful. Even the Ghost Lantern Mangetsu, who is known as the genius of the Ghost Lantern clan in the Mist Village, was killed in one blow. This result is too shocking. No. It should be said that if the move falls on her, she will also die. Is this 1,000,000 worth it? Qin withdrew Susanoo. Facing Kailan, he wanted to retreat unscathed, and only Susanoo could do it. It's worth it, but... Yekeng's expression was gloomy. However, as soon as she lowered her head, she felt a warmth on her cheek, and she hadn't reacted yet. She found that she was kissed by force. Okay, let's settle the accounts, and we will be strangers from now on. Qin patted the dust on his body and turned away. However, when he was by Yekeng's side on the road, Qin still paused and said, "You'd better not stay here. There is so much noise here, and the people from the Mist Village will arrive soon. The little Mizukage is not a simple guy." After saying this, Qin jumped and disappeared directly on the spot. Yekeng bit his lips lightly, glanced at the ruins, looked in the direction where Qin disappeared again, gritted his teeth and turned away. Facing Luo Sha's betrayal, she could never get over the threshold in her heart. 5 or 6 minutes later, a series of air-breaking sounds came from all directions. When he saw the messy canyon and the huge pit in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. What on earth is going on? A mist ninja was the first to change his expression and said, "Is this the strength of the Sand Village hero, the Scorch-release ninja Yekeng, who is second only to the 4th Kazekage?" As soon as this was said, the faces of the people present also changed. An old man standing next to Kyuji Yagura couldn't help but say, "Man Yu is very arrogant, but his strength is among the top ninjas, but he is a leader. After all, there are no mediocre people in the Kizuna clan." Even he was defeated. Could this be a conspiracy of the Sand Village, pretending to betray Yekeng, and then counter-assassinating our elite team? Counting the loss of Man Yu's team, our Mist Village has lost 30 elite ninjas. Under normal circumstances, 30 elites are not a big number for a ninja village. However, now that the war is about to end, Yagura Kyujira has led the convening of the 5-cage talks to deal with Uchiha Kainu. Therefore, any loss of strength will have an impact on the deterrence of the Mist Village. When I think of the 7 Mist Ninjas, who are known for shocking the ninja world, being defeated by Uchiha Kainu alone. This is a heavy blow to the Mist Village. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was defeated in one fell swoop. It is precisely because of such a huge loss of combat power that Yagura Kyujira was temporarily recommended as the Mizukage because he took it as his mission to denounce Uchiha Kainu. "Qing, do you feel it?" Yagura Kyujira looked at Qing behind him. "Let me see." Qing suddenly put his hands together, and the right eye that was originally suppressed by the talisman was directly released. White eyes instantly widened, and the blue veins were prominent, showing the power of the white eyes. If the people of Konoha knew that the white eyes of the Hyuga clan were actually in the hands of outsiders, they would definitely be shocked. There is a weak chakra fluctuation in the crack of the deep pit below. Qing continued for a while, and sweat oozed from his forehead. After checking again, he finally couldn't hold on and directly lifted the seal in his hand. The talisman hanging on the earlobe quickly sealed the Byakugan. As an outsider, he didn't have a suitable physique, just like Kakashi's transplanted Sharingan. It can only be opened, not closed. Once the seal is lifted, the Byakugan will continue to consume chakra. "Qing, are you okay?" Gaji Yagura frowned, he transplanted according to that person's method. "Thank you for your concern, the 4th generation. At the beginning of use, the control of the Byakugan is still not enough, but it will gradually get better in the future." After Qing took a breath, he looked at the deep pit with a serious expression and said, "There is still a strong electric current left in it." "Qing, are you saying that this attack was not from Yekeng's hand?" the old man asked anxiously. However, he was soon interrupted by Gaji Yagura, who said, "Summon Mangetsu first and ask him and you will know. Don't forget that their clan has a special physique. As long as it is not a fatal blow, they can survive by liquefaction, but the speed must be fast, otherwise he will not be treated and die." "Got it." Ching responded and immediately took out a scroll. His hands quickly flew, forming a series of spells, and the next moment they were directly spread out. At the same time, a drop of body cells from Mangetsu dripped directly into the spell reserved in the middle of the scroll. Reverse Psychic Mangetsu Curse Seal. Bang! The white mist was lingering, and the water mist scattered in the deep pit was quickly gathered. At the same time, an illusory figure trapped in the crack was quickly pulled out. Looking at this mysterious scene, everyone's expression froze. Soon they saw Mangetsu, who was burned all over, lying on the scroll, which made people's expressions change drastically. In the Mist Village, everyone knows that the water-transformed bodies of the Hojiki clan are immune to physical attacks and weaken the power of other attribute attacks. However, now he is seriously injured and dying. If it weren't for the Hojiki clan forcibly reuniting his body, he would probably have died. Yes. Lord Mizukage. Hojiki Mangetsu struggled to open his eyes. They, the Hojiki clan, are afraid of the lightning release, but that also weakens the power of their water transformation technique. In the original work, Hojiki Suijutsu can survive even if he fights the eight-tailed beast ball. As a genius of the Hojiki clan whose strength is even better than Suijutsu, Hojiki Mangetsu is even more proficient in this means of saving his life. "Mangetsu, don't move casually. Who injured you and ruined our plan?" said Gaji Yagura in a deep voice. Hojiki Mangetsu was startled at first, and then his face showed fear. Emotions instantly became excited. "It's him, he's here. Mr. Mizukage, you proposed the 5-cage talks, the third Hokage's prophecy has come true, that monster blood Ashura has come to avenge our Mist Village." The hysterical roar echoed in the ruins and did not dissipate for a long time. At this moment, it seemed as if a magic sound was infused, penetrating deep into the soul, making the ninjas present couldn't help but look around vigilantly, looking for that terrifying figure. Chapter 203 Let me take over the job. "Manzuki Kitsune, what are you talking about?" Kyujo Yagura shouted coldly. "Take him down for treatment immediately, he was too seriously injured to become unconscious and talk nonsense here." I'm not talking nonsense. In the ninja world, the only person who can perform such a powerful lightning escape and defeat me instantly is Blood Ashura," Manzuki Kitsune struggled to say. However, he was soon injected with medicine by the medical ninja and fell into a coma. As Mangetsu Kizuki left, the atmosphere in the field not only did not ease, but became more and more oppressive. No one could refute Mangetsu Kizuki's last words. In the northwest base of Konoha, the powerful lightning escape that instantly killed hundreds of cloud ninjas was used to show the edge of Konoha's bloody Ashura. "Fourth generation, what should we do? What if it is really a warning from Uchiha Chinyu?" The elder lost his temper. All the mist ninjas present looked at Yagura Kujutsu, their faces showing urgency. "Humph, the convening of the 5-cage conference is a natural thing. If the 5-cage conference led by our Mist Ninja Village is cancelled because of a false warning, then our Mist Ninja Village will become a laughing stock in the ninja world." Yagura Kujutsu snorted coldly. "Don't forget, even if he is the most powerful, he can't fight against a ninja village. There are still 4 days to hold the 5-cage meeting. Before the results come out, open the village's perception barrier and stop all tasks and activities outside the village. Let Terumi May preside over the overall situation in the village, and at the same time delegate tasks to that kid. Didn't he say that he wanted to be a member of the 7 without doing anything? He has already trained well in terms of strength." The complicated orders fell in an orderly manner. The expressions of the mist ninjas present changed slightly, but they finally remained silent. Facing the Mizukage's orders, no matter how reluctant they were in their hearts, they had to accept the orders. Especially in the Blood Mist Village, obeying orders is the first and foremost condition. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Also, tell the 4 major ninja villages what happened here, and let them quickly put the meeting on the agenda. All disperse for me." Kyujo Yagura raised his hand, and the surrounding mist ninjas, including the elders, dispersed instantly. For a while, in the huge ruins, only Kyujo Yagura was left, standing quietly in place. About 3 or 4 minutes later, a black shadow emerged from the ground. Fourth generation Mizukage, you seem to be in a bad mood. A feminine and hoarse voice sounded. Yagura looked at him coldly and said, didn't you say that the boy didn't have the strength to provoke? Why did he suddenly attack our mist village? Yagura had always been on guard against this mysterious man who appeared in the middle of the journey, encouraged him to take the position of Mizukage, and sent him the method of transplanting the Byakugan. However, whenever he saw the pair of blood moon-like Megatama Sharingan, his expression would tighten. Fourth generation, you are not afraid of this matter, are you? Black Zetsu laughed teasingly. Not long ago, after Chinyu killed the elderly Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu escaped. In the laboratory hidden by Uchiha Madara, he obtained a pair of spare Sharingan. Then he came to the Mist Village and bewitched Yagura to become the Mizukage. However, he knew clearly that the most critical link was still in Nagato, so that he could realize the plan of resurrecting Uchiha Madara. Humph, this matter was temporarily suppressed by me, but didn't you say that you had the method to control the tailed beast? Yagura snorted coldly, if you dare to lie to me, don't blame me for being rude. Hehe, the fourth generation of Mizukage, don't be too anxious. Of course, I will give you what I promised you, but don't forget what you promised me. Black Zetsu laughed strangely and said, the three tails are missing now, and the other Jinchuriki Yujao is under your surveillance, but it will take some time to fully utilize him. I hope you can be patient. In that case, you will become the strongest Mizukage of all generations. Humph, I hope it's the same as you said, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Gaji Yagura snorted coldly, someone is coming, you should leave quickly. Got it. Black Zetsu responded, and went directly into the ground and disappeared. 7 or 8 seconds later, a mist ninja Anbu came running fast in the direction of the village, landed in front of Kyuji Yagura, and said in a hurry, fourth generation, the person you ordered to gather suddenly left the village not long ago, as if he was running for the ninja sword. He left the village. Kyuji Yagura's face sank, and he punched the tree trunk. Asshole, now is the time to use people, and that guy is still as crazy as ever. Let someone find him back, and at the same time choose another person to accompany me to the 5-cage conference. On the other hand, the Rain Village borders the Land of Water. After Chinyu solved Manu of Hojiki, he ran directly to the Rain Village. However, after walking more than 10 miles, he turned back helplessly. How long are you going to follow me? A pretty figure flashed in the dark. Yakang's appearance was revealed. Seeing her hesitant face, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, you are not going to let me be the scapegoat, are you? The scapegoat? Yakang's expression froze, and he asked awkwardly, Chin. You? What is the scapegoat? Faced with this term of modernization, let alone the naive Yakang, even Konoha is mentally retarded. No. It should be the wise General Narashikaku who probably can't guess it. Seeing Yakang digging into the root of the matter, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, the meaning is very simple, that is, someone did that to you, you got pregnant, and then relied on me. Chinyu, what are you talking about? Yakang exploded instantly. During the war, she had no experience of human affairs, but she was still very clear about that. I'm just a metaphor. Chinyu was helpless. However, soon, Yakang came quickly, grabbed his arm, and said in a hurry, I don't care, you ruined my innocence, I'm going to rely on you. If you don't want to, then kill me. Looking at Yakang who was suddenly confused, Chinyu was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly reached out and rubbed her head, saying, actually, you don't need to do this. If you really have nowhere to go, I can take you in, but the road of traitor is not easy to walk. Feeling the warm big hand on his head, Yakang's body trembled suddenly, and the hot tears accumulated in his eyes suddenly burst out. The next moment, he threw himself into Chinyu's arms. As a person who regards himself as a village hero, perhaps nothing can make him more heartbroken to be betrayed by the object he is willing to devote everything to. Feeling the clothes on his body being wet, and the sobbing sound coming from his arms, Chinyu helplessly raised his hand and froze for a moment, but still gently patted Yakang's back. However, let's not say, it feels pretty good. Chapter 203 The Demon Killer in the Rain. The Land of Rain is located at the border of the Land of Fire, the Land of Water, the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning. As a buffer zone between the 4 major countries, it seems that it can make business prosperous and economic transportation developed. However, it has also become a battleground for military strategists. Once the war begins, the land of rain will become a battlefield. If it weren't for the emergence of a demigod, Hanzo, I'm afraid this place would have been razed to the ground long ago. However, Hanzo's ambition also brought a lot of trouble to the land of rain. The Second Ninja World War was provoked by the Rain Village, intending to expand its territory. Later, it was defeated by Konoha and became the main battlefield of the major ninja villages. Chinyu, where do you want to go? There shouldn't be anything good in this Rain Village, right? Yeking looked at the dilapidated town ruins along the way, and her eyebrows couldn't help but frowned. She has been following Chinyu these 2 days, but she can't identify all the rumors in the ninja world with him. What bloodthirsty, strong-armed, and like to use force to overwhelm others, etc., were not found at all. If you really want to count, there is indeed one thing that can be called too cruel. That is to intimidate the two-tailed beasts and ask them to help rub their backs. Boss, there is a bloody smell in front, and it seems to be very strong. The three-tailed beast came out from the cloak and sniffed. Humph, you dead turtle, when did you grow a dog nose? The four-tailed beast followed closely. However, for the tailed beasts, quarreling should be considered as something that can be done in a day. At first, Yeking kept a distance from the two unsealed tailed beasts that Chinyu carried with him. But after contact, he found that the two-tailed beasts had no moral integrity and bottom line at all in order to please the boy in front of them. Boss, look at this banana. The ripeness, fragrance, and color are all top-notch. The temperature is still good. Do you want to try it? Boss, don't eat it. I saw the stinky monkey hugging this banana to sleep and even eating it in the middle of the meal. Hey, you dead turtle, what are you talking about? If you don't explain it clearly today, I will never let you go. Looking at the two-tailed beasts tearing each other apart again like a husky, Yakeng's cheeks twitched and he looked up at the sky. As a hero of the Sand Village, he has participated in suppressing the tailed beasts many times. When I think of it, every time the one-tailed Shikaka goes berserk, the wind and sand are all over the sky, and there are all kinds of berserk killings. It is common to kill dozens or hundreds of elite ninjas, and it is good enough not to destroy half of the village. There is a huge gap with the happy scene in front of him. At the same time, it is too difficult to accept. Ah! While thinking, Yeking didn't have time to break and hit Chinyu's back directly. That softness, even more heart-to-heart. Are we there? Yeking came back to her senses with a red face. Looking at the tea house in front of her, the bodies lying in all directions, her expression changed. As a senior ninja, she instantly saw a lot of information. It's a ninja from the Rain Village. Judging from the forehead and family emblem, it should be a member of the Salamander Hanzo. The wound on the neck was cut neatly, and there were no other injuries on the body. It should be a fatal blow. Based on the freshness of the blood, the time of death was about 30 minutes. Looking at Yeking, who was instantly immersed in the play, Chinyu patted her shoulder and said, "You are worthy of being a hero of the Sand Village. You are indeed rich in battlefield experience. However, it seems that we have encountered an interesting kid this time. Do you know who did it?" Yeking was stunned. She only saw some general injuries, but there was no way to tell who did it. Now Chinyu was Alani. Being able to make an inference at a glance is not only a matter of experience, but also a huge amount of experience. Haha, just a guess. Chinyu smiled warmly, who can locate it? Boss, let me do it. I'm good at tracking. You'd better save your dog nose. It's not good to delay the boss's work. The scene suddenly became chaotic again. Looking at the two-tailed beasts competing, Yeking couldn't help but smile bitterly. 10 miles away, this is the only town within a radius of dozens of miles in the Rain country that has barely survived the war. 7 or 8 figures landed in the town. Looking at this uninhabited place, the girl who led the way, wearing red auspicious clouds, a black robe, and short blue hair, had a gloomy look on her face. Xiaonan, are you sad again? A man who was a few years older than Xiaonan smiled and said, I got the news that the war between the 5 major countries seems to have entered a truce phase. After looking around and confirming that there were no outsiders, he said, my father told me this. Don't worry about the authenticity of the matter. My father is the name of the Rain country. Is this true? Xiaonan's beautiful eyes lit up, and her previous depression instantly dissipated a little. Seeing this, the man immediately patted his chest and said, of course, I heard that it was because a ninja who threatened the entire ninja world appeared in the Konoha village. It seems to be called Uchiha Chinyu. But don't worry, I have become a senior ninja in the Rain country. This kind of stuff is just hyped up by the 5 major countries. I can beat 2 by myself. Xiaonan's expression suddenly changed. After separating in the hot spring country that day, Xiaonan led the team back to the Rain country. Although he wanted to find out the whereabouts of Qin Yu, it was difficult for the Akatsuki organization to survive. As one of the 3 strongest people in the organization, Xiaonan has to go on missions frequently. At present, she and Long Yu, the son of the daimyo of the Rain country, are not here to travel. They are just here to execute the beheading cases that have occurred repeatedly in the Rain country in recent times. Although, in such a war situation, there will be frequent murders, and there are also many bloodthirsty ninjas who kill innocent people. But the murderer who appeared this time only targeted ninjas and did not commit violence against ordinary people. This made the daimyo of the Rain country come forward to offer a reward to catch the murderer. In this sensitive period of truce at any time, it doesn't trademark matter which ninja village the other party killed. Once something is committed in the territory of the Rain country, the 5 major countries will investigate and it may be counted on the head. Moreover, this person trademark's means of committing crimes are very cruel and skilled. Every time he attacks, he beheads with 1 knife. There is a rumor of a rain-killing demon in the territory of the Rain country. Master Xiaonan, it's raining again. There's a place ahead where we can rest. A member of the Akatsuki organization, who was also wearing red Xianjiun, suggested. Xiaonan came to his senses and nodded in agreement. In the land of rain, it's normal to have rain. Ignoring Long Yu's boasting, the group walked quickly towards the simple tea house. Perhaps it was because this was a relatively intact city within a radius of dozens of miles, or because it was a rainy day. The tea house seemed a bit lively. In addition to their group, there were 4 wandering ninjas whose identities could not be seen, a boy who was only 14 or 15 years old with bandages wrapped around his hands, and 2 figures in black robes. Chapter 204 Your head is good and can be cut off. Boss, which little girl is it? Sanwei said in a low voice. Should we go over and say hello? Ye King looked at the teacup in his hand. He still remembered the last time he was poisoned. In the end, he didn't drink the tea and looked at Xiaonan and his group who came in. Is she from the Akatsuki organization? Ye King raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Qin Yu looked at Ye King with a hint of surprise. Ye King came back to his senses and explained, is she your girlfriend? You came all the way here to meet someone. However, you may not know that after the Third Ninja World War, the Akatsuki organization has been sending people to lobby the 5 major countries, but their status has always been insufficient. As a civilian organization, it is difficult to change the intentions of the 5 major countries. When the 3rd Kazekage disappeared, I was responsible for receiving her, so I have some impression of her. At this point, Ye King looked at Qin Yu with a playful look on his face. However, Qin Yu soon pinched her nose and said, are you jealous? Stop talking nonsense. The rain-killing demon is in this tea house. Boss, is that guy here? Sanwei couldn't hold back his temper and looked out from under his cloak. If it weren't for his sensitive identity, Qin Yu would have warned him long ago. I'm afraid it would have jumped out and questioned any suspect. Qin Yu, do you really think that person is here? Ye King frowned and glanced at the scene. Finally, it fell on the 4 wandering ninjas. In her eyes, it takes a huge wrist strength to chop off a ninja's head in unison. Xiaonan, wait a minute, I'll have someone clean up a place near the stove for you to rest. Long Yu signaled with his eyes and immediately walked out with 2 men. After looking around, he walked straight to the boy who was sitting alone, eating hard with a dark face. Regardless of age, number of people, or even position, the young man was quite good. Moreover, in Long Yu's eyes, in such a large tea house, if you want to pinch it's like picking on the weak. That boy is going to be in trouble. Ye King couldn't help showing a trace of worry. As a hero of the Sand Village, it's common to care for the elderly and love the little brat. You think too much, he will die. Qin Yu smiled playfully. Ye King was stunned by the inexplicable words. Soon he saw that Long Yu had come to the boy with 2 guards. He threw a little silver on the table and said, little boy, I'll pay this bill for you. Take this money and stay aside, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The aggressive words echoed in the tea house. The 4 wandering ninjas saw this scene and couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. However, this glance made their pupils shrink suddenly. The little boy who was eating hard suddenly raised his head. Under the bandaged mouth, There were sharp fangs, a pair of eyes raised upwards, and a grey complexion. It made people feel inexplicably timid. Long Yu even subconsciously took a half step back in fear. Who are you? Long Yu asked stutteringly. However, in the face of this question, the little ghost suddenly grinned, and the words he uttered made people's expressions change drastically. Your head is good, you can chop it off. Bang! The shabby backpack on the table responded with a white mist. The next moment, a big knife that had already been scarred and looked like a door panel appeared in everyone's eyes. The appearance of this big knife seemed a bit unbearable, but it was extremely clean, and the bumpy blade was also polished to be unusually smooth. As soon as the big knife appeared, the bandaged little ghost stretched out his right hand like lightning and directly grabbed the handle of the knife. The next moment, a dignified sound of breaking through the air sounded. The seemingly heavy sword, as if nothing, chopped Long Yu and the other two in the waist. The sudden scene seemed extremely complicated. But it was only a few breaths before and after. By the time everyone reacted, the sound of the worn sword and the tearing of cloth had already sounded. Puff! Blood splattered, and the huge head flew up directly, with an expression of disbelief on the face. But under this slight resistance, the second ninja suddenly woke up and hurriedly raised his arm to block. In his eyes, the power of this sword has been exhausted. Compared with life, it is better to give up an arm than to lose his life. If he is lucky, I am afraid that this arm can continue to be used. Bang! The huge impact instantly shattered the extravagant hopes in the ninja's mind. The tingling pain on the arm and neck just rushed to his mind. Soon he lost consciousness. Looking at the changing world and the familiar body, his pupil shrank, and only one last thought remained in his mind. What a great force! Cut it in two with one stroke. This powerful blow made people feel numb. The so-called bones seemed to give people a papery taste. When everyone reacted, the blood-stained sword had appeared in front of Long Yu. As the son of the daimyo, when had Long Yu ever seen such a scene? Even the golden time for his two men to save their lives was completely wasted, and he was left with a face full of horror, watching the worn-out sword quickly enlarge in his pupils. Dang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly rang out. Several white paper shurikens took the lead and hit the sword. The original slashing posture deviated from the original path. Paper shuriken shadow clone technique. Zionin suddenly put his hands together and shouted angrily. Seeing that one negligence caused two ninjas to be killed. If even Long Yu, the client of this mission, was killed. For the Akatsuki organization, not only would they not be able to receive the reward, but their reputation would also be damaged. The flying paper shuriken first stagnated in the air, and the next moment it flipped up, like a sword shadow clone, turning into dozens of them, like a rainstorm, falling head-on towards the bandaged ghost. Humph! The bandaged ghost snorted coldly, and turned the big knife horizontally with his backhand, directly blocking the paper shuriken in the sky. The door-like blade completely blocked most of his figure. Ding ding ding! A series of metal sparks splashed, and the paper shuriken in the sky were directly bounced away. Go, he is the Rain Slayer, don't let him run away. Zionin saw that he missed a move, and immediately shouted in a hurry. As soon as the voice fell, the two Akatsuki members beside him also started to attack. However, as soon as they moved, they saw the bandaged kid stab the big knife in his hand into the ground beside him, and his hands flew quickly, forming a series of seals. The speed of the seal was so fast that it was completed in just a few breaths. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The water vapor around was quickly extracted and squeezed dry, and a huge water dragon condensed. It roared like a dragon, like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, and rushed straight towards the attacking ninja. Chapter 205 The Kid Called Zabuza. Bang! The water dragon was surging, carrying a posture of 10,000 pounds, and crushed across the air. The entire tea house was instantly broken. The two Akatsuki ninjas and Long Yu, who were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, suddenly changed their faces. They didn't care about forming seals and quickly withdrew and retreated quickly. However, the speed of retreat was obviously a little insufficient compared to the attack speed of the water dragon bullet. Paper escape, paper shield wall. Xiao Nanjiao shouted, and the last seal in her hand fell. Rolling up a large piece of white paper, it rushed directly towards the water dragon like a hurricane. The next moment, a huge paper wall was constructed in the void. Boom! The water dragon hit the paper wall with a powerful posture. The splashing water waves washed around and formed a large piece of water waves. Zionin jumped down to Long Yu's side, grabbed his shoulder, and said, "Hurry up, the speed and strength of the seal of the Rain Slasher are both first class, beyond expectations, and can definitely be called an elite ninja. In this rainy day, the power of the water escape will be even stronger, and it will be difficult for us to confront him head-on. For Zionin's paper escape, it seems to be a very rare blood limit, and the means of attack are also very convenient and fast. However, let alone oil, once it encounters water, the speed and power will be weakened. Therefore, it is not suitable to fight with the Rain Slasher in front of him." Long Yu nodded quickly, completely forgetting the status of a jonin that she had boasted about the moment before. "It's foggy!" someone exclaimed. The next moment, the white fog that spread all around gave people an unusually thick and lingering feeling. The strange scene made Zionin and others tense up suddenly. This trick again, is that rain-slashing demon a member of the elite assassination team in the Mist Village? Ye King looked at this scene, frowned, and showed a disgusted expression. Not long ago, she suffered a lot from this trick. If it weren't for Uchiha Chinyu's rescue, she would probably have died now. However, this time, she was in the thick fog, but she didn't panic at all. Looking at Chinyu, who was watching the show with interest, her slightly nervous mood couldn't help but relax. She has always lived in front of the world as a hero of the Sand Village, always protecting this and that. Now, I finally understand what it feels like to be protected. Didn't you say that you guessed the identity of the Rain Slayer? Why didn't you take action? Your girlfriend is in danger. Ye King couldn't help but say. Chinyu smiled and shook his head and said, "The good show is just beginning." Just beginning now? Ye King was stunned for a moment, watching the fog become so thick that he could hardly see it clearly in just a few breaths. Chinyu, who was sitting in front of him, seemed even more surprised. This scene was more powerful than the mist-hidden silent killing technique performed by Manzuki Kizuki. "Hurry up and use the wind style to dispel the fog," Zionin shouted anxiously. With the other ninjas, they turned their backs slightly and quickly formed seals with their hands. "Too slow." The voice of the bandaged ghost suddenly came out, and the hoarse tone gave people a feeling that it was coming from the abyss of hell. The fog in the sky rolled back slightly, and a shabby machete chopped towards a ninja head-on. The speed and the direction of the attack were so fast that people felt that there was no place to hide. "Water style, water formation pillar." A delicate voice suddenly came. The sound of breaking through the air hit the swinging sword first. The huge water ball collapsed and turned into water columns that rushed into the sky, forming a huge wave of water, instantly trapping the Rain Slayer hidden in the mist. "Wind style, typhoon passes." The delicate voice continued, and the thick fog loosened first. The next moment, the hurricane rolled like a tide, instantly blowing away the fog in the sky. When everything in front of him was restored to clarity, most of the huge tea house had become ruins. Of the people from the four forces, only Chinyu and Ye King were left sitting in place. As for the other four wandering ninjas, they had already taken off their cloaks and revealed their true appearance. However, compared with the other three masked people, the leader was a woman with scarlet hair. A black cape could not hide her graceful figure. Her skin, as white as mutton fat jade, perfectly highlights her beauty. She is the genius of Mist Village, Mei Terumi. How could she appear here? Ye Kang's expression froze. It can be said that Mei Terumi is a genius ninja of the same period, and she also made a great reputation in the Third Ninja World War. Water escape water prison technique. Mei Terumi made a move with great force. Seeing that the Rain Slasher was trapped in the water column, he was obviously unwilling to let it go. With the change of the double operation seal, the water column changed instantly, and it gathered into a water prison, directly trapping the Rain Slasher. What is going on? Zionin's expression froze, and he couldn't help but paused with the half-formed seal in his hand. This is our Kirigaku's business, and it has nothing to do with you. Mei Terumi obviously didn't want to explain. After looking around, she shouted coldly, "Hurry up, go up and inject him with a sedative and escort him back." "Got it, Master Mei Terumi." Three masked Kirigaku Enbu jumped out instantly. However, as soon as they approached the water prison, they saw the Rain Slasher inside, disintegrating in the water with a puff. Water clone. Mei Terumi and Zionin were both stunned. As soon as they reacted, they saw a wave of water waves appearing in the pool of water beside Chinyu. "Be careful!" Mei Terumi shouted and tried to stop it. Unfortunately, the distance was a bit far, and it was impossible to catch up in a moment. They could only watch as the water waves stirred, and a figure broke out of the water, and the shabby big knife in his hand swung violently and cut directly towards Uchiha Chinyu's neck. "Be careful." Ye Kang's face changed drastically. She thought Uchiha Chinyu would block or dodge. At worst, he could use Susanoo, which would expose his identity, but it would be better than being dumbfounded. Unfortunately, at such a close distance, Ye King had no time to attack the sudden and swift attack in front of him. Then he saw the worn-out sword slashing Chinyu's neck. Bang! The heavy sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. No heads flew, and no blood splashed. The slash that was as powerful as a bamboo fell on Chinyu's neck, like hitting a diamond, and there was a feeling that it could not be shaken. Facing this weird scene, the pupils of the ninjas present shrank, and they showed an expression of disbelief. "Are you the kid named Zabuza?" Chinyu held up the hot tea in his hand, took a sip, and turned his head to look at the rain-slashing demon beside him. Looking at the bandaged boy in front of him, the little devil seemed extremely harsh. Chapter 206, Did this little thing make you proud? The casual attitude made everyone in the field stunned. The sound of the seemingly unstoppable sword hitting Chinyu's neck was like piercing their souls, which made them feel shocked. If there were no bodies lying on the ground, cut in half and easily beheaded, they would never believe that the scene in front of them was real. "No matter who you are, everyone I like must die." Zabuza's hoarse voice sounded. "If this is a beheading sword, you would have stopped being arrogant." The sword in his hand suddenly flipped down, and the angry sound chopped down Chinyu again. The sound of breaking through the air echoed around, and the strong wind brought up flipped the cloak on Chinyu's head. The scarlet eyes were like blood, which made people feel shocked. The 9 Megatama turned in vain, and the blood-colored pupil power like a disaster surged out. Bang! A knife fell and chopped on Susanoo's ribs. The huge recoil force made Zabuza's mouth hurt so much that the old sword in his hand broke with a bang, and broke in the next moment. The flying blade was inserted diagonally on the pillar in the distance, and half of it was sunk in. Looking at Uchiha Kainu, who was still sitting quietly in the same place with a calm face, everyone's nerves exploded at once. Yes, it's the Konoha rebel, the bloody Ashura Uchiha Kainu. How could he appear here? The exclamation completely broke the silence in the field. Facing Uchiha Kainu, who has become a legendary story in recent times, no one can keep calm. Even the 5 major countries in the war proposed a ceasefire agreement because of this. That means that the young man in front of him can be said to be an existence that can influence the battlefield. The little devil that Zabuza had just called out to him was not at all out of place in the face of absolute strength. The two seemed to be of similar age, but in front of the notorious reputation, everything seemed pale and powerless. "Zabuza, run away!" Terumi Mei shouted. Her mission this time was to hunt down the demon Zabuza and bring him back to the village. However, facing Uchiha Chinyu, who suddenly intervened, Zabuza and she could no longer distinguish between the enemy and us. Now, the only thing they could do was to join forces against the enemy. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Terumi Mei quickly formed 2 surgical seals. As a genius of the mist village, her speed completely overwhelmed Zabuza. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the last seal fell. The mist in the sky gathered and turned into a huge water dragon of tens of meters. With the sound of dragon roars, it rushed straight towards Chinyu. Zabuza suddenly woke up, pinched his backhand, and performed the water-style instant body technique, instantly disappearing from the spot. The next moment, he saw the water dragon rushing towards Chinyu. However, the 9 Megatama Sharingan turned in vain, and the Susanoo, which was originally only in a half form, was quickly generated. The skeleton was reshaped, and the armor covered the whole body in the blink of an eye. The Susanoo, which was about tens of meters high, appeared and instantly smashed the tea house. Looking at the incoming water dragon, his right hand suddenly stretched out. Bang! With 5 fingers, he suddenly grabbed the water dragon that was crushing with a 10,000-pound posture, and instantly pinched the neck like a worm. The next moment, in full view of the public, it was crushed. Bang! The water dragon collapsed and turned into endless waves of water that dissipated, instantly dispersing the crumbling tea house. The old shopkeeper who was hiding in the tea house was trembling as he looked at the oncoming waves, unable to react. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. In the chaos of war, this is an unchanging law for everyone. Seeing this, Xionan was about to return to help, but she saw a roar from the ground and a wall of earth quickly rose up. The sudden scene made Xionan stunned for a moment, and soon found that the person who cast the spell was the woman behind Chinyu. Is Zabuza okay? As soon as Mei Terumi landed on the ruins, she looked at the three mist ninja Anbu beside her and Zabuza with a sullen face. However, she paid more attention to the huge, blood-colored Susanoo in front of her, like Ashura. She had already heard about the Konoha rebel ninja and the blood-colored Ashura, but when she really faced it, her heart seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible hand. Is this the oppression from the huge gap in strength? Although Mei Terumi is only 18 or 19 years old, she was born in the Blood Mist village and has experienced many battles. She has developed a keen sense of touch. She has faced many enemies, even the fourth Mizukage Karatachi Yadotking had also challenged. However, he had never felt so unfathomable and unpredictable before. Zabuza, I'll create an opportunity later. You take the opportunity to escape with them. Don't look back. This man's strength cannot be determined. Terumi Meishin exhaled a turbid breath, forced calmness, and looked at Uchiha Chinyu. The next moment, his hands flew quickly, forming a series of seals. When the last one fell, the chakra accumulated in his mouth changed rapidly. Dissolution-style dissolution of monsters technique. The hot liquid, like a wave of water, splashed towards Susanoo. Looking at this attack that fell like a sky curtain, Chinyu smiled with interest. He remembered that in the original work, the 5-cage conference was held, and Uchiha Sasuke was courting death and took the snake team to attack. In the end, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed hard. Even the complete Susanoo that was displayed was easily melted by this dissolution-style dissolution of monsters. Don't defend. Yekeng couldn't help asking. As an old rival of the same period, she had fought with Mei Terumi on the battlefield many times, and she knew that this move had a high degree of corrosive acidity. I'm so bored, I want to test her strength. Chinyu smiled warmly, facing the dissolving technique that was coming at him, as if he didn't see it. Seeing such a contemptuous scene, a trace of anger appeared on Mei Terumi's face, and she clenched her fists secretly. When she saw the dissolving technique hit Susanoo, her face showed joy, and she couldn't help but shouted, "It really works." The hot dissolving technique hit Susanoo like a wave of water. At the moment when the sizzling sound sounded, Susanoo, which had been cut off by Zabuza's sword, showed signs of melting. Although the melting speed was very fast, it was enough to cause substantial damage to Susanoo, which was known as the absolute defense in the ninja world. Uchiha Chinyu, it seems that you will be defeated too. A hint of eagerness flashed across Terumi Mei's face, and under her clenched fist, there was a hint of inexplicable confidence. When facing an unfathomable strong man, one will be in awe. But the dissolving technique in front of him can have a miraculous effect, and even the Susanoo, which is known as absolute defense, can be corroded and dissolved. This gave Terumi Mei a reassurance. Are you so proud of this little thing? Chapter 207 Turn on the serious mode. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, and it couldn't be dissipated for a long time. Looking at the Susanoo that had been corroded beyond recognition, they didn't know where Chinyu's confidence came from. Little thing. Terumi Mei's expression stagnated, and she shouted in a hurry, I'll show you the strength of the genius of the Mist Ninja. You guys go to the front, today I must kill you, the arrogant guy, here. Yes. The three Mist Ninja Anbu agreed instantly, and there was a hint of inexplicable excitement in their words. If even the absolute defense cannot be broken, then it is called despair. At present, Susanoo has been corroded beyond recognition, which is the hope of victory for them. Once they succeed, they will kill the Konoha traitor, the Blood Ashura Uchiha Chinyu. Then they will be famous in the entire ninja world, not to mention in the Mist Ninja village, even their status in the huge ninja world will rise. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Lightning-style Earth Walk. Water-style Waterfall Technique. The three Mist Ninja Anbu showed their elite style as soon as they made a move. It can be said that the first move was a big move, although the Water Dragon Bullet used was inferior to the Water Dragon Bullet used by Terumi Mei just now. However, with the blessing of lightning style and the assistance of the waterfall technique, the overwhelming power, like a huge wolf, slapped Susanoo. Boom! The roaring sound was endless. The waves rolled back and directly submerged the ruins of the tea house. Although this attack would disperse the dissolving technique, what they had to do was to contain Uchiha Chinyu and buy time for Terumi Mei. With her flying hands and quickly forming seals, Terumi Mei looked at Uchiha Chinyu who was still indifferent in the waves with a hint of stubbornness on her face. There was even more of a competitive spirit. As a genius of this era, who wouldn't want to defeat the notorious blood Ashura who resounded throughout the ninja world and completely take the lead? Boiling escape, skillful mist technique. She shouted continuously. When the last seal fell, Terumi Mei opened her mouth and the steaming hot mist rushed towards Uchiha Chinyu like a raging tide. Wherever she passed, whether it was trees or rocks, everything melted away quickly like spring snow meeting the scorching sun. This melting speed is several times stronger than the previous monster dissolving technique. The sudden scene made Yakang's face change drastically. The moment she looked at Uchiha Chinyu, the scene she saw made her stunned. He was smiling. The warm smile exuded an inexplicable meaning at this moment. When the mist fell on Susanoo, the rapidly melting armor and skeleton made everyone's nerves tense. This is about whether the genius of the mist ninja, Mei Terumi, can win, or the Konoha rebel ninja, Blood Ashura, can win. Very good, you are the first person I have met who can break the defense of the complete form of Susanoo. Chinyu finally said with a smile. So, you are qualified to let me turn on the serious mode and see the strongest defense of the ultimate form. Mangekyo Amplification I. 9 hooks. The Jade Sharingan suddenly turned up like a hurricane, and the scarlet blood, at this moment, exploded in the pupil like a blood tide. The pupil power exuded a disaster-like power, turning into a blood-colored light column, rushing straight into the 9-day cloud with an unstoppable attitude. The accumulated lead cloud was instantly pierced. The Susanoo, which was originally melting rapidly, stagnated for a moment. The next moment, it changed rapidly. The skeleton was reborn, the armor was restored, and under the violent pupil power infusion, instantly condensed into a 100-meter-high, 3-headed, 6-armed, and ferocious Shura's face, like the death god urging life, shaking people's hearts. No. It should be said that looking up at the ultimate form of Susanoo that seemed to be descending, the shock was simply penetrating the depths of the soul. When I think of the words that vowed to behead Uchiha Chinyu just now, whether it is the 3 mist ninja Anbu who attacked the formation, or Terumi Mei, even Zabuza and Konan, who were watching, had their cheeks burning. The advantage just before, in this so-called serious mode, was as vulnerable as a chicken and a dog. Facing this absolute gap, it was as if an invisible big hand clenched his heart. Is this his true strength? Yakang was also confused. When she was rescued by Uchiha Chinyu in the Mist Village, she thought she had seen Chinyu's strength clearly. However, the scene in front of her made her clearly understand that it was just the tip of the iceberg. When she thought of the self-important Mei Terumi, threatening to kill Chinyu, the so-called advantage just now only aroused the interest of the boy in front of her. At this moment, Chinyu gave Yakang the feeling of the sky. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Yakang's mind, and he subconsciously looked up at the sky. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his eye sockets almost popped. Looking at the leaden clouds in the sky, Yakang couldn't help but screamed. Run away quickly, run away quickly. The hysterical roar instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Without time to think, he subconsciously looked up at the sky, and the scene he saw crushed the last bit of extravagant hope in his soul. The huge black shadow that seemed to destroy the world penetrated the leaden clouds, and the strong air pressure impact was like an invisible big hand pressing down. The bangs of the hair that were blown up made people tremble involuntarily at this moment. Is this the feeling of despair? Mei Terumi opened her dry lips and entangled her hands to catch her slightly trembling arms. Looking at the huge meteorite with a diameter of thousands of meters falling from the sky, the tense nerves, as the words fell into his ears, were like the straw that broke the camel's back, and the nerves were completely broken. Enjoy it. In this serious mode, the first sky-hindering star will be easier to handle, but what can you do about the second one? Chinyu smiled playfully. The small voice echoed between heaven and earth, and everyone's mind was shaken. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was endless. Whether it was the Anbu of the Mist Ninja or the members of the Akatsuki organization, they all knelt down helplessly. A meteorite falling from the sky had already made them feel desperate. Now they were told that this was just foreplay, and even their last glimmer of hope was completely annihilated. If you really want to use a word to describe it, is the person in front of you still a human? That's a god. Bang! Mei Terumi knelt on the ground in response, looking at the meteorite that was quickly crushing down from the sky. The so-called genius was completely vulnerable. In a short moment, hundreds of ninjutsu flashed through her mind. But facing the serious mode mentioned by Chinyu, it was completely pale and powerless. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded first. The movement was stumbling, and her pretty face was pale and sweaty. However, under the trembling of her body, Zionin still rushed to Uchiha Kainu at the fastest speed at the moment. He knew clearly that only the boy in front of him could break the deadly situation in front of him. Chapter 208 Cannot refuse the woman's request. Kainu. Zionin was anxious. His figure flashed quickly and rushed to Uchiha Kainu. However, this trembling, shaking body made it difficult for Zionin to maintain a normal speed. He stumbled and lost his balance, falling head-on into the ruins in front of him. Looking at this sudden scene, Zionin's pale face changed drastically, and it was too late to twist her body. Most importantly, if she fell like this, she would lose the most critical opportunity to plead for mercy. Bang! A dull collision sound came out, and Zionin's falling body was stabilized in an instant. The warm big hand directly hugged Zionin around the waist. The face with a warm smile was so close that Zionin's expression tightened. She didn't care that her round face was squeezed and deformed, and said in a hurry, "Chinyu, you, don't mess around, they all know they are wrong. Can you stop this meteorite quickly? I know you have a way. As long as you can do it, I can agree to any conditions you have." The hurried words echoed in the desperate meteorite space. In the Akatsuki organization, Zionin has always been the kindest person. Just as Jiraiya commented on Zionin, because she is as pure as paper, she has an angelic paper escape technique. Seeing Zionin with a little panic and anxious sweat on her face, Chinyu smiled and reached out to gently rub Zionin's hair, saying, "I have a bad habit. I can't refuse women's requests." "Mei Terumi, you're right." Mei Terumi was in despair, her expression was frozen, she had never thought that Chinyu would approach her at this critical moment. If it was normal, she would have already turned her head away arrogantly and ignored him, and suddenly attacked him. It's a pity that for the first time, she chose to lower her proud head, abandon the crown of the genius of the Mist Village, bowed heavily to Chinyu, and said urgently, "Please save us." "Chinyu." Yekeng also clenched his hands and exclaimed softly. In the same camp, helping the enemy to plead for mercy, this is something that should never happen. But as a former hero of the Sand Village, Yekeng obviously couldn't give up this kind of saintly thinking. Feeling the atmosphere that changed instantly, Chinyu shrugged helplessly and said, "Then wake up." The inexplicable words seemed to be infused with magic sounds, penetrating into the soul. With a crisp click, the sky in front of them, like a mirror, shattered. The next moment, before they could react, the whole world turned into a vortex, pulling their consciousness out. When everyone's thoughts recovered, the scene in front of them once again shook people's hearts. Time seemed to go back to half a minute ago. Uchiha Chinyu, still sitting in his original position, holding hot tea in his hand. The worn-out sword in Zabuza's hand broke after slashing on the ribs, and was inserted diagonally into a pillar not far away. Under the blown cloak, the pair of Scarlet 9 Magatama Sharingan, as red as blood, emitted a terrifying light. But the only thing that remained unchanged was the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground one after another. Whether it was the Mist Ninja Anbu or members of the Akatsuki organization, including Mei Terumi, Konan, and Zabuza, who was known as the Demon Man. The whole person seemed to be exhausted and fell to the ground. The sound of rapid panting and soaked clothes. That feeling was just like a drowning person being rescued. Looking around the entire tea house, only Uchiha Chinyu was able to leisurely taste hot tea and eat meatballs. No. There should be an old shop owner who was confused. In his eyes, this group of ninjas just made a lot of noise, jumped up and down, and then collapsed. Just now, was that an illusion? Yekeng took a break for more than half a minute, and then he adjusted his mind and asked. Being in the Tsukuyomi, she personally experienced a doomsday-like scene. But her subconscious told Yekeng that she was Chinyu's companion, so she was not completely desperate, so she reacted so easily. As for the others, they were still like drowning, in a huge gap, unable to react for a long time. This is one of my pupil techniques, but I didn't expect that no one could break free. Chinyu took a sip of hot tea. In the original work, Uchiha Obito was obsessed with launching the infinite Tsukuyomi, claiming to change the world. This is enough to prove the strength of this illusion space. If the superposition effect of the amplification eye is added, one person will be caught if he enters. Unless you have shadow-level means, powerful illusion attainments, or a strong person who is always on guard against Tsukuyomi from the beginning. Otherwise, it is difficult to break free from Tsukuyomi. Just an illusion? Yekeng was stunned. With one trick of illusion, she subdued her mortal enemy, the proud daughter of the Mist Village. No. To be precise, she swept the whole place. But when he thought of the heaven-shattering, world-destroying Tianai Zhenxing, Yekeng couldn't help but asked in a hurry, is everything just now true? For this seemingly idiotic question, the people who just came to their senses didn't dare to laugh at it. They knew clearly that Yekeng was asking whether Qin Yu could perform everything shown in the illusion in reality. Facing this question, everyone's face had an inexplicable urgency. Haha, guess. Qin Yu laughed dryly, relaxed his body, and stood up in full view of everyone. Okay, I've finished my tea and eaten a lot of meatballs. It's time to move around and digest them. Are you going to go together or one by one? If she hadn't experienced the despair just now, perhaps Terumi Mei would still speak rudely with great ambition. But now, facing Qin Yu's scarlet eyes, the proud head was suppressed again. I admit defeat, I hope you can give me a quick death. Terumi Mei spoke first. As soon as this fell, the other ninjas, even the most useless, scared Long Yu, nodded repeatedly. Watching this scene, Qin Yu suddenly felt bored. With a step, he appeared at the side of Terumi Mei like a ghost. With his right hand, he gently pinched her chin as white as mutton fat white jade, smiled warmly and stretched out his hand to flick her forehead. Don't worry, I'm not a murderous person, otherwise the illusion just now would be real. Qin Yu smiled and let go. He rubbed Terumi Mei's head and said, next time, if you dare to challenge me again, I will spank you. Snap. A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. Mei Terumi tensed up as if she had received an electric shock. Feeling the burning sensation in that place, her cheeks flushed for a moment, and she hurriedly looked at Qin Yu and said weakly, isn't it next time? Oh, a slap in the face for a life, do you still want to talk back? Qin Yu smiled with interest. However, as soon as this teasing came out, he instantly regretted it. Looking at the group of Mist Ninja Anbu and other members of the Akatsuki organization, they all leaned sideways and raised their buttocks high, as if waiting for the chrysanthemums to bloom all over the mountain. Let Qin Yu wanted to kick him away. Come on, I'm willing to. A resolute voice came out of Zabuza's mouth. Seeing the dignified demon Zabuza doing such an arrogant butt-sticking action, Qin Yu's cheeks were twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 209 There are many kinds of geniuses. After this commotion in the dilapidated tea house, the depressing atmosphere in the scene seemed to be relieved. Qin Yu, can you let them go? After all, this is in the territory of the Rain Country. Xionan was the first to lose his temper. At this time of war, any slight contradiction will become the beginning of a war. Even the darling of the Mist Village, Mei Terumi, appeared here. Once an accident occurs in the Rain Country, it will turn into the same incident as the disappearance of the third generation of Kazekage, providing the Water Country with an excuse to invade the Rain Country. Although, the current environment is that because of Uchiha Qin Yu's matter, the 5-Cage Conference was proposed to put an end to the Third Ninja World War. It's just that weak countries have no diplomacy. Once the Land of Water holds on to this matter, it may cause unnecessary disputes. What's more, this matter has been related to the Akatsuki organization, and Konan is even more unwilling to see Terumi Mei killed. Of course there is no problem. Qin Yu smiled warmly, and the Mist Ninja Anbu in the field secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They are not afraid of death, but facing this situation where death is inevitable, no one is willing to sacrifice in vain. However, I have one thing that needs to be confirmed. Qin Yu looked at Zabuza, which made everyone in the field tense up. Terumi Mei looked anxious and said, Uchiha Qin Yu, Zabuza is a traitor to the Mist Village, we will deal with it well, and our Mist Village will give a satisfactory answer to the damage caused this time. In Terumi Mei's eyes, Uchiha Qin Yu obviously has a relationship with the girl of the Akatsuki organization. Zabuza just killed 2 ninjas, so it is natural for Qin Yu to pursue him now. No, I am not interested in your reply from the Mist Village. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, it can be said that I don't care about the style of your 5 major countries at all. But, that little brat Zabuza, didn't you say that as long as you have a beheading sword, you can kill me? Why don't we play a game? Game? The faces of the people present changed drastically in an instant. If they had not seen the scene in the illusion space, they would still have the courage to fight. But now, after seeing the scene that destroyed the world and was like the end of the world, who would dare to attack Uchiha Qin Yu? That would be courting death. What's wrong, don't you dare? Qin Yu smiled and took out an ancient scroll with his backhand. The pattern on it, which looked like water and clouds, instantly made the mist ninja Anbu, Terumi Mei and even Zabuza see the clues. The ninja sword summoning scroll of the Hoshomi clan. No matter where the ninja sword is, as long as this scroll is used, it can be summoned from a distance. However, the premise is that there is no special seal on the ninja sword. In the original work, this scroll disappeared in the Mist Village with the death of Manzuki Kizuki. And the Kizuki clan could not escape the annihilation of the historical trend. In the end, only Suijutsu Kizuki was left in the huge cage-level family. This funny guy was also kidnapped by Orochimaru as an experimental subject. Uchiha Kainu, this scroll requires the special seal-making technique of the Kizuki clan to summon the ninja sword. It may be difficult for you, an outsider, to do it. Mei Terumi spoke first. When she saw Yekeng and Uchiha Kainu together, she already knew that the person who attacked Manzuki Kizuki and rescued the hero of Sand Village was Uchiha Kainu. If it was any other opponent, she would have already attacked. But facing Uchiha Kainu, she still chose not to break this relationship. No, this scroll just records the method of use. It may be difficult for others, but I am still confident in my talent. Qin Yu smiled and spread out the scroll. There are a total of 7 mysterious taboo seals on it, and the name of the ninja sword is also imprinted. At the end of the scroll, there are also the order and techniques of the seals required for the summoning scroll. Among them, there are many text reminders on the operation of chakra. Qin Yu, I don't mean to discourage you, but the 4th generation Mizukage also tried to use this scroll that day, but failed. Terumi Mei said. Qin Yu smiled and looked at Mei Terumi, saying, are you saying that I will fail? Faced with this question, Mei Terumi's expression froze, and then she nodded stubbornly, yes, you may have an extraordinary talent and a special method to control this ninja sword summoning scroll, but it should not be possible now. The 4th Mizukage is known as a peerless genius in the Mist Village. Really? Qin Yu smiled warmly, but an ethereal system voice popped up in his mind. Ding dang! The ninja sword summoning technique has been detected. Does the host immediately reach the maximum level with one click? Sure enough. Qin Yu's smile deepened, and a thought came to his mind, and he instantly issued an order. Immediately reach the maximum level with one click. Host, please wait. Congratulations to the host, the ninja sword summoning technique has reached the maximum level with one click. Accompanied by a warm current of information rushing straight into his mind, Qin Yu looked at the scroll that came with him and said with a smile, there are many kinds of geniuses. Maybe I just happen to be a demon. Let me try it first. It's up to you. I hope you won't run into any obstacles. Looking at the stubborn Uchiha Qin Yu, Terumi Mei did not continue to resist. Refute. However, as soon as the voice fell, the scene she saw made her pupils shrink suddenly. Uchiha Qin Yu moved instantly. His hands flew as fast as wheels, so fast that they left a series of afterimages that the naked eye could not follow. The feeling of flowing water was completely different from the first time the ninja sword summoning technique was performed. When the last seal fell, a powerful spatial fluctuation emerged in the seal scroll, and 7 lights emerged at the same time. Summoning technique Ninja Sword 7. Bang! White mist emerged, and 7 ninja swords of various shapes appeared out of thin air in front of her. It actually succeeded. Mei Terumi was stunned. A moment ago, she was still swearing that even the 4th Mizukage could not use the ninja sword summoning scroll. Now Qin Yu summoned 7 ninja swords at once, which was too fast to be slapped in the face. For Mei Terumi, even if she failed once, it was a little comfort. However, the Uchiha Qin Yu, who was known as the rebel ninja of Konoha and the Bloody Ashura, succeeded in performing it at one time. Looking at this shocking scene in front of her, Terumi Mei was still in a state of amazement, and only those words remained in her mind. There are many kinds of geniuses, and I just happen to belong to the category of monsters. Chapter 210 I like your shamelessness. 7 Ninja Swords. Zabuza's expression suddenly changed. In the Mist Village, the 7 ninja swordsmen have a status second only to the Mizukage. They are also the elite assassination team directly under the Mizukage. It can be said that as long as they are the Anbu ninjas of the Mist Village, they have an inexplicable morbid yearning and respect for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Especially for a psychopath like Zabuza who is called a demon man. Pick whatever you want. If you like, you can use all 7 swords. Qin Yu smiled playfully. If a person lives a life without even a little pursuit, he is a salted fish. Although many people like to be salted fish, at least they need to have the fate of being salted fish. At least, Chinyu is not, and Zabuza in front of him is even less so. Can I really do it? Zabuza's eyes flashed with a trace of heat, and he couldn't help looking at Chinyu. Of course. Chinyu smiled and nodded, saying, but once you make a choice, you may die. Die? The ninjas present couldn't help but gurgle and swallowed their saliva. If it were them, I'm afraid they would turn around and leave without hesitation. Chinyu, are these ninja swords ownerless? What if they are fighting and suddenly have no weapons? Yekeng said suddenly. In her intelligence, Uchiha Chinyu took away 2 of the 7 mist ninjas when he rebelled in Konoha village. Now summoning all 7 ninja swords at once is probably a bit inappropriate. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly, looking at the 7 ninja swords in front of him, and it seemed that he had really forgotten about it. Ahem, they are all monsters, they should be fine, and it only took a moment. Even if we really want to blame them, it's Mangetsu Kizuki's fault. Chinyu said with a dry laugh. Mei Terumi and the others couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. This is a shot while lying down. I've chosen. Zabuza's voice suddenly sounded. The next moment, a dignified sound of breaking through the air suddenly came out. The cold light flowed on the blade, and it slashed across Uchiha Chinyu's neck with a posture as fast as thunder. Zabuza, you are too shameless. Yekeng's face changed and he shouted in a hurry. She never thought that Zabuza would take advantage of the gap between her and Chinyu's conversation to suddenly attack. Humph, what shameless, for us assassins, as long as we can achieve our goals, we don't care what means. Zabuza smiled grimly. Feeling the beheading sword in his hand as if it had merged into one, a fanatical look appeared on his face. I admire your shamelessness. To show my respect for your shamelessness, I just use the ninjutsu. I hope you can survive. Chinyu smiled warmly. Looking at the incoming beheading sword, the chakra in his body exploded like a torrent. As the purple lightning suddenly surged, the next moment the air was filled with the sound of cloth tearing. Chinyu, who was standing in the same place, disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The beheading sword missed. However, Zabuza is worthy of being the 7 mist ninjas who dared to assassinate the Mizukage in the original work and was able to escape unscathed. Although it was the first time he came into contact with the beheading sword, the feeling of using it freely made him instantly withdraw the missed attack and stop the slashing posture. Be careful, he's up there. Terumi Mei shouted in a hurry, tightening Zabuza's nerves. He hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the figure wrapped in lightning was like a battle axe, slashing down with force. Ninjutsu lightning release righteous axe thunder. Boom! The thunder roared, and it came down with a mighty force. It rolled like a tide, and approached Zabuza in the blink of an eye. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Zabuza's face changed drastically. He didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised the beheading sword in his hand to block it. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound rose to the sky. Under the endless lightning flash, the huge impact force caused the ground under Zabuza's feet to crack. The next moment, the crisp sound of cracking shook everyone's nerves. The moment they hurriedly looked at the beheading sword, an unbelievable thought emerged in their minds. Broke in. Half of the sword flew away, and endless lightning, like a raging tide, directly swallowed Zabuza. Accompanied by the ground's loud tremors, hideous cracks spread rapidly around. The rubble flew, and the dust rolled back, causing the onlookers to withdraw and retreat. When everything returned to calm, a huge deep pit appeared in front of everyone. Zabuza, who was holding a half-broken beheading sword and covered in blood, was curled up and lying in the ruins. Alas, it's so boring, I can't even be serious. Chinyu reluctantly took back the half-broken beheading sword in Zabuza's hand. With a backhand seal in his hand, the 7 great ninja swords immediately reversed and summoned back. The battle really ended in an instant. Terumi Mei opened her slightly dry lips. Just now, she was still feeling sympathy for Mangetsu Kizuna, who was shot while lying down, and completely ignored the true meaning of Chinyu's words. Even Zabuza, who was called a demon in the Mist Village, couldn't take a single move. What is the real strength of the young man in front of him? When she thought of the report and proposal sent by the 3rd Hokage not long ago, Mei Terumi was shocked. Never take the initiative to provoke Uchiha Chinyu. Take him back. If he can't die, you can come to me if you are interested. I like his shamelessness. Chinyu kicked Zabuza directly. The 1.8-meter body flew straight to the mist ninja Anbu like a sandbag under Chinyu's feet. The sudden scene made them flustered, especially when they heard the sound of bones breaking, which made people feel cold. But facing Uchiha Chinyu's request, they dared not neglect it at all. He quickly took Zabuza, who was covered in blood. His breathing was weak. The punch just now didn't hit him, but there were signs of high-temperature burns from the electric current all over his body. The mist ninja Anbu caught Zabuza and hurriedly investigated the situation. However, as their inspection unfolded, their faces turned pale. The meridians in his chest and heart were broken, and his bones were damaged. Although Zabuza didn't die from this punch, he was at least 90% dead. What's wrong? Can't he be saved? Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. His figure flashed and appeared beside Zabuza. Seeing the sudden appearance of Chinyu, both the mist ninja Anbu and Mei Terumi looked nervous. However, when they saw the medical ninjutsu and palm fairy technique in Chinyu's hand, they couldn't help but be stunned. Not only does he have powerful illusions, ninjutsu, and ninjutsu, but he also doesn't let go of the difficult medical ninjutsu. It's not an exaggeration to describe him as omnipotent. If Zabuza knew that he was beaten half to death and then rescued, I don't know what his expression would be. Is it bitter or depressed? I'm afraid it should be worse than death. Chapter 211 They are too weak. Okay, he shouldn't die. Chinyu dispersed the palm fairy technique in his hand. With the help of the amplification eye, the healing effect is almost catching up with Tsunade's 100 healing seal in the original work. However, Chinyu certainly won't let Zabuza recover, and it's already the best he can do to get him 50% or 60%. Even so, it also caused a sound of people sucking in cold air in the field, and they couldn't help but call Chinyu a pervert. Can we really leave? Mei Terumi was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking. This is too smooth for her. Isn't this young man in front of him the big devil who kills without blinking an eye in the rumors? Are you still planning to let me take you there? Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, but if you want to be a rebel like her, I don't mind having 3,000 beauties in my harem. Chinyu, what nonsense are you talking about? Ye Kang's cheeks flushed instantly. Feeling the changes in everyone's expressions, he found that the so-called explanation was probably futile, so he had to grit his teeth and glare. Then I'm really leaving. Mei Terumi confirmed again and again. Finding that Chinyu really had no intention of stopping him, he quickly signaled the three mist ninja Anbu to pick up the seriously injured Zabuza and retreat quickly. After escaping for 3 or 4 minutes, Mei Terumi couldn't help but look back and said, have you sensed Uchiha Chinyu's chakra fluctuations? Mist Ninja Mei, not yet. The Mist Ninja Anbu was also relieved. However, after hesitating for a moment, he said, Master Terumi Mei, should we report what happened here to Master Mizukage truthfully? Including Uchiha Chinyu's final invitation to Zabuza. When I thought about it, even the newly promoted strongman among the Anbu assassins, Zabuza, with the help of the beheading sword, he still couldn't defeat Uchiha Chinyu's attack. Moreover, the beheading sword was broken. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. I don't think Zabuza would accept this so-called invitation even if he wakes up. Another Anbu said, who would be stupid enough to surrender to an enemy after being beaten half to death by the enemy. This remark immediately received nods in agreement from everyone. No, you are wrong. Mei Terumi said with a gleam in her eyes, I think that person has a unique attraction. He can attract different people to depend on him and respect him as king. Don't forget, the intelligence now knows that the ninjas related to Uchiha Kinyu are all extremely vicious. Even Biwajozo, one of the most basic original 7 ninja swordsmen, and Hoshigaki Kisame are unruly. But they are willing to follow Uchiha Kinyu in rebellion. If this happened to Zabuza, he might really become the third person. The slightly long voice made the faces of the 4 Anbu ninjas change drastically. At first, when they heard the so-called attraction from Mei Terumi, they thought that the proud daughter of the Mist Village was fascinated by this rebel ninja. Now, listening to this talk that seemed like a far-fetched conversation, it makes people feel that there is no way to refute it. Ms. Mei Terumi, will you? A Mist Ninja Anbu said suddenly, No, don't misunderstand, sir, it's just that Uchiha Chinyu just now also invited you. I won't. Ming Terumi exhaled deeply. But thinking back to the scenes just now, for her, she had already died once. If it weren't for Uchiha Chinyu's deliberate release, I'm afraid no one would be able to walk out of the tea house alive. So, at this moment, even Ming Terumi couldn't figure out what was in her mind. On the other hand, in the messy tea house, Qin Yu weighed the silver in his hand and threw it directly to the shopkeeper, who was almost crying. Here are 50,000 taels. Take it to the 5 major ninja villages and you should be able to live a stable life. Thank you very much, sir. The old shopkeeper took the silver and his face was full of joy. Sir, you are more compassionate than those so-called ninjas. Thank you very much, sir. Looking at the old shopkeeper, who was almost moved to tears and snot, the Akatsuki organization and others also looked at each other. This completely subverted their cognition. Qin Yu, this money is mine, you should return the rest to me quickly. Ye King looked at the familiar wallet and immediately became anxious. During this period of time, Ye King knew clearly that the fierce man in front of him, who was rumored to be fierce in the outside world, had no heirs at all. So, she became unscrupulous. No, I can give it back to you, but you need to kiss it at least 1,000,000 times. Do you think this is a good deal? Qin Yu smiled playfully. Ye King glared and was about to refute, but his expression suddenly changed. Wind style fierce wind palm. Fire style great fireball technique. 2 loud shouts came together, and a hurricane-like sound of breaking through the air was heard instantly, and at the same time, the hot air waves also rolled back. The two of them are indeed the top figures of the Akatsuki organization, and they have grown up together since childhood. When they cooperate, the means they use are also smooth. As soon as they made a move, they used a combined ninjutsu, and the wind escape and fire escape were superimposed, and the momentum was instantly huge. However, looking at this sudden attack, Xionen's face changed completely. The scene she didn't want to see again still happened. Yahiko, Nagato, get out of the way quickly, otherwise you will die. The hysterical cry suddenly sounded, and Yahiko and Nagato, who suddenly attacked, were stunned. In their eyes, they had the advantage of the first move. Moreover, 2 to 1, they should have an advantage in numbers. However, this thought of weighing, just as it sprouted in their minds, the scene they saw the next moment made their pupils shrink suddenly. You can do it, and I just happened to do it too. Qin Yu smiled playfully. His hands flew quickly, and the familiar great fireball seal was formed in an instant. As the last seal fell, the chakra accumulated in the mouth instantly turned into a blazing flame and rolled out. Boom! A fireball with a diameter of 50 meters condensed out of thin air. Facing the superposition of wind escape, the fire escape performed by Yahiko was simply a child's play. It was shattered in an instant. The blazing flame rolled back and hit them like a hurricane, which instantly awakened Yahiko and Nagato, who were originally in a trance. But facing the raging sea of fire, they could not escape for a moment. Water escape, water array wall. 2 cries rang out instantly. The water mist was quickly drawn out, and instantly turned into a water wall in front of Yahiko and Nagato, slightly blocking the attack of the fireball. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, Nagato and Yahiko did not have time to think about it, and quickly pulled back. As soon as the two left, the water wall made a sound of cloth tearing, and completely evaporated under the flames. The fireball, with a diameter of tens of meters, with a crushing posture, plunged into the lake surface hundreds of meters away and exploded. Endless steam rolled back, and the lake water splashed all over the sky, like a hot rain. Qin Yu looked at this scene and touched his nose helplessly. Was he joking too much, or were they too weak? No. It should be said that they must be too weak. It's nothing to do with the rain girl. Chapter 212. Was it inserted here? Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed between heaven and earth, and could not be dispelled for a long time. The boiling lake water poured down like a rainstorm, completely covering the ruins within a radius of 1 kilometer. Looking at the vacuum zone in the center of the lake, it was submerged by the backflow of lake water after 3 or 4 seconds. Yahiko and Nagato, who had just escaped from the fireball, looked at each other palely, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, the combined power of the wind-style fierce wind palm and the fire-style great fireball just now was beyond the reach of ordinary people. This move also took them 7 or 8 years to hone, so that the strength of the chakra could be adjusted to the most perfect proportion. However, a move that they were originally proud of was like a joke in front of the fireball with a diameter of 50 meters just now. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Someone canvassing a C-level ninjutsu to perform an S-level ninjutsu. Yahiko, Nagato, you are not injured, are you? Xionen was worried, and landed beside the two of them. After looking them up and down, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they were all fine. If Yekeng had not helped in time and cast the water array wall to slightly block part of the attack of the fireball, I am afraid that she alone would not be able to save Yahiko and Nagato intact. We are fine, but didn't you have a conflict with that person just now? Yahiko hurriedly looked at Uchiha Kainu, but his expression suddenly changed. Is it him? Zionin smiled bitterly and nodded. He is the Konoha ninja I mentioned to you. In the ninja world, Uchiha Kainu is known as the Bloody Ashura. However, his current identity seems a bit embarrassing. When I think of it, Uchiha Kainu has changed from a hero of Konoha Ninja Village to a Konoha rebel. This huge gap is a big deal for the Akatsuki organization, which is committed to lobbying for peace among the 5 major countries. Once they are labeled as colluding with the rebel ninja, they will probably encounter obstacles everywhere in the future, let alone participate in lobbying the 5 major countries. Konan, you should be very clear about the difference between us and him. Nagato spoke coldly. Compared with Yahiko, the funny guy, and Konan, the saint, Nagato's personality is a bit cold. Otherwise, after Yahiko was killed, Nagato would not have gone berserk, opened the Samsara Eye, summoned the Outer Path Demon statue, and killed people directly. But he saved me twice. If it weren't for him, we would have died when we met the killer in the rain just now. Konan explained anxiously. Of course, she completely filtered out how many times she almost died in the hands of Uchiha Chinyu at that moment. As for Long Yu and the others, they didn't have the courage to say no, and could only nod and agree. Did you encounter the killer in the rain? Yahiko's expression changed slightly. We received the latest intelligence, that was Zabuza, the demon from the Mist Village, so we came here to support you. As it borders the land of water, the Akatsuki organization also knows a little about some of the situations in the Mist Village. Especially in the Mist Village, they are more cautious about the geniuses and excellent ninjas who appeared in the 3 Ninja World Wars. It is to avoid that they can respond immediately when they flee to the border to make trouble. Moreover, on the way here just now, they sensed the violent lightning chakra fluctuations here through Nagato's Eye of Heart music from thousands of meters away. After arriving here, they misunderstood Chinyu as an enemy, so they fought. What's wrong, have you finished whispering? Chinyu smiled and patted the dust on his body and said, prepare a room for me, I'm here to save you. 2 rooms. Yekeng glared and added quickly. Seeing Chinyu, who was so familiar with him, Nagato's face darkened. He was about to speak again, but Yahiko stopped him. He is also a guest after he came over. Moreover, he has done a favor to Zionin and the organization. If we just let them go, it would seem that we are unkind. Nagato looked at Chinyu and said. However, due to your status, we can only let you stay for 1 night. This. Zionin was anxious when she heard this, but under Nagato's gaze, she could only look at Chinyu with an apologetic look. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. After a long night, maybe tomorrow morning, you will be reluctant to let us go. Chinyu smiled playfully, not taking it to heart at all. Humph, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Don't think too much of yourself, otherwise you will lose face tomorrow. Nagato snorted coldly, obviously competing. However, as soon as the voice fell, Chinyu took a step, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had crossed more than 10 meters and came to Nagato's side. What a fast instant body technique! Yahiko and Nagato were surprised. After reacting, Chinyu's right hand suddenly pinched Nagato's shoulder like lightning. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded, and the spurting blood could not even cover the black robe. Did you get stabbed here not long ago? The wound has not healed for a long time and it hurts so much. Chinyu quickly let go of his hand. Looking at Nagato who was pale with pain, he had another guess in his mind. Chinyu, what's going on? Zionin looked anxious all of a sudden. Zionin, I'm fine, I just got a little injured when I was on a mission. Nagato stood firm, took a look at the injury on his shoulder, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The smell of corruption that had troubled him for a long time and remained on the wound actually dissipated. At this moment, his eyes looking at Chinyu changed obviously. The Akatsuki organization is full of all kinds of ninjas from the entire ninja world. There are also medical ninjas among them. However, when he was injured, Nagato had already found a medical ninja for treatment. But the palm fairy technique he used was easily offset by the corrupt smell lingering on the wound. The medical ninjutsu that could heal the wound quickly was greatly reduced when used on these wounds. With such a development, the battle situation became increasingly unclear. Nagato, are you okay? Yahiko said in confusion, you are not usually the one who suffers losses. I'm fine, let's go back first. Nagato glanced at Chinyu, and after hesitating, he finally looked at Yahiko. After such a commotion, Yahiko didn't want to stay any longer. He nodded and took out 2 masks, handed them to Chinyu and said, your identities are more sensitive, so when you enter the Akatsuki base, I hope you can wear masks. Don't worry, we won't make it difficult for you. Chinyu took the mask and put it on. At first, he thought that once Danzo hooked up with Hanzo, he would be eager to show his strength and attack Akatsuki. Unexpectedly, Akatsuki seemed to be involved in other incidents. Moreover, the other party was not small. Chapter 213 instantly into the play. Because the Rain Country is a buffer zone bordering big countries, every ninja world war will become a battlefield. Therefore, the geographical conditions are very poor. Although Akatsuki, as a new force in the Rain Country, has gathered many people with lofty ideals. It also has the ability to make the 5 great powers look at it. But its status in the Rain Country is obviously a bit embarrassing. Compared with the big village across the river, the Akatsuki organization is obviously a temporary stronghold built in an abandoned village. There are many members of the organization stationed around, but Chinyu found that most of them are ninjas from the Rain Village. Yahiko, Nagato, you are finally back. A middle-aged man with a body like a giant bear paced back and forth at the entrance of the camp with an anxious look on his face. When he saw Yahiko and Nagato, his face lit up and he walked up quickly. Konan, you are back too. When we learned the information, we were so worried that we wanted everyone to save you. The middle-aged man looked Konan up and down, and when he found that she was not seriously injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. The members stationed around were alarmed and rushed over. This popularity did not disappoint Konan's beautiful and sweet voice, and her saintly personality. Okay, don't gather here. Did anything happen here when we were away? Nagato's expression was still indifferent. As soon as these words fell, the members who were originally excited froze. Xiangshan, you say? Nagato continued to speak. However, he was soon interrupted by Yahiko. Nagato, there are guests here, don't mess around. What's the matter, let's talk about it later. Xiangshan was stunned for a moment, and only then did he realize that there were 2 more men and women wearing masks in the team. He hesitated and asked, Yahiko, are these the reinforcements you invited? With them here, we can also breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing the beautiful misunderstanding was born, Yahiko was instantly speechless. Haha, don't worry, we are here, and we will definitely help when necessary. Chinyu laughed and patted Xiangshan on the shoulder. Xiangshan's eyes lit up immediately, and he said in a hurry, my lord is really generous, so thank you in advance. Come on, prepare some good wine and food, and entertain the 2 lords well. Looking at Chinyu who was instantly immersed in the play, Nagato, Yahiko and others were confused. This is too smooth, isn't it? However, seeing Chinyu and Yakeng being led away, Nagato had already lost his temper and said, are those guys here to attack again? Xiangshan's smile faded, and he nodded solemnly, that's right. If it weren't for the rain ninjas outside who delayed some of the enemies, our base would have been breached. This time, Mr. Hanzo also sent 2 capable retainers to support us. Are we really not going to keep our base in the Rain Village? At this point, Xiangshan's face became more solemn and said, if Mr. Hanzo helps us, we may be able to complete that mission. Otherwise, with our current strength, it would be difficult to escort them safely. Yahiko and Nagato looked gloomy, and after looking at each other, Yahiko shook his head and said, the purpose of our Akatsuki organization is not to rely on any force. Once we enter the Rain Village, in the eyes of outsiders, it means that Hanzo has incorporated us, which will make the subsequent lobbying more difficult. Moreover, we have persisted in this escort mission to the last step. As long as we really succeed in reaching the destination, it will definitely impress the 5 major countries. But, looking at Yahiko who was determined to do what he wanted, Xiangshan hesitated and finally sighed and said, then Yahiko, you are right. This is the last step. If it succeeds, the influence of our Akatsuki organization will also rise. Now I just hope that the 2 adults have a strong deterrent power to make those guys retreat. After listening to these words, Yahiko and Nagato looked bitter. If they knew that this time they went to find Hanzo of the Salamander for help, they would not refuse. The so-called reinforcements brought back were actually the Konoha rebel Uchiha Kainu, and no one knew what his expression was. However, the situation is urgent now, and they can no longer think too much. As long as they survive tonight, they can turn defeat into victory. Okay. Yahiko hesitated for a moment and said, Kumayama, we still can't relax our vigilance today. Tomorrow morning, we will set out to escort to the destination. You should arrange the personnel first. Yahiko, don't worry, we will definitely get this done. We have also sent a lot of rain ninjas outside. Today is the last night, and the base is absolutely impregnable. Kumayama patted his chest, left these words, turned around and left with the guards. Xionin was confused, but she knew clearly that in this kind of occasion, it was best to play dumb. At Yahiko's signal, Xionin's expression changed first. Then she showed a face full of disbelief. She knew that this expression implied that Yahiko was going to implement Plan B. Across the river, on a huge metal tower. A man with silver hair stood quietly facing the rain. The telescope in his hand was slowly retracted. Denzo, now that you are here, don't be sneaky. You came to me from Konoha, don't forget, if you don't use the extreme, I won't let you stay here. Salamander Hanzo said coldly. Soon, a black figure emerged from the darkness, and when the outline of his face emerged, it was Denzo Shimura who defected from Konoha. Haha, Hanzo, you should be as vigilant as before. Denzo walked out slowly with a cane and said, you should know that the plan is always full of variables. This time they did refuse to settle in the rain village, but it is also a good opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife. At this point, Denzo clenched his crutches with both hands and said in a deep voice, I, Shimura Denzo, only miscalculated in front of a little devil, and I will not go the same way this time. What's more, now that I have joined forces with Mr. Hanzo, what does it matter if we face him again? The Rain Village, the half-god salamander Hanzo, became famous in the Second Ninja World War. He chased the Konoha army alone, and finally gave the title of Sunin to the 3 stubborn little strong men who were slaughtered. It is under this glorious record that the Rain Village can become a powerful military village second only to the 5 major ninja villages. It is for this reason that Shimura Denzo knew that the 5 major ninja villages could not accommodate him, so he sought cooperation with Salamander Hanzo. Chapter 214 Raising a Peeping Tom in the Body. So what should we do now? Salamander Hanzo squinted at Denzo. He was wary of this cunning villain who dared to plot against the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But if the Akatsuki organization could be solved, this fish stalk stuck in the throat would not be a bad idea. No ruler would like to see a new force threatening his regime within the country. Haha, don't worry, I didn't come out of Konoha empty-handed, I'm ready for everything. Denzo smiled grimly. This time, you refused to give reinforcements to those 2 little brats. The attack not long ago has made them panic. They only have one way to go. And I have already prepared a backup plan to give them a surprise. Looking at the strategist Denzo, Hanzo snorted coldly and said, I hope the whole thing will really develop as you imagined. If things are done, you will definitely benefit. If something goes wrong, my rain village is too small to accommodate your existence. After saying this, Hanzo turned around and left, leaving Denzo standing quietly under the drizzle. The smile on his face gradually faded, and the haze instantly covered his entire face. Damn Uchiha Chinyu, if that guy hadn't suddenly appeared, I wouldn't have completely controlled this arm. The next time we meet, I will give you a surprise. In the Akatsuki organization's base, Chinyu and Yakeng were arranged in the same room. The food on the table had already been swept away by the 2-tailed beasts. The posture of holding the belly and burping made Yakeng's eyes completely hot. Girl, clean up the dishes and chopsticks, we will go to bed first. The 4-tailed beast picked his teeth and said in a dignified manner. However, as soon as he uttered the words, he was kicked away by Chinyu and fell heavily on the bed. Sun Wukong, can't you have some moral integrity? You even ate up our food, and you still let Yakeng clean up. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, don't forget, our identities are the adults of the Rain Village. Where have you seen adults clean up the dishes and chopsticks by themselves? Go outside and call for help. The 4-tailed beast was stunned for a moment, and immediately came back to his senses and said, Boss, you are right to teach me a lesson. I will call people now. Seeing the 4-tailed beast running out of the door, Kang's cheeks were twitching. If he didn't know their true identities, Kang would never believe that the dignified tailed beast weapons would be trained like a husky. After calming down a bit, Kang looked at Qin Yu and couldn't help asking, "Qin Yu, are you collecting tailed beasts to make Jinchuriki weapons?" Jinchuriki weapons? The ears of the three tails, which was burping, twitched. "Boss, if you want, we can get into you. You can just seal it, but you have to let us out to eat and drink when you have time, otherwise we will go berserk." Looking at the three-tailed beast that seemed to have become a foodie, Kang took a deep breath again and said, "In the 5 major countries, the tailed beasts have always been regarded as taboo weapons, and they are the foundation of the ninja village. This time, the 4th generation of Mizukage of the Mist Village convened the 5-cage conference because of the loss of the tailed beasts as an opportunity. There are also the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. They should agree soon. As for the Wind Country, it may be influenced by the matter of the Red Sand Scorpion. Once the 4 major countries reach a consensus, the Fire Country cannot stay out of it. At that time, we will be enemies with the entire ninja world. If we can use them, we may be able to increase the bargaining chips." Having said that, Kang did not continue. In her eyes, no matter how powerful a person is, facing the 5 major countries, there are still 5 shadows joining forces. The result is probably a dead end. To find a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation, the only way is to make your influence decisive. This method is actually similar to the rise of the Rain Village. "Let them live in my body." Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and said, "No way, I don't want to raise a voyeur in my body. I don't want to make people secretly happy when I'm doing that with you, talking nonsense, talking about length and width. When I think of the so-called Jinchuriki in the original work, they are really bold. Especially Naruto, if Kurama suddenly said good job when he was doing that with Hinata. At that time, Naruto would continue to work harder or surrender instantly. What if Naruto is still happy and asks Kurama for some tailed beast clothes to increase? It would be embarrassing on the whole screen." "Qin Yu, what nonsense are you talking about?" Kang's cheeks were flushed, but he felt the strange eyes of the 3-tailed and 4-tailed, and the gesture of nodding repeatedly. That expression, I'm afraid he did a lot of such things when he was sealed in the body of Jinchuriki. For a moment, Kang was immediately discouraged and said, "This is the power of the tailed beast that is sought after by all the major ninja villages. Are they really not going to use it?" When he thought about being enemies with the 5 major countries and even the entire ninja world in the future, Kang knew that there were many monsters under Qin Yu's command. But in her eyes, the chances of winning were still slim. "It's impossible for me to have a peeping Tom in my body. Otherwise, I'll put one in you." Qin Yu smiled warmly. Kang's expression suddenly stiffened. As a hero of the Sand Village, for her, if the village needed it, she would definitely offer her body and become a member of the Jinchuriki. This is the duty of a hero. However, after hearing Qin Yu's peeping Tom theory, this mentality obviously became awkward. After hesitating for a long time, he said weakly, "Can we find someone else?" Seeing that the 3-tailed and 4-tailed beasts who were enjoying their lives in the body of a beautiful woman were instantly despised, they almost rolled up their hands and tried some hard means. However, under Qin Yu's glare, they were still defeated instantly. "By the way, I remember that in addition to the method of sealing in the body, you can also lend a small part of your power as a seed permanently and leave it in someone else's body." Qin Yu remembered that in the original work, in addition to the 9-tailed beast, Naruto's body also had the chakra seeds of the other 8-tailed beasts. It was for this reason that after the end of the 4th Ninja World War, Naruto's body could still rely on this method to become a place of contact for the 9-tailed beasts. It can be said that if Naruto was doing that, the 9-tailed beast would blow the whistle as soon as he saw the tide and the 9-tailed beasts gathered. That scene was probably just missing some popcorn. Of course, if Qin Yu did not have a tailed beast in his body, it meant that there was no seal to provide a platform for shelter. Unless Qin Yu opens the illusion space himself, they can only communicate through thoughts at most. Moreover, Qin Yu is the leader of all this. It is not like the original work, where the 9-tailed fox serves as the contact person and gives random orders. The 3-tailed fox and the 4-tailed fox were stunned at first, and said in unison, "Boss, I didn't expect you to know this method, but it may be very difficult to do so. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger." Chapter 215. It ended at the beginning. Does this method have a big disadvantage? Kang couldn't help asking. In their eyes, the correct way to open the tailed beast is to seal it in the body, and if necessary, Open another hole to leak some chakra. Form a tailed beast coat to increase the amount of chakra in oneself. Some people with special physiques may be able to suppress the tailed beast in the body through the cooperation of the seal, and have greater initiative. However, different sealing techniques have different disadvantages. Among them, the Sand Village's fake sleep technique can be said to be the weakest among the major tailed beast seals. Even a little nap will be counterattacked. This is buying discomfort with money. However, Qin Yu actually knows another way to use the power of the tailed beast. This is beyond her expectation. We don't know how many years we haven't used this method. Sanwei said after a moment of silence. Although leaving the chakra in the boss's body has little effect on us, it can also transmit energy over long distances when necessary. However, because there is no seal, and our tailed beast's consciousness suppresses and controls, once the chakra seed is activated, if the boss cannot suppress it, he may be affected by negative emotions and fall into a runaway. Having said this, Sanwei did not continue. According to Xiao Sanzi, once the tailed beast chakra is out of the control of the tailed beast, it will become more violent, and it is not easy to control it. Qin Yu asked with a smile. Originally, this method was just his guess. However, now that he has received the affirmation of Sanwei, it is enough for Qin Yu, who has a one-click full-level system. Yes. The three-tailed beast nodded solemnly and said, Boss, the negative consciousness filled in the chakra of our tailed beasts cannot be ignored. Don't worry, I'm sure. Qin Yu smiled warmly, patted the three-tailed beast's head, and said, Give me the chakra. There are many kinds of geniuses. I happen to be a demon, so I will be fine. This. The three-tailed beast hesitated. Over the years, since the six-path sage left, Qin Yu was the first person who did not seal them and use them as weapons for the tailed beasts. It didn't want to see Qin Yu's consciousness being eroded by the runaway chakra. However, feeling Qin Yu's full confidence, the three-tailed beast gritted his teeth and said, Okay. But, the boss has to promise me one thing. If I determine that you can't bear this tailed beast chakra, I will forcibly extract the chakra seed. I will help too. The four-tailed beast immediately nodded in agreement. This time, they put away their usual playful smiles. Even Yekeng was surprised by the scene. In her eyes, the tailed beasts and humans have always been incompatible. Now the three-tailed beast and the four-tailed beast's concern for Qin Yu obviously exceeds this cognition. Then why don't you hurry up and do it? I've been waiting until the flowers have withered. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. However, I can't tell them that we are different and our lives are cheating. Okay. The three-tailed beast smiled helplessly, stepped on the ground, and 7 or 8 streams of water flowed out, laying a huge barrier in the room with a mysterious posture. I'll do it too. The four-tailed beast also started to move instantly, and the magma flowed. Under the water barrier, another magma barrier appeared. Feeling the strong breath flowing from it, Yekeng was slightly moved. The history of the survival of the tailed beasts is longer than that of the current 5 major ninja villages, and it is not new to know ninjutsu. But the sealing technique now performed is obviously beyond their cognition. Boss, this is a technique to isolate the breath of our tailed beasts, and in an emergency, to suppress the tailed beast chakra seeds in your body. Now it starts. The three-tailed beast's expression sank, becoming more solemn than ever before. Roar. A roar like a violent roar came out like thunder, and the vibration of the sound wave alone caused ripples in the air. Yekeng's expression changed, and he was worried that everything that happened here would alarm the outside world. But soon he found that this worry was redundant. The red and blue barriers set up around him flashed for a while, emitting powerful barrier fluctuations. Before Yekeng could figure out the secret, the three-tailed beast roared again. Boss, be careful, the tailed beast peeling technique. Roar. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed. The violent chakra exploded like a raging tide, and burst out of the three-tailed beast's body in a domineering manner. A stream of fierce tears, sadness, anger, and many other negative emotions burst out like a gusher. Feeling this huge thought, Yekeng's face turned pale in an instant. He didn't have time to think about it and quickly pulled back. Boss, catch it! The three-tailed beast roared. For it is still a bit difficult to control this separated power. As the roar fell, the huge chakra floating in the sky turned into a small three-tailed beast and plunged directly into Uchiha Qin Yu's body. Boom! A huge wave of chakra surged with Qin Yu as the center. The ground under his feet, which was blessed with a barrier, seemed to be unable to bear the weight and collapsed. At the same time, the hurricane swept across, and even Yekeng hurriedly used the earth formation wall to defend. If she had been mentally prepared, she would have seen with her own eyes that the chakra separated alone had such momentum. Once the tailed beast sealed in the body went berserk, it might directly burst the Jinchuriki. No wonder, in the major ninja villages, the selected Jinchuriki, 9 out of 10 times, went without returning. The violent will of the tailed beast contained in it alone is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Feeling the huge impact dissipate, Yekeng hurriedly removed the earth formation wall and hurriedly looked at Uchiha Chinyu. However, this glance made Yekeng's expression stagnate. According to the three-tailed and four-tailed, the most important part of implanting the tailed beast chakra seed is to tame this violent chakra. According to common sense, there must be a dangerous struggle, and it only takes a moment for the boss to run away. However, the feeling Chinyu gave them now was that he was standing quietly with his eyes closed. Stinky Turtle, what's going on? Four-tailed couldn't hold back his temper, is your chakra gone? Stinky Monkey, what did you say? Three-tailed glared at him and said, the chakra seed has just been implanted, and now it's just the beginning. We must be very alert and must not let the boss get into trouble. Four-tailed didn't want to argue, and nodded in agreement, but almost cracked his eyes. Looking at the tailed beast clothes that quickly covered Chinyu's body, and his clear eyes. This is the beginning, and it's over? Chapter 216 The hardest to enjoy the favor of a beauty. Boss, am I dazzled? Three-tailed couldn't help rubbing his eyes. However, it would never mistake the familiar smell emanating from the tailed beast clothes. This is indeed from the chakra on its body. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the maximum level of the tailed beast chakra technique with one click. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Chinyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The way this system was named was too special. The word manipulation was used too well. However, the smoothness of this also saved Chinyu a lot of trouble. Feeling the slightly crude tailed beast clothes on his body, Chinyu thought about it, and the chakra seeds in his body exploded like a volcano. The next moment, the crude tailed beast clothes that originally covered his whole body instantly switched to light blue. Moreover, it turned into a scale-like armor, emitting a strong water attribute chakra fluctuation all over his body. Watching this scene, Chinyu smiled playfully. In the original work, the most basic tailed beast mode is the tailed beast coat. The second is half-tailed beast transformation. For example, the half-tailed beast state performed by Gaara. The next is the full seal release, the complete tailed beast form. However, there are also alternative complete tailed beast forms like Naruto, who are completely in line with the mentality of the Nine Tails. It is called the Nine Tails Chakra mode. Simply receive chakra completely, exert the strength of the tailed beast to the extreme, and do not switch the tailed beast form. Just let the power of the tailed beast exist in the form of chakra. At present, Chinyu took advantage of the convenience of the system and crossed these processes at once, reaching the final level. In this form, Chinyu felt that his every move was filled with huge power. Now, my mother doesn't have to worry about my lack of blue. Little Sanzi, what do you want to say? Chinyu came back to his senses, looked at the two stun-tailed beasts, and asked with a smile. The three-tailed beast opened his lips slightly, and finally swallowed all the words that were about to come out of his mouth, leaving only 2 words. Pervert. Looking at the three-tailed beast who was like a loser, the four-tailed beast laughed strangely and said, I have said it long ago that the boss is a dragon among men and a demon among geniuses. How can you measure him with your chicken intestines and belly? Look, the boss made a move and matched your chakra to the highest degree. Even your turtle shell has been transformed into the most majestic black tortoise chain mail form. Look at you, a turtle with your head shrinking, hee hee. Dead monkey, when did you improve your flattery skills? I must kill you today. The three-tailed beast exploded instantly. Looking at the two-tailed beasts, moving up and down, and fighting a life and death battle as usual, Chinyu reluctantly retracted his gaze and carefully felt the tailed beast coat covering his body like flowing water. In the three-tailed beast chakra form, Chinyu felt that his perception of the natural power of water attribute was greatly enhanced. Especially the distribution of water particles in the entire space, he knew it like the back of his hand. Hey, is there someone outside? Chinyu raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. The movement in this room was a bit loud, but under the double barrier cast by the two-tailed beasts, there should not be any chakra leakage. At the moment, Chinyu also used this layer of chakra coat to increase his perception of the natural power of water, so he could detect that someone was lurking outside. Without any hesitation, Chinyu took a step and disappeared like a ghost. In the three-tailed form, the lightning chakra mode was cast, and the speed of the burst was even faster. Yekeng and others only felt that Chinyu disappeared in front of their eyes. There was a delicate shout from the outside world. Without time to think about it, the two-tailed beasts immediately stopped the life and death battle, quickly removed the barrier, and rushed out with Yekeng. As soon as he left the door, the first thing that came into view was a slightly thin figure wearing a hideous ghost mask. The purple shawl hair was very eye-catching. Chinyu appeared in front of her, his slightly pale hands quickly flew down, forming a series of seals. Thunder escape, thunder tiger bombardment. The girl shouted again, and her hands suddenly clasped together. A large number of arcs emerged from the girl's body, turning into a 7 or 8 meter long thunder tiger, rushing towards Uchiha Chinyu. Seeing that she was so young, she could attack with such a fierce thunder escape. Yekeng was surprised and shook his head helplessly. If it was someone else, this seal speed and the power of thunder escape ninjutsu would be enough to make people retreat 3 feet. But the one in front of him was a demon who claimed to be a genius, and he could not be measured by common sense. The huge thunder tiger jumped down and appeared in front of Uchiha Chinyu. Chinyu opened his bloody mouth, but he moved instantly. As his hands stretched out like lightning, the chakra coat mixed with thunder and water quickly turned into gloves. The next moment, he grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the thunder tiger with both hands. With the muscles bulging, he exerted force suddenly, and the 7 or 8 meter thunder tiger was torn apart. The sudden scene made the pupils of the mask shrink, and his eye sockets were even more dilated. Tearing the thunder tiger with bare hands is so terrifying. It's my turn. Chinyu looked at the lightning that was scattered all over the sky, and took another step, as if he turned into a blue lightning, instantly piercing through the void, and appeared at the side of the masked girl 1 step ahead. Without any hesitation, the right index finger was wrapped in lightning and inserted directly into the girl's waist. No. It should be said that it was lightly tapped. 1000 volts, discharge. The crackling electric light splashed, and the masked girl cried out, her body softened, and was instantly paralyzed by Chinyu, and her feet staggered and fell to the ground. Yekeng, who was watching this scene, rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you help her up? This is not like your style." Hehe, it's the most difficult to enjoy the beauty's kindness. She has a strong ability to swallow and suppress the chakra of the tailed beast. If I help her, I'm afraid that the chakra in her body will be impacted by the chakra of the tailed beast. If there is no special means to seal and suppress it, I'm afraid it will go out of control or explode and die. Chinyu laughed dryly. There was also a hint of curiosity in his eyes when he looked at the masked girl. In the vast ninja world, there are very few ninjas who can suppress the tailed beasts physically. Except for the perverts of the Uzumaki clan, there are only a few in the vast ninja world. Chinyu remembered that there was one under Orochimaru, and he also tried to control the 3-tailed beast. As for the Cloud Ninja Village, there seemed to be 2. Are you also a Jinchuriki? The masked girl suddenly spoke. The originally horrified eyes were filled with an inexplicable joy. Chinyu was startled at first, and then he saw the masked girl, who could not help but take off her mask first, revealing a slightly childish face. Judging from her appearance, she should be about 14 or 15 years old. The contours of her face reminded Chinyu of a tsundere and slightly arrogant ninja village hero in the original work. Chapter 217 Tu Yukato. You are the 2-tailed Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village, the Tu Yukato. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and said hesitantly. The girl was startled at first, and then showed a trace of vigilance and said, "Do you know my identity? Are you the killer sent by those people?" "Killer? If I were a killer, I would not have electrocuted you just now, but killed you." Chinyu rolled his eyes, and he finally understood that the Akatsuki organization exuded a feeling of facing a great enemy. It seems that he took on the task of escorting the 2 Yukatos and was sniped by other people with ulterior motives. The 2 Yukatos were stunned for a moment, and soon breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You are right. However, I advise you to leave here quickly. There is a fight over there, and the situation is a bit bad." "A fight?" Chinyu raised his eyebrows. Just now, he was in the barrier of the 2-tailed beasts, cutting off contact with the outside world. And the powerful formation of the tailed beast's chakra made Chinyu and others ignore the exploration of the outside world. With the reminder of the 2 Yukatos, Chinyu discovered that the sound of fighting came from the entire Akatsuki organization's base one after another. Among them, various ninjutsu emerged one after another, and the power seemed to be average. But it was also a feast of ninjutsu. Those guys didn't know that I sneaked out. If they knew that the one chasing and escorting was just my clone, I don't know what their expression would be. The two Yukatos smiled cunningly. Looking at this little girl who was afraid of chaos in the world, Chinyu rubbed her head helplessly and said, "Tell me what happened." Feeling that the body that was originally slightly numb suddenly returned to normal, the two Yukatos were stunned at first, and looked at Chinyu with a little more shock, saying, "Your use of the thunder release technique is much better than the old man in the village." As the chatterbox opened, the two Yukatos also chattered endlessly. According to her, the task received by the Akatsuki organization this time was to escort her from the Cloud Village and the huge stone turtle on the moving island back to the Cloud Village to serve as the two-tailed Jinchuriki. However, this news was leaked for some reason, and many assassinations were encountered along the way. Among them, some came from the family forces in the Cloud Village. And the two Yukatos, in a sense, were the Jinchuriki containers that the Cloud Village deliberately kept on Turtle Island since childhood to avoid the use of Jinchuriki weapons. When necessary, they can be used immediately. This feeling is similar to the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. He couldn't say he sympathized with this fate. After all, Zhou beat Huanggai, one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. However, now that he is in the Akatsuki organization, Chinyu also plans to use the Akatsuki organization to lure Danzo out. So Nagato and the others can't get into trouble. Let's go, and see, this pot is caused by you, you can't just pat your butt and leave." Chinyu released the three-tailed form and reached out to flick the forehead of the two wooden men. You flicked someone's forehead without asking for their opinion, it's very painful. The two wooden men covered their foreheads and complained with a curled mouth. However, there was no angry expression on his face. For her, a human pillar container who has been raised on Kame Island since childhood, it is like a blank sheet of paper, and she will feel very curious about everything in the outside world. Especially about people's feelings, full of curiosity. Then I ask you now, isn't it the same to make up for it? Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. There is already a silly and innocent hero from the Sand Village behind him, and there is one more eyeliner. This character template is also too simple, it is completely printed out of the same mold. Is it because the author is too lazy, or he likes silly and innocent? On the other hand, it is 30 miles away from the Akatsuki organization's base. 7 or 8 figures quickly swept through the forest, as fast as a series of afterimages. Among them, the whole team moved forward in a strange posture. 3 people were guarding the periphery, while the 4 people inside were carrying a small box-like bridge and rushing on the road. Haha, you have been running for so long, do you still think you can get out of our palm? Hand over the Jinchuriki, we can give you a quick death. A joking voice suddenly came out. The 7 people who were originally on the road suddenly changed their faces. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of air-breaking sounds suddenly echoed. Dozens of shurikens and kunai shot from all directions. Stop, defend now! Yahiko shouted, his hands quickly flying and forming a series of seals. Earth escape earth formation wall. Boom! The ground made a roar, and Nagato and Konan, who were standing aside, also attacked at the same time. Among them, there was also the figure of Kumayama. As soon as the 4 of them attacked, the 4 sides of the earth formation wall instantly surrounded Kiyoshi. The shurikens and kunai that followed fell on the earth formation wall like a rainstorm. However, looking at the attack that was blocked in an instant, Yahiko's face changed drastically. It's a detonating talisman, run away quickly. Boom, as soon as the words fell, the sound of the explosion echoed, and the hot air wave completely broke the dead silence in the dark night. After 7 or 8 seconds, the forest affected by the explosion gradually returned to calm. Looking at the trees lying in all directions, as well as the large area of messy woodland, the dust gradually dissipated. A huge water curtain protected the 7 of them in time. Nagato, thank you. Yahiko secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked around, his face couldn't help but become solemn. Although he had already known the number of people hiding in the dark through the number of kunai that had just attacked. But looking at the grand lineup in front of him, Yahiko's heart couldn't help but tighten. Yahiko, has our plan been leaked? Otherwise, they would have no chance to gather so many ninjas here in advance. Xiangshan was completely impatient. There were only 7 of them, but the ambushers in front of them were definitely 7 or 8 times theirs. Moreover, the other party is not an ordinary character, but a famous fighting family in the Cloud Ninja village. Every time they appear on the battlefield, their hands are stained with blood. In the Cloud Ninja village, they are also the existence that the Cloud Ninjas keep away from. Although, not long ago, they fought each other several times, but the number of people who appeared on the other side each time was also sporadic. It is not like now, where they are completely out in full force. Thinking that this escort mission is related to the fate of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko couldn't help but clench his fists. Chapter 218 What a terrible little brat! Haha, I advise you to hand over the people quickly. Facing our Take Torai clan, those who dare to resist will die without a complete corpse. A middle-aged man with pale skin, tyranny in the depths of his eyes, and 2 dots of red ink on his eyebrows walked out of the crowd. As the most powerful mercenary clan in the Mist Village, they have been bathed in blood and fire for many years. With the special blood limit, corpse bone vein, which can control bone buds, bone quality, and calcium concentration in the body since childhood. This makes the ambition and madness of the Take Torai clan even more uncontrollable. Even the Mist Village is difficult to suppress, not to mention leaving the territory of the Mist Village, becoming a wild wolf that is out of control, and appears even more ferocious. Moreover, in the Take Torai clan, there are only strong people and killing, no so-called feelings and family affection. Looking at those crazy faces that gradually become clear in the darkness, the hearts of Yahiko and others seem to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. 7 people, against 40 or 50 people, and they are a madman clan famous in the ninja world. For them, this is a dead end. Yahiko, didn't you say that the enemy's attention is all on the base, and 2 rain ninjas can completely attract their attention and give us a chance to sneak out of the base? Xiangshan's face was ashen. Now we have fallen into the enemy's trap. No one in the organization knows about this plan except us. There is no possibility of support. What should we do now? Facing Xiangshan's questioning, Yahiko and Nagato's expressions froze. In their eyes, this plan should be flawless. Especially the arrival of Uchiha Chinyu and Yakang, which also gave them an extra layer of deception. It is for this reason that Yahiko allowed Chinyu and Yakang to stay in the base at this critical moment. If the enemy really attacks the base in a large scale, although they are not there, with Uchiha Chinyu and Yakang there, they can definitely be saved safely. They can also carry out this secret plan with peace of mind. However, the scene that appeared in front of them completely overturned their calculations. But it also made Yahiko vaguely guess that the traitor was not in the Akatsuki organization. The only people who can see through this deception are probably those who have already seen through Chinyu and Yakang, not the reinforcements from the Rain Village. Who? Yahiko took a deep breath, and a mess of thoughts flashed through his mind. For him now, this was extremely terrifying. But now he could only break the dilemma first. Looking at the new chief of the Take Torai clan, Take Torai Fukai, Yahiko's expression condensed, and he shouted sternly, "Kumayama, you and Konan escort the adults away, and Nagato and I will stop them. Do it." As soon as the voice fell, Yahiko reached into the ninja bag with his backhand, took out 4 or 5 kunao, and threw them head-on. The sudden attack, at a close distance, arrived in the blink of an eye. As soon as he approached, Yahiko immediately made a seal with his right hand and shouted angrily. "Explode for me!" Boom! The detonating talisman hidden in the kunao was instantly detonated. The violent hot air wave rolled back like a hurricane, and instantly submerged Take Torai Fukai, the leader, directly in it. Even the nearby trees were directly engulfed by the flames. Seeing this scene, Xionan's nerves suddenly tensed up, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly reminded, "Yahiko, be careful." Too late. A crazy laugh came from the endless flames. Covered with bones, Take Torai Fukai rushed out of the sea of fire as if wearing a layer of armor. The short distance of more than 10 meters was instantly shortened under Take Torai Fukai's feet. The palm of his right hand moved, and it turned into a huge bone spur spear, stabbing straight into Yahiko's chest. At such a close distance, facing the Take Torai clan who are good at physical combat, Yahiko couldn't react at all. In particular, Yahiko didn't expect that the other party could be unscathed in such an explosion. Earth! Escape earth-splitting palm! Nagato shouted and slapped the ground with his backhand. As the rumbling sound continued, the ground under his feet collapsed directly. The attacking Take Torai Fukai looked cold, and his steps were unstable. His right hand shook suddenly, and the white bone cone shot out instantly. Corpse dance cone spear. The white bone cone exuded a chilling smell. It was so close that there was no way to hide. As Yahiko's pupil shrank, Nagato on the side directly hit him. Bang! Yahiko was knocked away and avoided the attack range of the bone cone. However, looking at Nagato who replaced him, he immediately became anxious. Little devil, go to hell! Take Torifukai laughed strangely, no matter whether it was Yahiko or Nagato. It was enough to take the life of any one of them in one encounter. But the next moment his expression suddenly changed. The bone spike shot out, and it seemed to hit an invisible barrier an inch away from Nagato's face. Bang! A crisp collision sound suddenly echoed. The bone spike was directly bounced away, like a sharp arrow, and was inserted diagonally into the tree trunk beside it. Looking at this weird scene, not to mention Yahiko and Take Torai Fenki, even Nagato couldn't help but be stunned. Uncle Xiangshan, be careful! Conan's exclamation suddenly came out, instantly pulling everyone back to their thoughts. Nagato and Yahiko woke up and hurriedly distanced themselves, and at the same time hurriedly looked at Xiangshan and others. More than a dozen members of the Take Torai clan, like a tiger descending from the mountain, approached with bone spike swords in both hands. For ninjas, the most important strength is based on ninjutsu. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization is full of wandering and lost ninjas. Originally, compared with the ninjas of big countries, there is a big gap in strength. Facing these bamboo tacticians who are proficient in physical skills, once they are bullied and approached, they don't even have the chance to seal. Don't worry about us, take that adult away quickly, otherwise the mission will fail, and our Akatsuki organization's efforts over the years will be wasted. Xiangshan roared, and after failing to seal, he took out a kunao and immediately blocked the incoming bone spear. However, as soon as the voice fell, a petite black shadow passed through the crowd and appeared in front of Xiangshan in the blink of an eye. The white bone blade dagger cut directly to Xiangshan's throat. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. No one thought that a child of only 5 or 6 years old would hide on the battlefield all the time, like a tiger and leopard waiting for an opportunity to hunt. Moreover, he saw the opportunity and used his outstanding body skills and sharp movements to play such a high-speed fatal blow. This child is definitely not a simple character. Got it. The child said indifferently. The bone dagger in his right hand suddenly changed its attacking posture and went to block behind him. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. The playful words that fell into his ears made everyone in the field nervous. Yo, what a scary little kid! Chapter 219 Are you tickling me? The small voice came out of nowhere in the forest. An unexpected figure flashed through Xionan's mind. At the same time, he saw the kid who attacked. His fatal blow missed instantly, so he immediately formed a seal with his backhand. Paper shuriken. The white paper flew and changed in the void. The next moment, it turned in vain, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and shot straight at the child. Although the attack was interrupted, the child recovered quickly except for a little panic at the beginning. He flipped in the air, and his body dodged the incoming paper shuriken at an incredible angle. At the same time, he landed next to the petite bridge. This scene made Nagato and Yahiko, who had secretly breathed a sigh of relief, change their faces drastically. Xiangshan couldn't hold his breath. Although he had just walked back from the gate of hell, he still jumped towards the child. The person in the bridge was the key to this mission. If there was any mistake, the reputation accumulated by the Akatsuki organization over the years would be destroyed. Don't go to die. A faint voice suddenly sounded. Xiangshan just looked at a figure wrapped in lightning, like a ghost, who came first and appeared in front of him first. At the same time, his right foot kicked him in the chest like lightning. Bang! Xiangshan was kicked away directly, and the sudden attack made people feel surprised at the same time. Sharp white spikes, like spears, shot out from under the soil and pierced Qinyu's body. For a moment, the area of 7 or 8 meters where Xiangshan was standing was completely reduced to a hell of bone needles. The dense posture made people's spines shiver. Haha, I said it before, Kimimaro is young, but he can definitely be called the secret weapon of our Take Torai clan. Take Torai Fenki smiled grimly, and the bone knives in both hands directly split the joint attack of Nagato and Yahiko, jumped down, and jumped directly over the hell of needles. That kind of agile movement and sharp skills are not comparable to ordinary ninjas. I caught you. The unexpected voice suddenly came out, as if it was infused with magic sound, penetrating people's hearts. The cold a big hand reached out from the bones like lightning, and grabbed Take Torifyoki's right foot at a precise angle. Without any fancy moves, he slammed down to the ground. Thunder escape, heavy thunder axe. The lightning wrapped around Take Torifyoki's body, causing a brief paralysis. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he slammed down to the ground. Bang! The sound of thunder rolled and spread, and the huge impact force caused the ground to crack. The shocking cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. The rolled back sand and dust were like a rolling sandstorm, and the raging lightning crackled through the world. The scene of the sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. When the sand and dust of the world were swept away by the breeze in the forest, in the scarred land, among the bone spurs like a thorn forest, a figure with lightning wrapped all over his body and no damage walked out slowly. As for the Take Torifenki who was hit hard on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body, which was originally twisted in a strange posture, quickly recovered and adjusted with a series of bone-crackling sounds. He jumped down and landed directly beside Kimimaro. As expected of an indestructible cockroach, he always uses the corpse bone vein to protect his body organs during the battle. As long as it is not a fatal injury, it can be recovered through the rapid regeneration of the body and bone reorganization. Chinyu loosened the bones on his body, looked at Kimimaro, who was only 5 or 6 years old, and said, "No wonder even Yagura has a headache. This blood limit is really perverted enough." In the original work, Kagaya Otoji used the corpse bone vein to the extreme. A stab of the white bone, a slight scratch, but the whole body will turn into ashes. Compared with the Take Torai clan in front of him, I don't know how many times more advanced it is. To put it another way, the Take Torai clan insulted this perverted blood power. Even Kimimaro, who had a little hope, was a short-lived species and was killed directly by the plot. Otherwise, he should have been able to shine in the original work. "Humph, who are you? Since you know how powerful the Kekkei Genkai of our Take Torai clan is, why do you dare to interfere in our affairs?" Take Torai Fenki shouted with a sinister look. The original chaotic situation was interrupted instantly because of Chinyu's appearance. However, in a short moment of fighting, the Akatsuki organization paid the price of 3 serious injuries. If Chinyu hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid even Xiangshan would not have been able to escape the killing. Looking at Chinyu, who not only walked out of the corpse hell unscathed, but also almost killed Take Torai Fenki in one blow, the atmosphere in the field became obviously more depressing. Feeling the changes in the field, Chinyu smiled playfully, "Haha, did you misunderstand what I meant just now? My praise just now was for the corpse vein. For me, everyone present is garbage." The small voice was mixed with a frivolous taste. Nagato, Yahiko, and even Konan's cheeks twitched slightly. This is too arrogant. However, facing this kind of arrogance that even includes them, they have no way to refute. Because they know clearly that the young man in front of them is too powerful. Arrogant. Take Torai Fukai roared. As a member of the Take Torai clan that has always been feared by the outside world, when has he ever been despised like this? "Kimimaro, kill him." Take Torai Fukai's face was ferocious, but he obviously had no intention of doing it himself. As soon as the voice fell, Kimimaro, who was only 5 or 6 years old, jumped towards Chinyu with an expressionless face. It must be said that the physical fitness shown by the young Kimimaro at the moment is not inferior to that of the adults of the same clan. The short distance of more than 10 meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. As soon as he appeared in front of Chinyu, he spit out bone spurs from the palms of his hands and stabbed Chinyu's face directly. The fierce attack and swift posture made everyone nervous. Even Yahiko, Nagato, and others felt like they were walking on thin ice, staring at Uchiha Chinyu. They wanted to see clearly how he would deal with this attack. However, this glance made their pupils shrink suddenly. Facing the incoming attack, there was no counterattack at all, and before they could react, 2 white bone spurs had already pierced Chinyu's forehead and chest like lightning. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder. The fierce attack made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Seeing the bone spear that hit Chinyu hard was blocked by a layer of armor condensed by lightning, recalling the scene of the bone hell just now, everyone took a breath. The momentum is pretty good, the speed is fast, and the attack is fierce, but you haven't eaten, are you tickling me? Chinyu smiled warmly. However, this smile at the moment gave people the feeling that the god of death was calling for his life. At this close distance, the scene of Take Torifyoki being severely injured just now quickly overlapped. Chapter 220. Will you follow me next? It doesn't work. Take Torifyoki's face changed drastically. No. It should be said that the expressions of everyone present changed. In their eyes, the attack launched by Kimimaro, no matter how fast or powerful, would make them the target of the attack, and they would definitely not be able to take it unscathed. However, this attack that made them feel fatal seemed pale and powerless when it fell on the young man in front of them. However, as a crazy person to the core, the expression of Take Torifyoki quickly returned to calm. With a ferocious smile, a white bone appeared in his right hand, and he chopped down the bridge beside him. Little ghost, you are indeed very powerful, but don't forget that our real purpose is the people you are escorting. The hysterical roar made Yahiko and others change their faces drastically. Zionin couldn't help but shouted, "Chinyu, help me save the people in the bridge." For Chinyu, it might be very simple to save the people in the bridge first. But for Zionin and others, whether it was the members of the Take Torai clan who were eyeing around covetously or the Take Torifyoki who suddenly attacked, it undoubtedly made saving people more difficult than climbing to the sky. However, in the face of Zionin's pleading, Chinyu seemed to be unaware of it, and watched everything with a playful smile. Bang! The bridge was cut into 2 pieces in an instant, and the broken fragments made Zionin and others pale. Haha, your mission still failed. Take Torifyoki succeeded in 1 strike, and looked at Chinyu with a ferocious smile, saying, "No matter how strong you are, now even the escort has been killed, you have lost." "Who said I lost?" Chinyu said with a smile, "I thought your clan was just crazy, but I didn't expect that you are still a simple-minded existence with strong limbs." "That's a clone, idiot." "Clone?" The people present were stunned. Zionin and others couldn't help but look into the bridge. Bang! The body that was originally cut in half turned into 2 pieces of wood and rolled directly to the ground. The sudden scene was like an invisible slap, slapping everyone in the face. For both of them, whether it was escorting or sniping, they didn't even know that the so-called adults in the bridge had already become clones. Still fighting desperately, this is a shame. No. It should be said that the IQ was insulted nakedly. Asshole, you must have hidden the man. Everyone, come on, kill him and let him know what will happen if he offends our Take Torai clan. Take Torifyoki roared fiercely. The Take Torai clan members who were already fighting red-eyed all around jumped up. They were so fast that they rushed towards Chinyu in the blink of an eye. Yahiko, let's help him quickly. Xiangshan's face changed drastically, and he jumped up and tried to rush out. However, as soon as he took a step, he was stopped by Zionin. "Don't go over, we can just watch quietly, this battle will be over soon." Zionin looked at Chinyu standing on the battlefield with a complicated expression. At the beginning, after she knew Yahiko's plan, she planned to refuse. After all, Chinyu had done a favor to her and the Akatsuki organization, and now not only did he not repay the favor, but he also planned to use Chinyu and Yekeng to cover up the truth. This made Zionin feel bad. But facing the survival of the Akatsuki organization and knowing Chinyu's strength, Zionin still took the risk. However, this matter seems very complicated, but Zionin has always believed that Chinyu's strength is unshakable. Corpse Tsubaki dance. Kimimaro took the lead. Facing the failure of the attack just now, his cold heart was shaken. He was born with the thinking of a killer. However, his real age is still a teenager of only 5 or 6 years old, no matter how outstanding his strength and talent are. Facing, the scene just now was beyond his expectations. Therefore, for Kimimaro, the current mentality is to urgently verify his own strength. Gritting his teeth, his hands flew quickly, and the sharp bones instantly tore the abdominal muscles, like a cannonball, and shot out instantly. Bang! At a close distance, there was no way to hide, accompanied by a dull collision sound. The bamboo culls rushed in like tigers and wolves, and the bone swords in their hands chopped down on Chinyu. But as soon as they approached, 6 bone spears flew out like sharp arrows. 7 or 8 people who approached were directly pierced by bones and fell heavily on the trees, ground, and rocks around them. The sudden scene did not stop the bamboo culls, who were completely aroused to stop attacking. The crazy attack flooded Uchiha Chinyu like raindrops. Bang bang bang! The powerful and heavy chopping sound echoed between heaven and earth, and the sudden scene shook Xiangshan's nerves. However, just when he wanted to make a move, he saw an unbelievable scene. Through the encirclement of the attack, he instantly met the eyes like a blood moon. The slash that seemed to fall like a rainstorm was shrouded around Qin Feng's body, and the scarlet illusory ribs blocked it all. After the attack failed, Kimimoro's expression changed, and he quickly pulled away and retreated. Looking at the pair of 9 Magatama Sharingan, he remembered the legend of Konoha Ninja, Blood Ashura, which he heard on the battlefield not long ago. Well, is this the strength of your entire clan? Qin Yu looked at the astonished faces indifferently and said, "It seems that my evaluation just now was not wrong. Everyone present is rubbish. However, there are still some little brats in the field that interest me." Having said that, Qin Yu couldn't help but look at Kimimaro and said, "Will you follow me next?" The voice was not loud, but at this moment it seemed to be infused with magic sound. Whether it was Yahiko and others, or members of the Take Torai clan, their cheeks couldn't help twitching. In front of the whole clan attacking, there was still leisure to poach in public, which was a contempt for the Take Torai clan. As a Take Torai clan that was crazy to the bone marrow, this was completely intolerable. No matter who the other party was. In the original novel, this crazy clan, knowing the huge difference in strength, dare to rebel and capture the Mist Village with the power of one clan alone. "Kill him, what Konoha Blood Ashura, I don't believe that you alone can fight against my Take Torai clan." Take Torai Fenki roared fiercely. "Kimimaro, come on, or I will kill you first." The roar echoed in the forest. The Take Torai clan members, who had paused their attack, showed madness again. Just like in the original work, they were crazy to the bone marrow, with only war, killing, and absolute obedience in their minds. Chapter 221. It seems that the only way is to exterminate the clan. Kill. The sound of shouting and killing sounded like a thunderous drum. The rolling murderous aura rushed out of every Take Torai clan member, turning the deadly forest in the middle of the night into a battlefield in an instant. Yahiko and others standing on the periphery were obviously ignored by the Take Torai clan. In their eyes, there was only one enemy left, Uchiha Qin Yu. The white bones appeared on the members of the Bamboo Cutter clan, giving people not only a sense of madness, but also a terrifying fighting posture. Looking at the Bamboo Cutter clan members who were attacking like locusts, Qin Yu sighed helplessly and said, "It seems that the negotiation has failed. Since this is a life and death battle, and also a battle of honor for your crazy clan, the choice between me and you, then I will just let you exterminate your clan." The small voice fell on the ear like the death god's call for death. The 9 Magatama Sharingan, like a blood moon, turned in vain, and the pupil power filled with the taste of disaster exploded instantly like a volcanic eruption. The madly attacking Bamboo Cutter clan members were directly blown away by this air wave. The tens of meters of huge Susanoo no condensed, and the 3 Shura faces instantly opened their blood-red eyes, and the 6 arms turned over, and the blade condensed by the black flame of Amaterasu was instantly unsheathed. With the black flames, the whole world seemed to be swept by a hot hurricane. The thrown bamboo trolls froze, and before they could stand firm, they saw a black flame sword more than 10 meters long slashing across the sky. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in their pupils, they had no way to hide. In a hurry, they could only raise the bone knife in their hands and frantically activate the corpse bone veins to cover their bodies with a layer of bone armor for defense. As combat ninjas of the bamboo trolls, they have experienced life and death trials for many years, which has given them inexplicable confidence in their own defense methods. As long as they can resist this attack, they will continue to attack violently. In their crazy thinking, no matter how powerful the enemy is, they will definitely be exhausted to death under the absolute number and strong defense. It is precisely because of this that their clan can stand out in the Mist Village known as the Blood Mist Village and become the most feared madman clan. However, just as this thought came to mind, the next moment the crisp sound of cloth tearing suddenly came out. The moment 3 blades condensed with black flames swept across the sky. Wherever they passed, whether it was people or the defenses they had high hopes for, they felt like paper and were cut in half in an instant. Puff! Blood splattered, 3 knives came out, and the ghost knife opened. No matter how crazy you moved, you could not escape death. The blood splattered all over the sky, and the corpses that were instantly covered by black flames fell heavily on the ground, shaking everyone's nerves. Even the so-called crazy clan, who were not afraid of death, had a little hesitation. "Kill, keep going, this kind of attack is simply unsustainable for him." Take Torai Fukai roared. "Kimimaro, if you don't do it now, when will you wait?" With a roar, Kimimaro, who had been hovering in the attack circle, the last trace of hesitation on his face disappeared directly. The killer idea that had been instilled in him for many years made him stick to only one idea in his mind, and obey orders absolutely. The red dot on his forehead spread out mysterious patterns like a spider web. At the same time, his hands quickly flew and formed seals, and then he slapped the ground. Corpse bone vein dance of early fainting. Boom! Dense white bones pierced directly into the ground in Kimimura's body. The next moment, the Susanoo was rumbling in a radius of 100 meters. Yahiko and others' faces changed. Without time to think, they grabbed Konan and the three wounded and retreated quickly. The moment he stepped on the tree trunk, one after another, the eerie white bones, like earth cones, shot out from the soil. The speed and number were so fast that they were dense and filled the ground within a radius of 100 meters. With the echoing of rumbling sounds, Susanoo, standing on the spot, was directly pierced by countless bone spears. Boom! The rolling sound of collision echoed, and under the dust, one could vaguely see that there were actually some cracks on the surface of Susanoo. This scene not only surprised Yahiko and others, but also Uchiha Chinyu, with a satisfied smile on his lips. It's worthy of the person I've chosen, and he barely meets my selection criteria. But I hope you can survive the next attack. As soon as the voice fell, a violent chakra rushed out of Chinyu's body, filled with negative emotional fluctuations, making people's faces change drastically. As the scarlet-tailed beast clothes covered, a thunderous roar came out. Roar! The huge body appeared at Chinyu's feet without any warning, with green scales and fierce the ferocious face and three flying tails suddenly swung down, breaking the bone spears in the middle. As soon as the three tails appeared, there was no hesitation. Under the bloody mouth, the chakra filled with destructive power gathered in the mouth. Feeling this breath of death, the Take Torai clan, who were about to attack, suddenly stopped. The next moment, there was no time to think about it, and they retreated madly. Goodbye. Chinyu glanced at it lightly. The accumulated tailed beast jade was spit out in an instant. The air along the way seemed to be directly penetrated at this moment, and ripples were stirred up wherever it passed. At the speed of the later arrival, it instantly appeared in front of Take Torai Fenki and others. Our Take Torai clan will not be defeated. Everyone defend me and kill him. Corpse bone vein bone shield. Take Torai Fenki roared like crazy. The tribesmen who were originally fleeing stopped one after another. They obeyed the order from the bottom of their hearts, even at the cost of death. Compared with Kimimaro, their bloodline power may be very weak, but when dozens of people gathered together, the huge power formed was still able to condense a bone shield tens of meters high in an instant. However, facing the tailed beast weapon that even the ninja village could hardly control, but was easily released by Chinyu with all his strength, this seemingly indestructible bone shield collapsed in the next moment. Boom! The rolling explosion wave rolled back like a hurricane. The surrounding trees, the earth, the rocky mountains, and everything else. As if being swept by countless invisible claws, the trees were overturned, the rocks were shattered, and the earth became devastated. After more than half a minute, when everything returned to calm, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared within a radius of 10,000 meters. Everything around was completely razed to the ground. Only Uchiha Chinyu and the three-tailed beast, who were covered by Susanoo, stood quietly in place. As for the Take Torai clan who tried to defend, they had long disappeared. If you must look for them, there are some broken bones on the ground, proving that they existed. Chapter 222 100 of your corpses can't stop me. In the ruins thousands of meters away from the battlefield, some loose soil appeared under a crushed rock. The next moment, the covering rock was kicked away, revealing a very embarrassed face. However, the pair of eyes that exuded a strange smell attracted people's attention. Nagato, what's the situation outside? Yahiko also squeezed out. At the beginning, when Kimimaro used his big move, they chose to retreat. But facing Chinyu's sudden release of the three-tailed beast and the attack of the tailed beast jade, the speed of retreat was obviously not enough. If it wasn't for the fact that Nagato suddenly used a powerful earth escape technique like a demon in a critical moment, forming a 10-layer earth array wall of defense, I'm afraid there would be no way to resist the aftermath of the tailed beast ball's attack. However, even with these 10 layers of defense, they were almost buried alive. When they squeezed out of the earth hole and looked at the scene of the surroundings being razed to the ground, their pupils contracted and their scalps were numb. At this moment, they realized that this mission of escorting the Jinchuriki was the beginning of a powerful weapon for the Land of Lightning. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Xiangshan turned pale, grabbed Yahiko's shoulder, and asked urgently, "Wasn't that the man you brought back from the rain village?" "Yahiko, don't lie to me, what's going on?" Looking at the hysterical Xiangshan, Yahiko first lowered his head in silence, and then said with a bitter face, "Uncle Xiangshan, you should also see the identity of that guy. Our request for help was already rejected by Hanzo of the Salamander, and we met the Konoha traitor, Blood Ashura, on the way. Originally, I just wanted to confuse the enemy's sight and hearing, and suspected that the traitor came from the organization, so I announced Uchiha Kainu and Yakang to the outside world as the support of the Rain Village, intending to attract the opponent's sniper, and then secretly transferred the escort Jinchuriki, but I didn't expect that the traitor was not in the Akatsuki organization." The slightly long voice made Xiangshan confused. He was kept in the dark at first, but he had already guessed that he could become the backbone of Akatsuki when Yahiko revealed everything. His complex expression changed continuously, and his right hand tightly clasped Yahiko's shoulder, gritting his teeth and saying, "Yahiko, tell me, the person who betrayed us was not Hanzo, tell me quickly." The hysterical roar made Yahiko and Nagato pale, and their bodies trembled slightly, but they could not speak. From the beginning, when they met Chinyu and heard the strange words that he was sold and helped count the money, they still respected Hanzo of Urin Village. In their eyes, Urin Village can still stand in the successive wars. Everything is the efforts of Hanzo. The growth of their Akatsuki organization is also due to his tolerance and support. However, now all kinds of speculations, after the appearance of Uchiha Chinyu, point to this person who makes them respect. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the Bamboo Cutter clan had seen through their tricks and ambushed them on the road they had to pass. They would never have believed that what they saw was true. "This time, he saved us again." Xionin hesitated and said although the explosion caused by the tailed beast ball almost buried them alive. However, Xionin knew very well that if Chinyu had not taken action, they would not only fail in the mission, but also lose their lives. Yahiko and Nagato were silent again. When they opened their lips and wanted to say something, a figure fell from the sky. Looking at the sudden, Chinyu, Yahiko and Nagato, as well as Xiangshan, tightened their nerves and showed a trace of vigilance. After witnessing the powerful strength of Uchiha Chinyu with their own eyes, they were worried about being killed. After all, they saw that the genius of the Bamboo clan, who was valued by Chinyu just a moment ago, was also not treated preferentially under the attack of the tailed beast ball. "Hey, no wonder everyone is unscathed, it turns out that you activated the Samsara Eye." Chinyu landed beside Xionin and was the first to discover Nagato's changes. In the original work, in order to realize his resurrection plan, Uchiha Madara dug out his own eyes in advance and secretly gave them to Nagato after discovering that Nagato was a member of the Uzumaki clan. However, he never expected that Uchiha Chinyu would appear in the middle of the process, and indiscriminately killed him without any temptation from him. Reincarnation Eye. Xiangshan's expression froze, and when he saw the changes in Nagato, his face changed drastically. This is the legendary pupil technique, which only the Six-Path Sage possesses. Xiangshan was a wandering ninja from the Lightning Country, one of the 5 major countries, and the legend of the Six-Path Sage was widely circulated among ninjas. Although I don't know what the specific function is, it is enough to know that this pair of eyes is awesome. However, facing the activation of this bloodline, Yahiko's nerves tightened, and he hurriedly stopped in front of Nagato, and said vigilantly, "Uchiha Kainu, I thank you for saving me again and again, but if you want to snatch Nagato's Samsara Eye now, I will not obey unless you step over my body." In the ninja world, the blood limit is unique and cannot be copied. But a pair of eyes with amazing abilities is different. For example, in the Mist Village, Ching, who seized the Byakugan, also made great achievements in the Third Ninja World War, which shocked the world. But the most interesting thing is the covetousness of the pupil technique. Moreover, for generations, the Byakugan and Sharingan are things that many big countries have been eyeing. This led to the emergence of the main family and branch family in the Hyuga clan, and the custom of the Uchiha clan to destroy their own eyes at the cost of their lives. Now that Nagato has activated the legendary Samsara Eye, it should be a fatal temptation for Uchiha Chinyu, who also has the Sharingan. "Step over your corpse." Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "If I really want it, even 100 of your corpses can't stop me. The Samsara Eye is very rare, but it doesn't mean I don't have it. I came here to ask Nagato to help me do something." Facing Chinyu's contempt, Yahiko's cheeks were twitching, but after seeing Chinyu's strength with his own eyes, he had no way to refute it. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Chinyu only mentioned the samsara eye a little bit and then didn't continue to covet it. Moreover, that repeated statement does not mean that I don't have it, which makes them extremely suspicious that Chinyu is still hiding his abilities. Thinking of this, facing Chinyu's request, Yahiko became a little more serious. Yahiko, please get out of the way. He probably knew that I have the samsara eye a long time ago. Nagato suddenly spoke. This reminded others of Chinyu's indifference to Nagato and his words. After a slight hesitation, Nagato said, no matter what your purpose is, in order to thank you for saving my life and to draw a clear line with you, I will agree to any request you make. Chapter 223 What else can't you do? Weak people are hypocritical. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said, you have awakened the samsara eye now, and the Kagura heart eye should have been amplified. I want you to help me find that little white bone ghost. The awakening of the samsara eye means that it is completely compatible with Nagato's immortal body. To a certain extent, it can increase the sensing range and sensitivity of the Kagura heart eye, one of the two unique talents of the Uzumaki clan. If you want to find him, why didn't you take it easy just now? Yahiko was stunned. When he thought of the tailed beast ball used by the Three Tails, the destructive power that was astonishing, it was going to destroy the clan. Ahem, after all, he is the one I like. This is a trial. Even if he really dies, I have to help him pick up his bones. Chinyu coughed dryly and touched the tip of his nose and said, what's more, I believe he has a tough life. Yahiko and others couldn't help but stagnate when they heard this. According to Chinyu, if one day he told them that I like you. This is the beginning of a nightmare. Okay, the noise here is too loud. Nagato, you should quickly sense where the kid from the Bamboo Cutter clan is so that you can leave this place of trouble quickly. Yahiko reminded. Humph, what else is there to explore? Facing the attack just now, I'm afraid he has been blown to pieces. The one you like is not a capable person. Nagato snorted coldly. When he thought of being beaten by the Bamboo Cutter clan without any ability to fight back, his face couldn't help but show his anger. Feeling Yahiko's urging eyes, Nagato didn't delay any more. He suddenly put his hands together, and the powerful chakra roared and flowed on Nagato's body. Kagura's Heart's Eye. As the most powerful perception ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan, driven by the strong chakra of the sage body, it instantly covers a range of 10,000 meters. Nagato just closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them the next moment. He's under our feet. Nagato shouted urgently, and hurriedly tried to withdraw. Boom! A series of bone spears as sharp as spears broke out of the ground and went straight to the faces of everyone. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. But facing this close attack, there was no way to hide. Buzz! The sonic boom in the air suddenly stopped, and the bone spears that were rapidly enlarged in the pupils suddenly stopped 3 inches away from the face. Except for Chinyu, the people present all fell to the ground heavily as if they were exhausted, and they began to breathe rapidly. This! What on earth is going on? Yahiko looked at the bone spear with lingering fear. The sudden attack just now was enough to kill them easily. Thinking of Nagato's contemptuous words a moment ago, the cheeks of the Akatsuki organization and others could not help but burn. He happened to be in the range of my spell, and he activated the illusion that he had buried in advance in time. You owe me a favor again this time. Chinyu smiled and patted Nagato's shoulder. He pressed the ground with his backhand, closed his eyes slightly to sense it, and pressed it suddenly. Earth escape quicksand river. The ground around him flowed quickly like yellow sand, and along the bone spears, a deep pit quickly formed, revealing Kaimimura's slender body more than 10 meters below. The white bone armor on his body had already been broken, and a lot of skin was oozing blood. The bone spear that attacked suddenly just now obviously pierced through Kaimimura's body. However, Kaimimura's eyes were flashing now, and the shape of the 9 Megatama Sharingan was reflected in the depths of his pupils. The whole person stood there like a sculpture, obviously trapped in the illusion space and unable to walk out. Is this the illusion of the Uchiha clan? Nagato's face changed slightly and said, I heard on the battlefield before that the Uchiha clan, the instant body Shisui illusion is unparalleled. At this point, Nagato couldn't say what he wanted to say. He was reluctant, but after this battle, he had to admit that Uchiha Chinyu was powerful. Release. Chinyu didn't care and made a seal with his backhand. In the original work, the Manjakaya that Uchiha Shisui possessed was originally biased towards illusion. If he hadn't come out of nowhere with a plug-in, he would definitely be called the #1 person in the contemporary Uchiha clan. The shadow of the 9 Magatama Sharingan reflected in Kimimura's eyes collapsed. When he regained his clarity, he saw that the person who had been killed by him actually appeared in front of him alive. This made Kimimura's face change drastically, and he intended to withdraw and retreat quickly. However, just after taking half a step, Kimimura's body stiffened, obviously reaching his limit, and fell to the ground. A hand quickly reached out and grabbed Kimimura's shoulder first. While his face changed slightly, the warm chakra that turned into the palm fairy technique like the vast ocean quickly poured into Kimimura's body. With the activation of medical ninjutsu, he was already seriously injured, and some injuries that penetrated deep into the bones recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few tenths of seconds, the scene of life and death, flesh and bones, and divine skills were performed. Everyone was stunned. "What else don't you know?" Yahiko couldn't help but complain. "Can you do us another favor?" "No." Chinyu rolled his eyes. He was short of mana, and he was not a saint, and those people were already stable. Chinyu didn't have the habit of being a good guy. "Okay, now that you have recovered, I will give you 2 choices. 1. Follow me, 2. You can leave now." Chinyu threw Kimimaro to the ground and said lightly. Kimimaro was stunned. He was almost exterminated a moment ago, but now he was told that he could leave. The gap was undoubtedly too big. However, looking at this person in front of him, he killed all the crazy people of the Take Torai clan who loved war and were crazy to the bone with his own strength. After a short silence, Kimimaro lowered his proud head. "I am willing to follow." Looking at this scene, Yahiko and others were stunned, and recalled the crazy and fearless fighting style of the Take Torai clan just now. Perhaps, it was because of this reason that Kimimaro surrendered so easily. "Someone is coming, are you going to leave?" Chinyu raised his eyebrows. Nagato's expression changed slightly, and under the investigation of the Eye of Kagura, he was the first to lose his temper. "That feels like Hanzo, let's go quickly." "Hanzo?" Yahiko's heart skipped a beat. If what happened just now hadn't happened, they would never have avoided it. But before they figured out the whole story, there was also the lesson of Chinyu's words. Yahiko gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat quickly." Also, where are Uchiha Chinyu and the 2 Yunujin of the Cloud Village? For this important person who almost destroyed their Akatsuki organization, they couldn't let down at this critical moment. Chapter 224 The Demigod Who Abandoned His Faith. I advise you to think about your old nest instead of caring about the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. Without you, it will suffer a blow. Be careful of the salamander Hanzo, who will uproot you. Leave the next escort mission to me. Helping others is the basis of happiness. I also like to send Buddha to the west. Chinyu smiled playfully, and left with Kimimaro in a flash. Looking at this scene, Yahiko and others froze, and Nagato wanted to jump. He chased after them, but was stopped by Zionin. "Yahiko, Nagato, I believe Chinyu. If he is a bad guy, he would not tell us about the conspiracy of Hanzo of the Salamander." Zionin said with a worried look on his face. "Besides, Chinyu is right. There are many wounded soldiers in the base, and we did not stay behind. Hanzo of the Salamander will inevitably take advantage of the situation. Let's go back and take a look." "But..." Nagato was stunned, and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Yahiko shaking his head. "If, this time, Uchiha Chinyu had not acted in time, our mission would have failed long ago. What's more, according to our current lineup, we can't escort people to the Rain Country safely. No matter what his purpose is, we can only rely on him," Yahiko said in a deep voice. "Well, before we figure out what Hanzo's purpose is, let's retreat quickly." Seeing that Konan and Yahiko, 2 of the 3 giants in the Akatsuki organization, had made a decision, Nagato was reluctant in his heart, but he still nodded in agreement, and hurriedly fled with 3 wounded soldiers and Kumayama. About 2 or 3 minutes later, dozens of figures fell from all directions. The leader was Hanzo, who was wearing a special mask. "Master Hanzo, no one from the Akatsuki organization was found around, not even the bodies of the Take Torai clan." A rain ninja stepped forward to report quickly. Looking at the battlefield that was razed to the ground, Hanzo's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted sternly, "Where is Danzo? Check everyone for me, I want to know what happened in that third-rate organization that has such a strong strength that it can not only repel the pursuit of the Take Torai clan, but also cause such traces of battle." Yes. The Rain Ninja Anbu who received the order had a condensed look on their faces, and they all withdrew and scattered. For this iron-fisted ruler who could make Rain Ninja Village a military power under the strong pressure of the 5 major countries, they held an inexplicable awe in their hearts. Seeing the ruins that suddenly became dead silent, Hanzo of the Salamander clenched his 5 fingers and said sternly, "I will never let anyone endanger my regime. I thought I could use them for my own use, but it seems that I can't keep them." Hehe, Hanzo, it seems that you are still impatient. A dark figure emerged from the ruins next to him. The black and white cheeks made Hanzo of the Salamander look cold, and his right hand suddenly formed a seal. The instant body technique. With a ghost-like posture, Hanzo of the Salamander instantly appeared behind Black Zetsu. The chain sickle in his right hand chopped directly at Black Zetsu's neck with a tricky posture. Puff! Without any suspense, the huge head was thrown directly into the air. However, facing the Black Zetsu whose head fell to the ground, Hanzo of the Salamander became more and more gloomy. His sickle was coated with salamander venom, which could kill with one blow, and it never failed. However, after the head of the already dead Black Zetsu fell to the ground, his body squirmed and merged again, and soon recovered as before. Hehe, Mr. Hanzo, in fact, we don't have to get really angry every time we meet. I appear here to make a deal with you. Black Zetsu smiled and looked at the ruins in front of him. I think you feel very unfamiliar with this scene in front of you. There is no one in the Akatsuki organization who deserves your attention. However, as long as you agree to join forces with me, I can tell you a secret. Hanzo of the Salamander looked extremely gloomy, and his hand holding the sickle tightened slightly, and finally loosened. Compared with consolidating his own regime, the origin of this guy with a yin-yang face in front of him has become unimportant. Moreover, in the eyes of Hanzo, the first thing now is to figure out the threat of Akatsuki. Humph, I'm not interested in making a deal with a guy like you who has an unknown origin. Hanzo snorted coldly, still maintaining his cunning and said, however, if the so-called information you said is useful to me, I might consider making a deal with you. Looking at Hanzo, who seemed to be cautious but had already been led by the nose, Black Zetsu smiled playfully. Just like the evaluation of Hanzo after the reincarnation of the impure world in the original work by Mifune. The demigod who abandoned the belief of the strong is already afraid of challenges and has no momentum to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. The only thought is to kill the threat in the cradle. If I tell you that one of the 3 little ghosts of Akatsuki has the legendary Samsara Eye that only the 6th-path sage has, are you interested in taking it? Black Zetsu did not keep the suspense and went straight to the point. The Samsara Eye of the 6th-path sage? Hanzo's expression changed drastically. Even though he was known as a demigod, he became impatient. He was known as the pinnacle of ninjas, a demigod. But facing Uchiha Madara and the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, the gap was still too big. However, as the pinnacle of the previous era, he understood the 6th-path sage more clearly, and that was an existence that surpassed the god of ninjas. The Samsara Eye is a legendary eye technique. If you can get this pair of eyes, not only can you change the current situation, but you can also have the ability to reshuffle the forces of the ninja world. Moreover, only this statement can explain how the traces of battle in front of you were caused. Looking at Hanzo, whose eyes flashed with greed, Black Zetsu smiled playfully and said, Mr. Hanzo, it seems that you are also interested in the Samsara Eye. However, now someone is coming from a distance, I will leave first, and Danzo will continue to discuss the details with you. After leaving these words, Black Zetsu went straight into the earth. Under the soil, it completely disappeared without a trace. Danzo. Hanzo's face sank, and he snorted coldly, no wonder that guy would surrender to me. It seems that he is really ambitious and actually colluded with this guy with a yin-yang face. However, the whereabouts of the Samsara Eye is indeed worth my effort. If I can get the power of the legendary 6th-path sage, my regime will not only be completely consolidated, but also make the 5 major ninja villages bow down to me. Thinking of all the good things in the future, Hanzo smiled, and a black shadow quickly rushed over from a distance. When he stood firm in front of him and saw the forehead protector of the visitor, Hanzo was surprised. Chapter 225 3 is better than 1. Hanzo, I am very disrespectful to appear in front of you, but this time, the Mizukage-sama appointed me to invite Hanzo to participate in the 5-cage talks. Ching looked at Hanzo, who was known as a demigod. Not long ago, after receiving a report from Mei Terumi, he was assigned by Mizukage Yagura to come to Rain Village to invite Hanzo. After all, he was hailed as a demigod in the last era, and his combat power was not underestimated even by the 5 major ninja villages. Invite me to the 5 Shadows talks. Hanzo's expression froze, and then he snorted coldly, saying, "Your mist village, after the disappearance of that tuberculosis ghost, have no talents to use. That 4th Mizukage actually appointed Mist Ninja Byakugan Ao to invite me to the 5 Shadows meeting. This is simply bullshit. In the eyes of your 5 major countries, isn't Mist Village a small place, a battlefield for the competition of major countries?" The cold words made Ao's expression stiff. Yagura had already anticipated Hanzo's overreaction. In order to avoid others being killed by Hanzo before they spoke, he was appointed to go there in person. However, thinking of what Mei Terumi had reported, Ching still said, "Mr. Hanzo, this is a misunderstanding. The Rain Village, under the leadership of Mr. Hanzo, has already taken a step towards becoming a military power, and the 5 major countries have already reached a consensus and recognized this." At this point, Ching couldn't help but look at Hanzo again. Facing this kind of flattery, Hanzo, who has entered old age, is obviously somewhat pleased. The coldness on his face eased a little, and he still snorted coldly, saying, "Humph, don't use such empty means on me. Haven't I experienced the despicable behavior of the 5 major countries? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. If you continue to be nagging, get out of here." Seeing that Hanzo has taken the bait, Ching did not dare to keep it a secret. After organizing his words a little, he said, "Mr. Hanzo, on behalf of the 4th Mizukage, Lord Yagura, I invite you to participate in the hunt for Uchiha Kainu, the rebel ninja of Konoha." The brat of Konoha. Hanzo frowned, obviously not expecting that Yagura would mobilize so many troops just to hunt down the brat who has recently become famous in the ninja world. In the Third Ninja World War, the Rain Village was restrained, but it also participated in the war. However, Chinyu's battlefield was mainly the base of the Land of Earth and Konoha's rear base, so Hanzo Salamander also heard about Chinyu's information from hearsay. "Ching, are you going to tell me now that the so-called 5-Cage conference was held for a mere kid?" Hanzo Salamander's face turned cold. Looking at Ching, who was hesitant to speak, he snorted coldly and said, "It's simply a big joke. Have you 5 major countries fallen to this extent? A mere rebellious ninja kid has made the 5 major countries treat it so seriously. If I participate, won't I become a joke like you?" "Hanzo, you don't know." Ching's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to explain in a hurry, but he was interrupted by Hanzo Salamander's wave of his hand. "Don't talk nonsense to me. You 5 great nations like to make trouble for a little brat, that's your business. I, Hanzo, can't afford to lose face like that." Hanzo said impatiently, "However, since you are so afraid of that brat, if he appears in front of me, I don't mind helping you solve it. If you have nothing to do, then go back to the Land of Water and don't hang around in front of me." Compared with Yaguragaji's propaganda of Uchiha Chinyu's threat theory, Hanzo is now eager to run back to the village and conspire with Danzo for the grand plan of the Samsara Eye. Moreover, in his eyes, even the former Konoha Sunin almost died in front of his title of demigod. Not to mention the little brat that suddenly appeared in this new era. 3 are better than 1, this is the simple logical thinking of Hanzo. Ching's face turned pale, and he never thought that the situation would be reversed in an instant. Although he doesn't flatter often, he is very sure that he didn't hit the horse's leg. However, since Hanzo had also ordered him to leave, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the demigod. He took out a scroll and put it on the ground, saying, "Mr. Hanzo, this is the information collected by our water country about Uchiha Chinyu and his forces. If you are interested after reading it, you can go to the Iron Country to attend the 5-Cage talks to be held in 3 days. Our Mizukage will definitely welcome you. Get lost." Hanzo was obviously impatient. After the words fell, Ching smiled helplessly and quickly left. He didn't want to be poisoned to death by the breath of this so-called demigod. As Ching left, Hanzo glanced at the scroll on the ground and sneered, and turned away. It seems that the 5 great nations have indeed declined. Can a little brat be stronger than 3? Such a coward has no ability to continue to occupy the fertile land. As long as I get the Samsara Eye, this world will tremble under the feet of my salamander Hanzo. The slightly ecstatic voice dissipated with the wind. With the departure of Salamander Hanzo, only the lonely scroll remained in the huge ruins. On the other hand, Chinyu and Kimimaru rushed to the earthen hill 7 or 8 kilometers away. As soon as they approached, a stern sound of breaking through the air suddenly came out. Thunder escape earth walk. The crackling lightning, like a poisonous snake on the ground, quickly spread towards Chinyu. However, as soon as they approached, they saw a petite figure who landed in front of Chinyu first. Corpse bone vein lightning rod. Kimimaru spit out 2 white bones with both hands and stabbed them directly into the ground. The lightning that was originally coming was instantly diverted and led underground. Seeing that the attack failed, the figure hidden in the dark did not pause at all, and his hands flew down quickly, intending to attack again. But Kimimaru raised his right hand, and the flesh and blood on his fingers turned outward hideously, revealing the eerie white bones, which shot out like a bullet. The sudden scene made the 2 wooden men hiding in the dark change their faces suddenly. However, at such a close distance, she could not expect that Kimimaru would launch such a fierce attack without even making a seal. Seeing the attack quickly magnified in her pupils, a figure with lightning wrapped all over his body appeared in front of him first and caught the incoming white bone bullet with one hand. "You little girl, can't you take it easy?" Chinyu gave the 2 wooden men a slap on the forehead. After looking around, he didn't see Yekeng and said, "Where did she go?" "Uncle, are you talking about that fierce sister?" The 2 wooden men stuck out their tongues and said, "She just asked me to stay here and left in a hurry." "But, uncle, how come you went out and picked up a little brat who is as powerful as me?" Chapter 226 The storm is coming. Did she go out? Chinyu was a little surprised. According to Yekeng's personality, he has been following him closely during this period. Now he suddenly disappeared, which is too abnormal. "Uncle, aren't you a Jinchuriki? What kind of sealing technique do you use? I heard from those old guys before that it seems to be very hard." The 2 wooden men asked after hesitating for a moment. "Technique?" Chinyu was stunned for a moment. The 5 major ninja villages had different sealing techniques to develop Jinchuriki weapons. The different techniques have different powers. If we really have to rank them, the Uzumaki clan seal is probably the most appropriate. The Sand Village's dozing seal is the weakest. Even taking a nap will be counterattacked by Shikaku, causing Gaara in the original work to have dark circles under his eyes that cannot be eliminated for a lifetime. As for the 2 old guys mentioned by the Woodmouth, they are probably the successive generations of tailed beast Jinchuriki. At the end of the Jinchuriki's life, his physical strength and energy are weakened, and the suppression power of the sealing technique will also decrease. It will eventually turn into a backlash of the tailed beast, and it will be difficult to have a good end. "Uncle, this is a secret, can't you tell me?" Yamua said anxiously, "Then tell me how many tails are in your body. Or, are they scary?" Looking at Yamua's anxious face, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly, reached out and rubbed her head, looked at the 4-tailed Sun Wukong who was lying on his back, exposing his belly, and talking in his sleep, and said awkwardly, "Can I say that it is lying behind you?" "Lying behind me?" Yamua was stunned for a moment, and the monkey who was still playing with her just now and fell asleep on the ground flashed in his mind. When he thought of the 4 ostentatious monkeys who could eat 6 to 1, like her he was stunned. In her eyes, the tailed beasts are the embodiment of disaster. Once the seal is opened, the fierce power is overwhelming, and it can easily destroy a village. The body of the giant beast, the posture of choosing people to devour. It is obviously impossible to substitute the format with the monkey in front of him, who was lying on his back with his belly exposed and talking in his sleep. "Stinky Turtle, don't run away. You actually licked my butt secretly. Stinky Turtle, why are you licking my toes?" In the vast wilderness, the dream talk seemed a bit annoying, and even Chinyu's cheeks twitched when he heard it. The 3-tailed beast hiding in the cloak rushed out with a whoosh. Soon there was a scream from the 4-tailed beast. Looking at the 3 swaggering tails, the 2 wooden men pointed at them with a confused look on their faces and said, That wouldn't be the 3-tailed beast." Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and nodded, thinking in his heart whether he should let these tailed beasts maintain their image in the future. Otherwise, they will become like Boruto in the future, where even Kurama has become a mascot and a training game has been released. Mist Village, on the Mizu Cage building. Gaji Yagura stood on the roof, looking a little gloomy. Not long ago, Mei Terumi brought back the seriously injured Zabuza. I thought that this new generation would become a strong substitute when the top power of the Mist Village was broken. But now according to the report of the Mist Ninja Anbu, Zabuza was defeated by Uchiha Chinyu head-on, and he also left words to recruit him. Although, this move of beating him seriously and then recruiting him seems a bit ridiculous. However, with Hoshigaki the precedence of Kisame and Biwajozo still made Kyuji Yayagura impatient. "Come out if you come," Kyuji Yayagura suddenly said. Soon, he saw the remaining rain not far away, and a figure emerged under the rapid wriggling. Finally, the figure of Manzuki Hoshiki appeared. "Fourth generation Mizukage, you are looking for me so urgently, is there something?" Manzuki Hoshiki said coldly. As the famous Hoshiki clan in the Mist Village, there has been a second generation Mizukage in the past. It can be said that after the third generation Mizukage was killed, Manzuki Hoshiki was also a hot candidate for Mizukage. It's a pity that, like Mei Terumi, he lost in the physical fitness of the Jinchuriki. "You are still the same." Yagura Kujitsu obviously didn't take Mangetsu Kizuki's attitude to heart, and said, "You should know about Zabuza, right? He met the Konoha rebel Uchiha Kainu like you, and was also defeated. However, he is different from you." Uchiha Kainu wanted to recruit him and extended an olive branch to Zabuza. "He has taken a fancy to that guy Zabuza." Mangetsu Kizuki's expression stagnated, and his expression couldn't help but sink. "Fourth generation Mizukage, do you have any ideas?" "Mangetsu, you still understand me?" Yagura Kujitsu nodded coldly and said, "Next, I will set off for the 5-Kage conference. You, Zabuza, and Mei Terumi will go with me." As Yagura Kujitsu's orders fell one by one, the other 4 major countries also made judgments, making the entire ninja world feel like a storm is coming. Sand Village, in the office of the Kazekage. Luo Sha stood in front of the French window with a cold face, looking at the intelligence scroll in his hand that was quickly delivered from the land of water, and almost crushed his finger bones. This scene cast an inexplicable depression on the huge office. The ninjas who originally gathered here and belonged to the backbone of the Sand Village of this era could not hold their breath. Feeling the uneasy atmosphere around him getting more and more intense, Maki was the first to say, "Lord Kazekage, what should we do next?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves were immediately tense, and their eyes turned slightly and locked on Luo Sha. "When I think of Yekang, who was a candidate for the 4th Kazekage not long ago and was hailed as a hero of the Sand Village. He was betrayed by Luo Sha's order and became a political sacrifice of the truce between the Sand Village and the Mist Village. This is undoubtedly chilling. Although, those high-level officials and the daimyo of the Land of Wind all said that this was a heroic act that Yekang was willing to recognize. But anyone who has had any dealings with Yekang will know clearly that this is just a righteous and beautiful excuse to deceive the villagers of Sand Village. If you know that this trip is to die, who would agree so easily?" Luo Sha exhaled a deep breath and looked back around the office. Looking at those familiar faces, this represents the strongest fighting force of Sand Village at the moment. Especially Yekang, who is known as the hero of Sand Village. If she died, it might be a good thing. Unfortunately, Uchiha Chinyu intervened and let Yekang survive in a must-kill situation. If this matter is not handled well, it will be an extremely headache for them in Sand Village. Looking at the faces with different expressions, Luo Sha said coldly, "This time, I summoned you for 3 things. The first one is the 5-Kage meeting convened by the new 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village. After the resolution of the Elders' Council, our Sand Village will go to the Iron Country to participate." Chapter 227 Luo Sha's decision. 4th generation, do we really have to attend the 5-Kage meeting? Maki was the first to lose his temper. Then how did we resolve the grudges between the Mist Village and us on the battlefield? In the Third Ninja World War, it seemed that the situation was gradually becoming clear, and the game between the great powers had reached its end. But according to the experience of the First and Second Ninja World Wars, this time is the key to determining the division of interests after the war. Moreover, the 5-Kage meeting, except for the 5 great powers just established, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama convened the tailed beast distribution as a premise, and it happened. It was convened once by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama after the First Ninja World War. In the following years, it did not appear again. Now, it is obviously a bit inappropriate for a new Mizukage to convene the meeting. Don't worry, since this 5-Kage meeting is convened by the 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, as long as our Sand Village accepts the invitation, the old grudges will be written off. Luo Sha said coldly, "So, for the peace of Sand Village, this is also the basis for the decision of the Elders' Council." "Right off?" The people present were stunned. One of them, a girl with blue hair, couldn't help but clench her fist and said, "Since you knew that this was the premise for the 5-cage meeting, why did you let Yagura go to die?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the scene became more depressing in an instant. Maki pressed the girl's shoulder and said in a hurry, "Shut up, don't talk nonsense here." Fourth Kazekage, Jiaoyuo didn't mean it. She and Yekeng are like sisters. After learning the good news, she couldn't accept it for a while. She didn't object to the decision of the village's top leaders. At this point, Maki quickly winked and shouted in a deep voice, "Jiaoyuo, why don't you apologize to the fourth Kazekage quickly? I didn't say anything wrong." Jiaoyuo broke free from Maki's hand and was about to leave the crowd, which made everyone look nervous. Then they saw Jiaoyuo taking a step and couldn't stop. The body seemed to Buddha became a puppet being manipulated, and retreated in full view of the crowd. The sudden scene made the people present tense up suddenly. Just when they were about to get angry, a hearty laugh came from the ceiling. "Haha, I didn't expect that I would encounter such a farce on this rare trip. It seems that Luasha, you, a devilish boy, will also be defeated." A figure jumped down and looked at the newcomer. The sand ninjas who were originally planning to catch the criminals who broke into the Kazekage's office without permission changed their expressions drastically. "It's Consultant Cho. Why are you here?" Maki was startled, his cheeks couldn't help twitching, and he hurriedly walked up with a stiff smile. If Jiaoyuo's questioning just now caught him off guard, then the appearance of Consultant Cho in front of him gave him a headache. Since his son died at the hands of White Fang and his grandson disappeared for no reason, the old woman in front of him has become a crazy woman. "Maki, you kid, don't you think I'm going to mess with you juniors again?" Cho laughed and said, "I came here this time because that brat Luosha invited me to come. I heard that you asked my little brother to come here in person not long ago. What's the problem that made you ask even the consultant to leave?" If I hadn't seen some familiar faces in the office, I would have thought that the Third Ninja World War had exhausted all the money of the Sand Village. Maki's unscrupulous words made his face bitter. He kept calling the brat one after another, which made them laugh so hard that they almost got internal injuries. Luosha's eyes twitched several times. After he exhaled heavily, he barely calmed down his thoughts. After looking at Jiaoyuo, he said, "Advisor Cho, this time I asked Hai Lao to go to solve the problem of Yekang's defection and collusion with Konoha's rebel ninja Uchiha Chinyu. As for asking you to go, to inform you that we have found the whereabouts of your grandson, Scorpion of the Red Sand." The laughter echoing in the office stopped abruptly. Chiyo's slightly old face twitched obviously, and the next moment, without any warning, he took a big step and rushed directly to Luosha. In full view of the crowd, he grabbed Luosha's shoulder and said in a hurry, "Where is that guy? How is he now?" The hysterical questioning and this unexpected scene made Maki's face change. He hurriedly performed the instant body technique, appeared beside him, and pressed Chiyo's arm. "Advisor Cho, we just got the information about the whereabouts of Scorpion from the Mist Village. Don't be too impulsive. Listen to what the fourth Mizukage has to say first." Although Cho is an advisor, she has a very high status in the Sand Village. But if Luosha is determined to investigate this kind of behavior, he will probably not escape punishment. Cho was stunned for a moment, looking at Luosha who looked normal, and said coldly, "I was originally planning to investigate your responsibility for inviting my brother, but now tell me about Scorpion, then this matter will be written off." Looking at Cho who calmed down all of a sudden, Maki secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside directly. However, feeling the still depressing atmosphere, Maki felt helpless. He is just an elite jonin, but he has to worry about the advisor's heart, which is too difficult. "Advisor Cho, you don't need to be too nervous. This time, EBI went out in person because he got the whereabouts of Scorpion," Luosha said lightly. "And all these things, whether it's Yekeng or Scorpion of the Red Sand, are related to Uchiha Kainyu, the Konoha rebel ninja known as the Blood Ashura. What about the Sharingan kid?" Cho was stunned. As an advisor to the Sand Village, she doesn't like to get involved in things. But she also knows clearly that whether it's Scorpion or Yekeng, they are also outstanding among the younger generation of the Sand Village. To be honest, if Scorpion is still in the Sand Village, the position of the fourth Kazekage, I'm afraid Raza really won't be a place. It seems that Consultant Cho also knows about Uchiha Chinyu's deeds. Luosha was a little surprised. After a pause, he said, "According to the report of the spy buried in the Konoha ninja village. In the contemporary Uchiha clan, in addition to Shisui who appeared in the Third Ninja World War, there is also the genius Uchiha Itachi who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 6, but the most unexpected thing is that there is a monster who has hidden the aura of genius for 16 or 17 years, known as the Blood Ashura Uchiha Chinyu. Not only did he open the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan that only Uchiha Madara possesses and can control the tailed beasts, he also secretly gathered a group of powerful but terrifying and dangerous guys in the major ninja villages. Among them, there is an S-level member who almost destroyed the entire ninja village. The S-level rebel ninja is known as the immortal Taki Kakuzu. Chapter 228 The One-Tailed Jinchuriki's Blessings. In the huge office of the Kazekage, Luo Sha's cold voice echoed. As the elite gathered here by the sand village, they listened to the story with a grim look. Even Cho, who was called an advisor, was no exception. S-level, the immortal Kakuzu. Yashimaru, who was standing next to Maki, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but was soon glared at by Maki and kept quiet. Luosha paused and continued, in the Konoha village, a rebellion occurred. The former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen was also an S-level rebel, the mist ninja monster Hashigaki Kisame, and the silent assassin Biwajozo. The evil god of the country of soup, the S-level rebel Haiden. In the Uegakuer, there is the disciple of the 2 great masters Onoki, who is regarded as the most likely to become the next Tsuchikage, the S-level rebel ninja, the explosion-style genius Deidara. There is also the S-level rebel ninja Yekara in the Sand Village, who is regarded as a hero and a Scorch-style ninja. Finally, there is your grandson, Cho, who is regarded as a genius puppeteer and the long-lost S-level rebel ninja, the Red Sand Scorpion. Among them, according to the known information, the rebel ninjas led by Uchiha Kainu have hunted down the previous 3rd Mizukage, taken away the tailed beast Isabu, and designed to assassinate the 3rd Raikage in the land of Earth. Also, on the way to defecting from the Konoha village, he killed the 4-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Shi who was responsible for chasing the rebel ninja Deidara in the Uegakuer village. This means that 2 of the 9-tailed beasts have already fallen into his hands. If it is allowed to develop, then the rebel ninja group headed by the Konoha rebel ninja Uchiha Kainu, I don't know how strong it will be. Chang's voice echoed in the office. Every time a name was mentioned, it was like an invisible big hand, tightly grasping their hearts. A series of S-level rebel titles and various titles of genius. This makes Uchiha Chinyu, the leader, known as the Konoha rebel, the Bloody Ashura, more mysterious. Such a powerful force, gathered together, is definitely the most terrifying genius group in their eyes. You mean, my precious grandson has become someone else's subordinate? Cho suddenly laughed. This is simply bullshit. If Scorpion really wants to be someone else's subordinate, he will never defect from the village. As for that Sharingan kid, I don't believe that he really has the ability to gather this group of people. This is just an excuse you find for yourself in this incompetent era. Hearing this accusation, the sand ninja present, even Maki, had a bitter face and could not refute it. Although Cho did not give them any face, compared with their predecessors who lived in war for many years, the strength of their ninjas has indeed declined significantly. The only thing they can do now is to look to Luosha for help. Advisor Cho, except for Konoha Ninja Village, there is only a vague outline of Uchiha Kainu's strength in the 4 major ninja villages. However, this time, in order for the 5 Shadows Conference to be held smoothly, our Wind Country can occupy a favorable position. I hope you can go with me in person. Seeing his political team being scolded, Luosha couldn't hold back and hurriedly changed the subject. Let me go. Cho raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, You little brat, you have already asked my little brother to run errands. If I also go to the so-called 5 Shadows Conference, I am afraid that the defense of the village will become very weak. Once someone attacks, I am afraid that the gain will be more than the loss. In any ninja village, besides the strongest combat force, the Kazekage, there are the village advisors. Those who can become advisors are all the older generation of ninjas with outstanding strength, high reputation, and prestige. At the critical moment, they can also provide assistance and become an unexpected link. Of course, there are also the Konoha Pit Trio in the original work, who turned a deaf ear to the attack of Pain, Danzo, Mitamonen and Yutane Koharu. Advisor Cho, Don trademark T-Worry. This time the 5-Cage Conference was held under the consensus of the 5 major countries to reach a ceasefire. If any party regrets, it will become the enemy of the other 4 major countries. Luo Sha explained lightly. Moreover, after we left, I have ordered Fubuko to return to the village to take charge, and the major families have joined forces to cooperate with the barrier in the village. Even if Uchiha Chinyu comes, he can trademark T fly away. Fanfu? Cho was slightly startled, and soon heard a light footsteps coming from outside the corridor. As the door was pushed open, an old monk with wrinkles walked in slowly. That kind smile made many people look at him sideways. Who is this old monk? Garuru couldn't help asking. However, he was soon glared at by Maki, who said solemnly, "This is the one-tailed Jinchuriki who lives in a special place, Master Fanfu." Jinchuriki. As a tailed beast weapon, it is kept strictly confidential in any ninja village. Especially in the Sand Village, the Jinchuriki weapons made by the extremely disadvantageous technique of sleeping are imprisoned in the depths of a special desert. If it is not necessary, it will never be recalled. Fanfu, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I thought you had been tortured to death by the raccoon cat, but I didn't expect you to be in good spirits. Cho raised her eyelids and looked at him. Hehe, Consultant Cho, you are too kind. Fanfu laughed heartily, fiddled with the Buddhist beads in his hand, and said, "If I am really tortured to death, you, old woman, should also seal it again. In the village, the only people who are proficient in sealing are you and Old Man Hai." At this point, Fanfu looked around and said with a little regret, "However, I thought I could get together with old friends in the limited few years, but I didn't expect that even Old Man Hai was not here. It seems that the things encountered in the village this time are not small." "Humph, Fanfu, what are you talking about? My little brother is just on a mission." Cho glared, but as Fanfu said, it was rare to meet an old friend, and she rarely lost her temper. After a little hesitation, she said, "Old monk, tell me, how long can you live?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone in the field changed drastically. The survival of Jinchuriki is of vital importance to a ninja village. Once the Jinchuriki dies, it means that the seal in the body will be lifted, and the resentment of the tailed beasts that have been sealed for decades will burst out instantly. Especially the one-tailed Shikaku, who has always been irritable. In the history of the Sand Village, every rampage has killed many elites in the village. Now is the time when the 5-cage conference is held and the Third Ninja World War has come to an end. If there is a mistake in Fubuku now, it will be a fatal blow to the Sand Village. Once other ninja villages know that the Sand Village has lost its Jinchuriki weapon, it will be a huge hidden danger. Chapter 229 Puppet Hokage. Haha, you old woman are not dead yet, of course I won't. Fubuko laughed and said, "Shikaku's personality is tyrannical, but he can still do it for 3 to 5 years. During this time, I will trouble the 4th Kazekage to pay more attention to the person who will inherit my mantle." 3 to 5 years? The faces of the people present couldn't help but change when they heard this. But Cho and Luasha secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this doesn't happen during the 5-cage talks, 3 to 5 years is enough for them to find a new Jinchuriki. Moreover, in Luasha's mind, a plan has been made. When he thought of this, Luasha subconsciously looked at Garuru. However, Garuru, who met his eyes, was obviously upset about Yekang's matter. After a cold snort, he turned his head away. "Well, since there is Fanfu in charge, the village is also impregnable. I will go with you personally, but I still need some time to clean up." After Cho left these words, she turned around and left first. At the same time, in Konoha Ninja Village. Compared with other ninja villages, the huge village is shrouded in an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Recently, Konoha's rebel ninja, Blood Ashura Uchiha Kainu, and one of Konoha's 3 major advisors, Shimura Danzo, defected, causing public opinion in the village to rise day by day. If the 3rd Hokage had not announced that he would recommend Minato Namikaze, the Golden Flash of Konoha, to be the 4th Hokage, I'm afraid this public opinion would have intensified. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage who used to sit at the top had already stepped down and was replaced by Minato Namikaze. In the huge office, in addition to the new Hokage, there were also the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Tsunade among the 3 ninjas. Konoha's 2 major advisors, Koharu Utane and Enmitaman, and others. "Minato urgently summoned us, what's the matter?" Jiraiya was the first to lose his temper. However, he was quickly suppressed by the 3rd Hokage, who said, "Don't be impatient, wait until Fugaku and Shisui come, then we'll talk." Seeing his teacher's words of dissuasion, Jiraiya was extremely anxious in his heart, but he still shut his mouth obediently and waited patiently. After 7 or 8 minutes, Uchiha Fugaku, who was wearing the uniform of the guard team, and Uchiha Shisui, who was wearing the uniform of the Anbu, appeared in the office like ghosts. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Minato Namikaze, bowed to the third Hokage, and said, "We have obtained the latest information about Uchiha Chinyu in the Land of Water." At this point, Uchiha Fugaku paused for a moment and looked at the third Hokage. "Fugaku, you kid, can't you stop hesitating when you speak? What happened in the Land of Water?" Jiraiya immediately became anxious, but was soon glared at by the third Hokage, who said, "Go on, they were summoned here to deal with Uchiha Kainyu's matter." Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement, took out a scroll, handed it to the third Hokage, and said, "This is an intelligence scroll, which records that Uchiha Kainyu once appeared in the Land of Water. Among them, he also kidnapped the hero Yekeng of the Sand Village, severely injured the genius of the Hojiki clan, Manzuki Hojiki, and was later found to appear in the territory of the Rain Village, and had a brief conflict with the genius Terumi Mei who was chasing the demon Zabuza in the Land of Water. He kidnapped the Scorch-release ninja Yekeng." Jiraiya was the first to lose his temper. But soon, Tsunade twisted his ear in public and shouted, "Jiraiya, can't you shut up and stay aside? If you have any questions, Minato and the teacher will raise them, so don't make trouble here." I know, Tsunade, let go quickly, otherwise my whole ear will be twisted off by you." Jiraiya begged for mercy in a hurry. Seeing Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, surrender directly, "I am afraid that only Tsunade, who is also one of the three ninjas, can do it." "Okay, there are so many people here, don't make trouble." The third generation Hokage warned, according to the description of the intelligence, what was the situation when Uchiha Kainyu kidnapped Yekeng and met with Terumi Mei, or whether Yekeng was still there at the time, and what was his attitude. Faced with this question, the people present couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, obviously smelling something unusual, and looked at Uchiha Fugaku. "Hokage, it seems that you have guessed that according to the spy buried in the Mist Village, Terumi Mei's reply at that time was that Yekeng was willing to follow Chinyu. Judging from their relationship, it was not a kidnapping as claimed by the outside world." Uchiha Fugaku explained. "Does that mean that there is a problem between Yekeng and the Sand Village?" Jiraiya asked again, but this time Tsunade did not stop him. After all, everyone now has this question in their hearts. "It's possible." The third Hokage nodded and said, "Rosa had just become the fourth Kazekage and wanted to ease the relationship with the water country, but he sent out a heavy blow to the water country. Yekeng, who was in the battlefield of the Kingdom of Water, was sent to the Kingdom of Water. This is too intriguing. However, now I am more certain that once Uchiha Chinyu goes berserk, it will threaten the peace of the entire ninja world. He has a special personality charm. It is not possible for anyone to gather such a group of special people under his command. I am not looking down on everyone here. I think whether it is Jiraiya or Namikaze Minato, even I can't do it." The slightly long voice echoed in the office and could not be dispersed for a long time. Jiraiya and others' expressions changed slightly, but in the face of this contemptuous speech, no one refuted. After all, according to the names and origins of each person mentioned in the application, they are not ordinary people. To be able to keep these vicious people in their place, unless you have great ability, it is not impossible to be beheaded in the middle of the night. "Minato, what do you think?" The third Hokage suddenly spoke. Minato Namikaze, who was sitting in the first seat, smiled bitterly helplessly. He had been planning to become the fourth Hokage, and to realize his dream of becoming a Hokage. He had never thought that he was only released by the third Hokage and Konoha's advisors to buffer the defection of Uchiha Kainyu, divert the attention of the villagers, and enhance the influence of Konoha Ninja Village in the 5 major countries. Now Minato Namikaze feels like a puppet Hokage. "I thought that Uchiha Kainyu was gone and he could get some attention, but it seems that he was too beautiful." However, when the third Hokage threw this thorny problem to him, Minato Namikaze was surprised, but he still said after a little seriousness, "Everyone, you should also know that Uchiha Kainyu's strength is unfathomable. Although many people present have fought with him, according to my calculations, his true strength is still the tip of the iceberg. We, the Konoha Ninja Village, have agreed to go to the 5-Cage conference, but the ultimate goal is to facilitate peace talks between Uchiha Kainyu and the 5 major countries." Chapter 230 The New Son of Prophecy. Iriaka peace talk? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment and said, "Isn't trademark T this too difficult? Let trademark S not talk about whether Uchiha Kainyu will give up the monsters under his command. Just based on the death of the third Mizukage and the third Raikage, and the killing of the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, I trademark am afraid the anger of the three major countries cannot be suppressed. With their nature, it trademark s probably harder than climbing to the sky to sit down and negotiate. No one at the scene refuted Jiraiya trademark s vulgar words. They could only look at Namikaze Minato in unison. In their eyes, since Namikaze Minato could propose such a resolution, it was enough to prove that he had an idea. A horror. Namikaze Minato paused, organized his words, and said, as long as they have seen the true horror of Uchiha Chinyu, their faith will be shaken. At that time, as long as Uchiha Chinyu and the four major countries take the initiative to take a step back, the peace talks can be facilitated. This inexplicable speech made many people in the field confused. Only the turbid old eyes of the third Hokage flashed, and he spoke first. You mean, Uchiha Chinyu will do something more shocking? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Now killing the third Mizukage and the third Raikage, even the four tails Jinchuriki was killed, which is crazy enough. Now Namikaze Minato told them that this is just the beginning. They have lived their whole lives, and I am afraid they can't compare to Chinyu's highlight moment at this moment. Yes, although I don't know what Chinyu will do, according to my intuition, it will happen soon. Minato Namikaze's face was a little more solemn, and he said, this is also the message that the great Toad Sage asked me to bring back. Uchiha Kainu will become a subversive existence in the ninja world. Is it the son of prophecy mentioned by the great Toad Sage? Jiraiya's expression changed slightly. When he was studying fairy arts at Myaboku Mountain that day, Jiraiya had heard that the great Toad Sage was proficient in prophecy. Among them, it was precisely because the son of prophecy would appear that Jiraiya would accept Nagato and the other two as his disciples during the Second Ninja World War, regardless of Orochimaru's opposition, and even taught them all the ninjutsu. The root of all this was that he had seen with his own eyes the legendary Samsara Eye of Nagato, which was known as the Six Paths Sage. I thought the son of prophecy would fall on these three people, but now Chinyu's appearance has overturned everything. Yes. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, when I left, the great Toad Sage once mentioned that it had a very accurate vision of people, but only when I saw Uchiha Chinyu did I realize that he was the only person who could not be seen through. It felt like transcending the fate of this world. Listening to this increasingly mysterious talk, the third Hokage tapped his fingers on the head of the chair 7 or 8 times and said, since even the great sage of Myaboku Mountain said so, we will try to attend the 5-cage conference with Minato's proposal. During this period, Fugaku and Shisui, I hope you can find a way to find out the whereabouts of Chinyu and let him accept our proposal. Hokage, we know. Uchiha Fugaku immediately agreed. Seeing this, the third Hokage waved his hand casually and said, then you retreat first. Next, Minato will attend the 5-cage conference in my place. Jiraiya and Tsunade will accompany him. This is the highest order. Tsunade, don't refuse. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. She had only come back to Konoha village to visit the graves. I never thought that I would be involved in such a huge vortex. However, when I thought that the strange recipe came from Chinyu, Tsunade couldn't suppress her curiosity and agreed silently. My two Hokages, Shisui and I will leave first. Uchiha Fugaku replied, and then he took Shisui and disappeared in the office like a ghost. As soon as he left the Hokage building and appeared on the street outside, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the corner of the street and said, Misaki, why are you here? At present, the Uchiha clan and the Konoha ninja village have been resentful for a long time. Although there is no big conflict, Uchiha Misaki is now pregnant. Under normal circumstances, they will not leave the Uchiha clan's guard station. It's Itaki. He suddenly left the village when he was performing the Chunin mission yesterday. I'm worried that he ran to find Chinyu. Uchiha Misaki said anxiously with a tense look. However, just as he finished speaking, Fugaku grabbed his shoulder and, like Shisui, used the instant body technique to quickly leave the vicinity of the Hokage building. After rushing back to the guard team's station in just a few minutes, Uchiha Fugaku stopped and looked at Mikoto, whose face was a little flushed, and said anxiously, Mikoto, are you feeling well? That was the Hokage building just now. If the spies of the Anbu knew that Itaka had left the village, I'm afraid he would be labeled a traitor. Uchiha Mikoto's face turned pale and said, Fugaku, I'm sorry, I was too nervous, so I ignored this. However, now that Itaki is missing, he may not be discovered in a short time, but over time, he may be exposed. What should we do? Not long ago, Chinyu's defection had made the Uchiha clan's position in Konoha Ninja Village more sensitive. In particular, some hawkish children in the clan threatened to follow the example of Uchiha Chinyu, flee Konoha Ninja Village with their entire clan, and rebuild a great country outside. If it weren't for Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui showing their overwhelming strength at the same time and making them shut up, I'm afraid things would get out of control. Don't worry, the third Hokage gave the task of hunting down Chinyu to me and Shisui. I announced to the public that I would bring Attack with me in the name of the mission, and no one should doubt it. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated for a moment and said, moreover, Minato will be accompanied by Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade to the Iron Country to attend the 5-Cage conference today. The village's attention will be completely focused on this matter, and the attention to Attack will be reduced to a minimum. I am most worried that once Shisui and I leave the village, those restless guys will not know what they will do. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the brightly lit Uchiha clan residence. Recalling the Senju clan that once opposed their clan. Because of their bellicosity, love of face and honor, they caused a lot of damage on the battlefield, and eventually began to decline. The Uchiha clan seemed to be getting stronger, but that was only a superficial phenomenon. If there was no legendary ninja like Uchiha Madara to lead them, once they showed their potential, they would probably be hit by a fatal blow from the 5 major countries in an instant. It can be said that the reason why Uchiha Chinyu is so valued now is because he is not only from the Uchiha clan, but also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. That is a means to easily control the tailed beasts, which is enough to make the major countries afraid. Chapter 231 Not even as good as a kid. Uncle, don't worry, Itachi is still young, but he is also strong and wise. Now that the 5-Cage conference is about to be held, the battles between the major countries have temporarily stopped, and Itachi should not have any accidents. Uchiha Shisui persuaded. Besides, as long as Itachi's goal is to find Chinyu, we will eventually meet. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement, patted Shisui's shoulder, and sighed, if Chinyu hadn't appeared, Shisui, you would probably be the strongest young generation of our clan today. Since there is water, why is there Chinyu? Faced with this remark, Uchiha Shisui was silent. At the junction of the Cloud Village and the Rain Village, 3 figures covered with red auspicious cloud cloaks quickly passed through the forest. Ah! Chinyu sneezed, rubbed his nose and said, I have been sneezing a lot recently. Is it because Yeking missed me? Uncle, don't be so conceited. Airwayama rolled his eyes, are you really not going to find the big sister Xiang? She left in a hurry. Find her. Chinyu shook Airwayama's head with his backhand. She is the hero of the Sand Village, and her strength is much stronger than you think. If you have the heart to care about others, you might as well get yourself together and become a Jinchuriki. At this point, Chinyu looked at Kimimaro who was speechless. Master Chinyu, this place is not far from the Cloud Village. As long as we cross the mountain in front, we can reach the warning zone of the Cloud Village. Kimimaro looked up and said indifferently. Looking at Kimimaro who was like a human map, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, Kimimaro, you started to go to the battlefield when you were 2 or 3 years old, and you remember these winding roads very clearly. Your bastard father is really cruel. Letting you go to the battlefield so early is simply child abuse. A day ago, when taking over the escort mission of the Akatsuki organization, Chinyu was still in high spirits. However, when he was on the road, he was confused when facing the east, west, south, and north. Especially the one-click full-level system, but there is no way to make Chinyu's map viewing experience reach the maximum level. This immediately made Chinyu complain. He would make a high-level map in the future to benefit the people like Zoro who are high-level road idiots. Uncle, you seem to be more ruthless than his father. The 2 Yama people couldn't help complaining. It was their first meeting, so they had to talk about family matters. When asked about the whereabouts of the whole family, Kimimaro directly replied that the whole family had just been exterminated by Chinyu, which made the 2 Yama people almost spit out blood. As a madman clan, they had provoked many enemies, and now the main force was killed by Chinyu. Once this matter spread, the old, weak, women and children left behind by the Take Torai clan would also be killed by their enemies. This is no different from extermination of the clan. Don't talk, someone is coming. Chinyu raised his eyebrows. Although he had already performed the transformation technique, he had killed the 3rd generation of Raikage not long ago. If his identity was exposed, he would probably face the pursuit of the whole village. As soon as the voice fell, 7 or 8 figures, like ghosts, appeared around and blocked the 3 people directly. Looking at the mask on the face, it was the Anbu member of the Cloud Village. Are you the Akatsuki? The leading Anbu member suddenly said, we are here to hand over the mission, you just need to hand the person over to us. Is it that simple? Don't you need to invite us in to drink tea, enjoy the moon, and chat? We have been assassinated many times along the way and paid a lot of price. If I hand the person over to you and something goes wrong on the last journey, our Akatsuki organization will not only not get paid, but I am afraid that even the reputation will be ruined. Hearing this, the two Yama people also subconsciously moved their steps and came behind Qin Yu. Let the uncle go in with me, they are not bad guys. Humph, we don't care whether they are bad guys or not, but are you questioning the ability of our mist ninja Anbu? And this is the territory of the Land of Thunder, you can't be allowed to tell us what to do. The leading Anbu member snorted coldly and suddenly jumped up without warning. For them, if the seal of the two-tail was not imminent, the situation of the Third Ninja World War would be unclear. There are also restless family forces lurking in the village, and the third generation of Raikage is still missing. The elder advisor would not propose that in order to conceal the truth and enhance the combat power of the village, the Akatsuki organization should escort the two wooden men back to the Cloud Ninja village in advance. Although, in recent years, the Akatsuki organization has absorbed many wandering ninjas under the management of Nagato and others. But in the eyes of the big country, ants are ants, the only difference is a little thinner and a little fatter. Moreover, with the fierce folk customs of the Land of Thunder and the irritable character of the Cloud Ninja, they have never taken the existence of the Akatsuki organization seriously from the beginning. At this moment, Qin Yu actually refuted their decision. The leading Cloud Ninja lost his temper and reached out to catch the two wooden men. A bunch of frogs under the feet, hand over the people quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. However, just as they moved, Kimimaro, who had been guarding Qin Yu, moved first. His agile figure, like a tiger or leopard, appeared in front of the Cloud Ninja Anbu one step ahead. The short figure passed through the big hand that was stretched out, and a sharp bone spear, like a white spear, went straight to the shoulder of the Cloud Ninja with a lightning speed. Puff! Blood spurted out like a gorgeous firework. After a successful attack, Kimimaro did not stop at all, and the bone spurs spit out from his right hand shot out like a cannonball. The huge impact force directly nailed the Cloud Ninja to the tree trunk 7 or 8 meters away. The sudden attack made the remaining 6 ANBU ninjas' eyes change drastically. In their eyes, Kimimaro was short and obviously a child of 6 or 7 years old, not worth taking seriously at all. But they never expected that he would knock the leading ANBU captain away and seriously injure him with one move. Feeling the bloody smell in the air, they were originally irritable and were about to explode in an instant. However, a slightly childish and indifferent voice came from under the ill-fitting Xianjiun cloak. Don't move, or you will all die. As the voice fell, a series of eerie white bones, like earth cones, shot out from the ground without warning, and suddenly stopped an inch away from their bodies. For a while, a huge bone cage was formed with them as the center in a radius of more than 10 meters, and even the ANBU captain nailed to the tree trunk in the distance was confused. Why don't you do it? You're not even as good as a little ghost, and you're going to get rid of me. Qin Yu laughed dryly, looked at the rock not far away, and said, you're talking about something, why don't you come out now? Do you want to collect their bodies? As soon as these words fell, the faces of the Cloud Ninjas in the field changed drastically, and the captain of the team looked at Qin Yu with disbelief. Chapter 232 The Great Evil Girl Samui. The Cloud Ninja Anbu in the field were shocked, especially the Cloud Ninja Anbu captain who was nailed directly to the tree trunk by Kimimaro. When they received the mission, the people above did not tell them that there would be a backup plan. The Akatsuki organization is indeed extraordinary. It seems that people outside underestimate you. A pretty female voice with a hint of coldness came from behind the rock. Soon, in full view of everyone, a blonde girl about 16 or 17 years old walked out from behind the rock. She was wearing a grey combat uniform, and the tight outfit only highlighted her plump figure. That figure was really amazing. Uncle, you come and see, she is more fierce than her fierce sister. The two wooden men said suddenly. This made Qin Yu's face black instantly, and he flicked her forehead directly. However, from beginning to end, Qin Yu took into account the issue of etiquette. His eyes were still locked on the blonde girl. As for whether she was fierce or not, Qin Yu didn't care. At least, that feeling simply couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. If Qin Yu remembered correctly, This should be Samui, the elite and fierce Jonin of the Cloud Ninja who appeared in the 4th Ninja World War in the original work. Captain Samui. The captain of the Anbu nailed to the tree trunk was the first to calm down and said. It's our incompetence. Not only did we not notice the arrival of Captain Samui, but we also lost the face of the Cloud Ninja village in public and failed the high hopes of Lord Rakage. We should die to apologize. As he spoke, the captain of the Anbu quickly took out a kunao and stabbed it into his throat without any hesitation. This scene was simply a scene of fierce temper. He committed suicide over a disagreement. Stop! Samui shouted coldly, and with a shake of his right hand, the 1,000 needles flashed out from his sleeves without any warning, and hit the kunao directly at the speed of the last strike first. With a click, the kunao was instantly knocked away and inserted diagonally on the tree trunk. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "This 1,000 needles are made of materials that increase the conductivity of chakra. It seems that you are proficient in the 1,000 needles that change the nature of lightning escape. It is true that you cannot judge a person by his appearance, and you cannot judge a beautiful woman by her appearance." At this point, Qin Yu looked at Kimimaro and said, "Withdraw the attack." "My lord, I will go now." Kimimaro replied indifferently, and suddenly put his hands together to release the seal. The dense bone spears that emerged from the ground quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes like bamboo shoots after rain. If it weren't for the messy traces left on the ground, they wouldn't dare to believe it. The dignified elite ninja of the Anbu fell directly into the hands of a little kid in one encounter. As Kimimaro casually pulled out the bone spear stuck in the tree trunk, blood splattered. The pale-faced Anbu ninja fell to the ground. "Sir Samui, you see this is all a beautiful misunderstanding. We are guests of the Akatsuki organization. You should invite us to stay for a while, right?" Qin Yu said with a faint smile. Samui glanced at him indifferently and said, "No wonder Yumiran called you a greasy uncle. He really owes a little bit of money. I'm afraid this little white bone ghost following you is a member of the crazy clan? Although I already knew that your Akatsuki organization likes to recruit some wandering ninjas, I didn't expect that there would be people from the Take Torai clan under your command. Aren't you afraid of letting these lunatics come to your door? For the lunatic clan who loves fighting in the land of water, they are well known in the 5 major countries. For many people, it is a terrifying existence that people avoid. Now Qin Yu carries this time bomb with him, which is beyond many people's expectations. After all, the lunatic clan has a lot of black material in history. Whether it is a bite back or a counterattack from the lunatic clan, it is not a good thing. Haha, Kimimaro is a good boy, don't get me wrong." Qin Yu smiled and rubbed Kimimaro's head, and did not continue. In the huge ninja world, among the 5 major countries, the military strength index of the Cloud Village still surpasses Konoha. Although it is not as good as in politics, wealth, etc., especially in the cultivation of geniuses. But the overall military strength is still very good. Moreover, Qin Yu was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to enter the Cloud Village for free. However, if it is too strong, it may backfire. "Xiang big sister, can you let the uncle go in with me? He is good at sealing techniques, maybe at that time, he can." The 2 Yama people begged anxiously. However, as soon as the voice fell, they saw Samui took a step, performed the instant body technique, came to her side, and interrupted her. "Yama people, remember that there are some words that can be said, and some words cannot be said casually." Samu looked at Qin Yu indifferently and said, "Since the leader of the Akatsuki organization is planning to visit our Cloud Ninja village, I, Samu, will certainly not issue an order to expel him casually. However, I hope you can take off your mask and let you go after you verify your identity." As soon as these words fell, the faces of the Anbu ninjas in the field changed. But before verifying their identities, they were obviously very vigilant and stared at Qin Yu. "Uncle." Yama was anxious. She knew the identity of Uchiha Qin Yu clearly. It's just that after getting along with each other for this period of time, Yama didn't show the fierceness and evil as rumored. Instead, Yama felt that Qin Yu had a very good smell. "Don't worry, it's normal to be vigilant." Qin Yu smiled and rubbed the heads of the 2 wooden men. Just as he was about to take off his cloak, a series of air-breaking sounds came from all directions. 20 or 30 Anbu ninjas fell into the field like ghosts. At the same time, the leader was the elite Jonin of the Cloud Village, who appeared frequently in the original work. He was also the instructor Dode who guided the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 4th Raikage AI to practice the Lei Li Hot Blade. However, Dode looked to be in his early 30s during the Third Ninja World War. "Teacher Dode, why are you here?" Samui couldn't help but speak first. "I just escorted the 4th generation out of the border, and suddenly received a special request for support from the Anbu here, so they came with people." Dode looked at Chinyu and Kimimaro and said. "It seems that the Nozi Akatsuki organization in Rain Village has escorted the Jinchuriki vessel here." "What Jinchuriki vessel are you talking about?" "I have a name. My name is Niwei Yukato." The two Yukatos stepped down on Tutai's foot angrily. The sudden scene caught even this elite ninja off guard. After a cry of pain, he almost fell to the ground. However, facing this little episode, not only did the atmosphere not ease, but Samui stared at Chinyu. Chapter 233 Deceptive Tricks. In the huge forest, in addition to Tutai's cry of pain, the atmosphere in the field undoubtedly became a little strange. Samui looked at Chinyu and suddenly said, "I didn't expect that there are people in the Akatsuki organization who are not afraid of the situation. Facing this kind of formation, there is not even a little panic. Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid?" Chinyu smiled playfully, but Kimimaro and the two Yukatos standing beside him were undoubtedly nervous, and their little faces became a little nervous. "Haha, if there is no cooperation relationship, facing this kind of lineup, of course I will run away." Chinyu laughed dryly and said, "But I also believe that the Cloud Village is not a guy who doesn't keep his word. Even the cooperative partners are not spared. If it gets out, it will affect the 5-cage conference. Don't you want to verify your identity for me? Don't waste time." Chinyu smiled and lifted his cloak. A clear-cut face soon appeared and said, "I am Nagato, responsible for this escort mission. One of the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization." Dode glared at the two Yukatos, then came to his senses and looked at Chinyu and said, "I am a perception ninja. You don't mind if I check your chakra, right?" As soon as these words fell, Kimimaro and the two Yukatos' faces changed drastically. Transformation techniques can change appearance, but there is no way to change the nature of the chakra and breath in the body. Now that Tutai suddenly staged such an episode, it was obviously beyond their expectations. Thinking of Chinyu's sensitive identity, the two Yukato regretted a little and insisted on keeping Chinyu in the Cloud Village. "Of course there is no problem." Chinyu did not refuse. It is not easy to sneak into a ninja village, especially using such a simple transformation technique. It is even more impossible to get away with it. However, in order to deal with this scene in front of him, Chinyu made preparations in advance. "Then I'm sorry." Tutai suddenly formed seals with both hands, and his powerful perception instantly swept over Chinyu's body. After more than 10 seconds, he opened his eyes and said. No reaction, "He is not one of those people, and I met that Nagato once that day, so I remembered his breath, and it was not wrong." The strange scene made Yukato and Kimimaro stunned. As a ninja, they knew clearly that everyone's life breath was different. As a result, the nature and breath of chakra were also different. Although the transformation technique can change the appearance, the breath is difficult to replace. However, if you can achieve the perverted transformation technique of White Zetsu in the original work, even the breath on the body can be copied. That's another matter. Seeing Dode nod his head again and again to confirm, Samui's indifference on his face faded a little and said, "Don't mind, the 5-cage conference is about to be held, and Lord Raikage has just left the village. Now is a sensitive period for all major villages to be on high alert, so don't mind." Chinyu was a little surprised about the departure of the Raikage. It was too much of a coincidence. But since God had arranged it this way, Chinyu became more interested in the mysterious village of Kumagami village. After all, in the original work, except for the Konohagami village, which was emphasized, the other villages only had a vague outline. "Hehe, Sam, you are too kind. We are just disturbing you," Chinyu said with a nonchalant smile. Samui did not continue to say polite words. After repeatedly confirming that there was no problem on the platform, he turned around and led the way. It took the whole group more than half an hour, passing many secret sentries and many natural dangers, and finally stepped into the sealed gate of the Cloud Ninja village. This is a village built on the mountain. Because it is located in the mountainous area, although there are no lead clouds in the sky, thunder can be heard from time to time. There are also various lightning flashes like thunder snakes, and some thicker lightning arcs are like silk threads, directly striking from the sky. However, as soon as these thunders fell, they were quickly led away by the lightning protection equipment installed on the top of each building. Uncle, don't look at it, these are all very common things. Tell me quickly, how did you do what you did just now? The two wooden men couldn't help but grab Qinyu's hand, shaking it and asking softly. Qinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, and soon saw the four tails hidden in the cloak and transformed into a pendant. He blinked his eyes and used consciousness to transmit his voice, "Haha, little girl, I'm not like that stinky turtle who only knows how to sleep. I am the Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave in Huiguo Mountain. In addition to melting escape, I am best at the art of transformation. Dead monkey, do you have to take me with you to brag? Don't you say these are just tricks to deceive people? If you have the guts, go out and fight with me." Listening to the two-tailed beasts quarreling in his mind, Qinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and cut off the connection directly. Only the two wooden men were giggling. During this period, the rogue behavior of the two-tailed beasts' style, completely overturning her understanding of the tailed beasts. Most importantly, Qinyu was really worried that the two innocent Yukatos would be led astray by the two-tailed beasts. "Yukato, what are you laughing at?" Samui frowned. The two Yukatos quickly reacted and covered their mouths and said, "No, I'm just happy to be back in the village." Looking at the two Yukatos who were shaking their heads and explaining, Samui didn't delve into it. She just winked at Tutai and said, "Nagato, you stay here for the next few days, and I'll take you to the accommodation. As for Yukato, you will have people from the Anbu to arrange accommodation for you next." As soon as these words fell, the Anbu behind Tutai immediately walked out 4 people and walked towards the two Yukatos. "No, I don't want to be separated from Uncle Greasy. Don't I have to stay for a few days? Let me stay with Uncle Greasy." The two Yukatos hid behind Qinyu all of a sudden. This scene immediately made the 4 Anbu look at each other in surprise. Samui was also very surprised. According to the intelligence about the character of the two Yukatos, she was active by nature and liked to make trouble. On Turtle Island, she was also tossed around. Even the Anbu stationed on Turtle Island was troubled by it and suffered a lot from the two Yukatos. However, now he is so dependent on an outsider. This was too much for Samui, and at the same time he was more curious about Qinyu. Whether it was the establishment of the Akatsuki organization or the escort of the two Yukatos, the human pillars, to the village safely in many assassinations. It was enough to make people look at him with admiration. It will take some time to prepare from the plan. Samui, you personally arrange their accommodation. Tutai suddenly said, "The human pillars, the two Yukatos will be temporarily handed over to you for care." "I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate." Samui was stunned for a moment and said in a hurry. Chapter 234. A refugee camp is also a paradise with a beautiful woman. I believe they won't mind. Tutai looked at Qinyu and said. Sam's red lips slightly opened, and she was speechless for a moment. Haha, I certainly won't mind if I have a beautiful woman to accompany me. Qinyu laughed heartily. Hey, uncle, are you acting like yourself or pretending not to mind? The two wooden men's ability to find opportunities to take advantage of opportunities obviously learned a lot from the two-tailed beasts. Qinyu directly reached out and flicked her forehead, then said, Ghost, I won't invite you to dinner next time. Yes, I won't invite her, so there will be fewer competitors. It's hindering our decisive battle. Boss, I support your heroic decision. The two-tailed beasts who were on the same side as the two wooden men just a moment ago threw away their moral integrity in an instant. If it weren't for their identities, they would have yawned now. No, uncle, I know I was wrong. You are the best uncle, the kindest, the most charming, the toughest, the most reliable, and the most secure. The two Yukato shook Qinyu's hand and said coquettishly, At most, I will be a Jinchuriki in the future. You say who to beat, and I will help you beat whoever. Seeing the two Yukatos, who are regarded as the heirs of the strongest tailed beast weapons in the clan, actually said such cruel words for a meal, which subverted their cognition. Okay, stop shaking, if you shake me again, my old bones will fall apart. Qinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. You'd better lead the way quickly, I think they are hungry too. After hesitating for a moment, Samui nodded at Tutai and said, Then you can follow me. If you mind, I will help you change places. As Samui and Qinyu and others left, the captain of the Anbu who was originally injured by Kimimaro was the first to lose his temper. Tottori, why do you want to keep these two Akatsuki members? We don't need to treat them so seriously, do we? Besides, Reikage-sama has just left, taking a lot of elite forces to the Iron Country. We have to prepare for the transfer of Jinchuriki in the next few days. It's not appropriate to let 2 outsiders stay in the village, right? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the Anbu ninjas present couldn't help but change. Only Tottori looked at the Anbu as usual and said, "Did you forget to mention the most important point, that is, the 2 of them are very strong, and a child alone can defeat our elite Anbu of the Kumo ninjas. Tottori, please forgive me." The Anbu captain's face changed, and he hurriedly half-knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. The Anbu ninjas he led behind him also knelt down one after another. Looking at this scene, Tutai snorted coldly and said, "This matter has been exposed. If the 4th Reikage is here, you will all be in trouble. I am afraid you will be thrown into the Thunder Hell for a good training." Hearing the name of the Thunder Hell, a trace of fear flashed in the pupils of the Anbu ninjas present, and even the Anbu captain was no exception. "But don't worry, Lord Reikage has no time to take care of this matter now," Tutai said coldly. "You also know that the power in the village is relatively weak now, although the Reikage firmly believes that the group of sinners Uchiha Kainu will not dare to attack our Cloud Ninja village. However, in order to prevent it before the 5-Cage conference has a result and the 4th Reikage has not returned, these 2 members of the Akatsuki organization who know the identities of the 2 Yukato must stay in the village. If they dare to leak the situation of the 2-tailed Nikomata, we also have hostages to punish the Akatsuki organization." The slightly eerie voice echoed in this mountain rock. The captain of the Anbu's eyes lit up and he said hurriedly, "Lord Tutai is very thoughtful. If there are hostages held in the village, the Akatsuki organization will be cautious and dare not disclose the details of the mission. We just need to wait for the return of Reikage-sama, and then we will release them after we have properly sealed the tailed beasts. By then, the information will be leaked, and if the villages still have other ideas, it will be too late." "Yes, it's good that you know this." Chuchita nodded with satisfaction. However, as soon as the voice fell, a ninja from the Anbu hurried over. After whispering a few words, Chuchita's face changed, and he shouted in a hurry, "All of you follow me, there is an emergency." During this period, do your best to collect the whereabouts of Uchiha Chinyu and his group of murderers. As the order fell, Tutai took the lead and jumped towards the distant rocky land. Dozens of other Anbu ninjas also followed quickly. Of course, if they knew that Uchiha Chinyu, who was being chased by the whole ninja world, had been invited into the village by them, I'm afraid they would not know what their expressions would be. When Samui led Chinyu and others to the remote old residential area, his face changed slightly. The mysterious curse seal on his wrist flashed a trace of purple lightning, and he hurriedly looked at the distant rock. "Is there anything going on? If it's inconvenient, you can go and deal with it first, we'll wait for you here." Chinyu raised his eyebrows. He just felt a huge amount of chakra leaking out. However, this power quickly disappeared without a trace. Chinyu and the 2-tailed beasts had no way to capture the exact location. This. After a flash of hesitation on Samui's face, he grabbed the mysterious seal on the back of his hand and said, "No need. If anything happens in the Cloud Village, I believe that Mr. Dode can handle it. Besides, this is the Cloud Village. What can happen?" Having said that, Samui looked at the end of the muddy path, the slightly dilapidated wooden hut and said, "The front is where I live. Hurry up and follow me. If you mind, I will move you to another place." "In front?" Chinyu looked at the end of the road, and the dilapidated house in sight was really eye-catching. Just now, whether it was the Anbu or the Dode, although their attitude towards Samui was not very respectful, it was at least respectful. It proved that Samui had some status in the Cloud Ninja village. Moreover, an elite Jonin, no matter how weak he was, would not have to live in such a dilapidated house when he went out to perform a few missions. The house in front of Chinyu felt like a refugee camp. "What's wrong?" "This is a refugee camp. If you mind, I can help you change places." Samui was always paying attention to the changes in Chinyu's expression. In her eyes, it seemed that she had expected all this. After saying this, she turned around and left. "Mind." Chinyu reached out and pressed Samui's shoulder warmly and said, "With a beautiful woman accompanying you, the refugee camp is also a paradise. I like it too. However, whether to change places or not will be discussed later. It seems that something happened in your refugee camp." "Something happened?" Sam was startled at first, then suddenly woke up and rushed out quickly. Chapter 235 My child soldiers are stronger. Uncle, are we going to join in the fun? The two wooden men asked curiously. Of course. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he performed the instant body technique and disappeared from the spot. The two wooden men who watched this scene were startled at first, then pouted and stomped their feet and said, Uncle, you have the opposite sex and no humanity. Little white bone ghost, you too. The childish complaints echoed in the sky. Qin Yu had a smile on his face and appeared outside the refugee camp. The first thing that came into view was more than a dozen people wearing white feather clothes similar to the Datong Miao clan, with sharp horns on their foreheads. This strange figure and appearance made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Kaneki, Ginki, you dare to come and make trouble again, aren't you afraid of being blamed by the fourth Raikage? Samui rushed to the entrance of the camp first. However, before she could get close, the three cloud ninjas stationed in front of the gate jumped in front of her. Lightning escape, earth walk. Samui had already prepared, and with her hands flying quickly, she formed a series of seals. As her feet landed on the ground, crackling lightning splashed and turned into a frenzy to attack the three cloud ninjas head-on. The sudden scene made the three cloud ninjas who tried to block it stagnate, and they obviously didn't expect Samui to be so fierce. After a little distraction, it was too late to withdraw and retreat, and they were hit by the lightning instantly. The only thing that made them lucky was that the power of this attack was not very strong, it just paralyzed their bodies for a moment, and they recovered quickly. However, when strong men fight, victory or defeat is just a matter of a moment. By the time they reacted, Samui had already passed through their defenses and headed straight for the gate. Qin Yu saw this, frowned, and couldn't help but warn, be careful. Bang! In the refugee camp, a young figure directly crashed through the dilapidated wooden door and flew out. Samui, who had just approached, was startled at first, but subconsciously reached out to catch the child. However, as soon as he entered his arms, Samui's face changed drastically. The child in his arms suddenly raised his head, and the sharp horns on his forehead were similar to the physical characteristics of the cloud ninja who had just blocked the road. Exactly the same. At this moment, Samu finally understood what Qin Yu's reminder was all about. This is just a child soldier, and he relies on traps to attack. In the moment of distraction, the child soldier in his arms suddenly spit out a kunai from his sleeve, without any fancy, and stabbed directly into Samu's throat. The sudden scene made Samu's nerves tense and he wanted to withdraw. Suddenly he found that his feet were tightly grasped by two big hands made of mud, and he couldn't move at all. The only thing he could do was to watch the incoming kunai, which quickly enlarged in his pupils. Facing death for the first time, Samu's heart tightened and he couldn't help closing his eyes. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly came out, and there was also the sound of crackling lightning arcs, echoing in his ears. The long-awaited death did not come, so Samu couldn't wait to open his eyes. Hey, 4 steamed buns for $1, do you want some? Qin Yu was surrounded by lightning, and he smiled warmly at Sam. I don't know what you are talking about. Sam looked at the child soldier whose eyes were almost popping out, and the 3 stunned guards in front of the gate, and instantly understood something, saying, but I still have to thank you. Really? Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. This is probably the legendary generation gap. His eyes turned in vain and fell on the refugee camp. He smiled and said, but I also have to thank these little bastards for giving me a chance to be a hero and save a beauty. If you want to repay me, you can give me a chance and let me take you on a date. Slippery tongue. Sam was stunned at first, then glared at Qin Yu and said, I don't have the mind to mess with you now, I still have to save people. Save people? Qin Yu smiled playfully, and the lightning in his right hand crackled and crackled, instantly causing the child soldier to scream and faint on the ground. At the same time, he casually caught a kunai and threw it into the refugee camp. Bang! The wooden door was directly pierced through, and the kunai was inserted into the pillar with its remaining power. At the same time, a series of rumbling sounds, like a frenzy, directly detonated. Corpse bone vein dance of early fainting. Bang bang bang! The white bones, like spears, directly penetrated the entire refugee camp. The cloud ninjas hiding inside pulled out and retreated violently, and scattered around. The faces that were originally gloomy were now occupied by shock and anger. Especially when he saw the thin figure exposed under the collapse of the originally dilapidated refugee camp, he exuded endless murderous intent. Haha, it seems that there are quite a few guys who hide their heads and show their tails. Qin Yu looked around and found that the characteristics of these people, like the cloud ninjas stationed at the gate and the child soldiers, all had horns on their heads. If I remember correctly, this physical feature is similar to the famous rebellious ninjas Kinkaku and Ginkaku in the Cloud Ninja Village. Samui, what are you doing? You dare to fight in the village? The feminine-looking boy who led the group roared with a trace of resentment on his face. Why? Qin Yu stopped Samui, who was about to explain, and said with a warm smile, because you 5 elements deserve a beating. Aren't you going to compete with child soldiers? If you can't compete, then compete wildly. Take your garbage back. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu grabbed the unconscious child soldier on the ground and threw it at the horned boy. The sudden scene made him obviously unable to react. If it weren't for the boy with silver ornaments beside him who took action in time, he would probably be slapped in the face. However, seeing that what was originally regarded as a key link was stopped by the boy in the auspicious cloud robe in front of him. A group of them were even driven out by a brat. These were also child soldiers, but the huge difference in the results they got was like an invisible slap, slapping them hard on the face. Suddenly, there was a burning sensation. Samui, he doesn't seem to be from our Cloud Ninja village. How dare you bring outsiders in without permission and attack people of the same clan? The boy with silver horns spoke coldly. Compared with the boy with gold ornaments next to him, they are obviously 2 people with different extreme personalities, giving people a calm feeling like a venomous snake. Kaneki, Ginki, who is he? It has nothing to do with you, but you actually took advantage of the 4th Raikage's departure from the village to attack our refugee camp. Do you really not take the 4th Raikage's orders seriously? Samui's face sank and he shouted in a hurry. Qin Yu's action just now was kind-hearted, and he also saved her and the refugee camp. But in the same village, no matter how big the internal struggle is, it is all out of the same breath. Qin Yu's identity is obviously an outsider. Once the elders and consultants are alarmed, it may be disadvantageous to Qin Yu and others. This is not what Samui wants to see. Chapter 236 I have been looking for an excuse to beat you for a long time. Hehe, Samui, don't use the 4th generation of Raikage to pressure us. This refugee camp is full of refugees you have taken in. If you don't insist that they have great potential and can become a powerful force in the village in the future, the elders will not turn a blind eye. The irritable Kaneki was the first to roar. Now, I give you 2 choices. First, get out of here immediately and let us kill these little bastards and this big bastard at the same time. Second, we will kill you together. The stern voice was like thunder. Like a roar, it could not disperse. Samui's face changed. She knew very well the status of this group of people in the Cloud Village. Once they really started fighting, without the suppression of the 4th Raikage, I'm afraid the whole village would be in chaos. At that time, she would be a sinner. However, as Kaneki said, the children in the refugee camp were all refugees she rescued on the battlefield. Among them, many have shown good ninjutsu talents after training. Whether it is out of kindness or really to cultivate the fighting power of the Cloud Village in the future, she must not give way. Ahem, I don't think she can hand over these little brats. Why don't we make a deal? You can try to vent your resentment on me. Qin Yu smiled warmly and stepped out slowly. Kaneki was stunned at first. He didn't expect Qin Yu to force himself to come forward. When he thought of the scene he encountered in the refugee camp just now, he laughed with a ferocious face. Good. The word was uttered, like thunder, making the Cloud Ninjas present look happy. They knew clearly that their own clan, the physical pervert, would have a sure win in a one-on-one fight. However, just as this thought came to mind, the scene that came into view the next moment shook people's hearts. Under the crackling lightning, an illusory figure appeared in the original place without any sign. The familiar warm smile was exactly the same as Qin Yu, who was still stepping out beside Samui. However, the former was an afterimage, while the latter was the real Uchiha Qin Yu. In this lightning-fast moment, there was no trace of fancy. The right fist was wrapped in lightning, and it fell with the sound of words. Sorry, I have been looking for an excuse to beat you for a long time. Boom. A punch was thrown, like a latent dragon emerging from the abyss, and endless lightning flashed across with a posture of 10,000 pounds. Without any fancy moves, in full view of the crowd, it smashed heavily into Kaneki's arms. From a distance, Kaneki seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, and waited for him to react. The body, like an iron tower, flew backwards like a cannonball and smashed heavily on the rocky mountain dozens of meters away. Bang! The huge impact force directly shattered the rocky mountain, and the hideous cracks spread rapidly with Kanaki's body as the center. Once again, with the roar of the shattering sound, the rocky mountain of more than 10 meters disintegrated with a loud bang. The sudden scene and the rolled up dust made the cloud ninja present swallow their saliva, and they looked unbelievable and could not react. Haha, I hit him a little too hard, but you all heard that he asked me to beat him. Qin Yu patted the dust off his body, looked at Yunmu with a smile, and said, "This is the first time I have seen such a strange person. He actually likes to be beaten. This hobby is really amazing." Looking at Qin Yu who was talking and laughing, the absent-minded cloud ninja reacted instantly. At the same time, anger flashed across his face, but was stopped by Yunmu's hand. "Very good, Samui didn't expect that you found a big backer when the fourth Raikage was away. It seems that you, who have never shown your ambition, are thinking about the same thing as our clan." Yunmu smiled and looked at Samui. Samui's face suddenly changed, and he said in a hurry, "Yunmu, don't compare me with your clan. I just made efforts for the strength of the Cloud Village." "Simple." Yunmu laughed jokingly, "If your purpose is really simple, you won't collect so many wandering ninjas, and now you are colluding with outsiders to attack fellow villagers. I will definitely go to the elders to complain about you and see how you explain it. Yes, we are all eyewitnesses. Let's see how you can fight us alone." The cloud ninjas guarding the surroundings looked at Qin Yu with fear, but facing Samui, they had no fear at all and directly shouted to Yunmu. "You!" Samui was immediately angry. Looking at this scene with so many people, she had no way to refute it. A sense of inexplicable grievance was sincerely generated in her heart, and her eyes were a little red. From the beginning, she knew very well that in any village, there was serious xenophobia. This is especially true for the Kagaya clan, where Kaneki and Ginki are. However, Samui did this because she was also a refugee rescued by the village. It was the previous two-tailed Jinchuriki who rescued her, so she encountered a lot of public pressure, but Samui still survived. Unfortunately, a few years ago, the two-tailed Jinchuriki died in the war because the seal was loose and he was old, which led to the backlash of the tailed beast. In the end, the two-tailed was sealed by the third-generation Raikage who arrived in time, but Samui lost this big backer. Her identity as an outsider and her act of taking in refugees were suppressed by the Hawks. And the people of the Kagaya clan in front of them often suppressed them. If it weren't for the fourth-generation Raikage who spoke a few fair words, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have a place in the refugee camp. "Hey, are you the descendant of that traitor?" Qin Yu suddenly screamed and said, "Let me think, they seem to be called Kinkaku and Ginkaku." At that time, it seemed to be the 5-Cage conference held during the First Ninja World War. They seemed to have killed the Raikage and attacked the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Now it's the 5-Cage conference again. You are suddenly making trouble in the village. Are you planning to follow your ancestors and rebel? Or do you also want to be beaten and have a strange habit of being abused? A small voice echoed in the ruins. Sam's face, her expression suddenly changed, and she stared at Yunmu and the others with her nerves tense. She knew clearly that the tribe in front of her could be called barbarians just like the Bamboo Cutter clan. Now Qin Yu openly exposed the scars and sprinkled salt on them. It was undoubtedly like digging holes on the tiger's head and seeking death. However, as time went by, none of the Hyuga people in the field suddenly stood up. With a sullen look, they subconsciously looked at Yunmu beside them. Chapter 237 Medical Ninjutsu is my hobby. The strange scene made the atmosphere in the field more inexplicably depressing. Samui was stunned for a moment, then saw Yunmu, who actually smiled and said, "You are an interesting outsider. Our clan is a law-abiding existence. We will not pursue you now, but next time we meet, I can't guarantee that Kaneki will not kill you. He is a simple-minded person, and you took advantage of him unexpectedly, but his strength in the Cloud Ninja village is second only to Lord Raikage. I advise you to escape overnight, otherwise the next time we meet, it will not be so simple." After leaving these words, Yunmu signaled the Cloud Ninjas on his left and right to go to the ruins to lift Kaneki up, and then turned around and left without staying. The remaining Cloud Ninjas witnessed this scene and quickly followed. However, when Yunmu passed by the two wooden men, he paused for a moment, took a closer look, and then quickly left again. This attitude simply gave people a feeling that he was trying to cover up his guilt and wanted to fly away with wings. "Uncle, I haven't even started watching, How come it's over? The two wooden men pouted and grabbed Qin Yu's arm, shaking it and saying, but that punch you just threw was really satisfying. That fierce young lady might be fascinated by you, uncle. Stop shaking, you're going to shake my bones apart. Qin Yu broke free from the hands of the two wooden men, flicked her forehead directly, and said, then you're not fascinated by me. Bah, uncle, you're so conceited, I'm not. The two wooden men's cheeks suddenly turned red, and after glaring at him, they quickly walked towards Samui. Big sister, let me introduce you to my uncle. He looks a little greasy, but he is really reliable and very safe. Samui was slightly startled. Looking at the two wooden figures who looked like little kids, her cheeks turned slightly red. She reached out and rubbed her head and said, Sister, I just want to protect them now. At this point, Samui suddenly woke up. Without thinking too much, she rushed into the broken refugee camp. However, as soon as she stepped into the refugee camp, she saw the center surrounded by bones. Kimimaru stood quietly in it, and there were 7 or 8 girls and boys covered with scars behind him. They were about 4 or 5 years old, and the slightly older ones were also 6 or 7 years old. There was also a boy in his early teens. When Samui appeared, the 10-year-old boy in the lead showed joy on his face, and his whole body was directly exhausted. The moment he lost consciousness, he fell heavily to the ground. The hot blood splashed and wet Kimimaru's robe. Brother Darui, are you okay? Sister Samui, please save Brother Darui quickly. He just fought with those bad guys to save us and was stabbed in the chest. Although the two children, aged 5 or 6, were also injured, blood was still flowing out. However, for the children who have experienced the baptism of the battlefield and survived in blood and fire, their personalities are obviously more resilient. Grabbing Samui's arm, he hurriedly dragged him to Darui. Aze, Amoyei, don't worry, I will ask the elders to send a medical ninja now. Samui was trying to persuade them to calm their emotions, but after seeing the shocking injuries on Darui, she became uneasy. In her eyes, Darui's injuries were not only fatal with a knife in the chest. Many of his major arteries were also deliberately cut off. Facing the brothers Kaneki and Ginki, he was able to survive because they were playing with him and wanted to let Darui bleed to death. If she hadn't come back in time, Darui and the others would have died. However, facing such injuries, Samui was also panicking. Their identities were not welcomed in the village at all. Moreover, the Third Ninja World War had just come to an end, and many medical forces were sent to the front line. At the same time, because of the ban on the two-tail, the elders would never give the few remaining medical forces to outsiders. Feeling the slight pulse of Darui and the weak breath he exhaled, Samui's slender hands were trembling slightly. Facing someone who could obviously be saved, he was powerless. That kind of sadness and helplessness, how helpless, I'm afraid only Samui knows. Sister, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep for a while. Darui slightly opened his heavy eyelids and said as if in a dream. Samui's expression froze, her eyes turned red, she covered her mouth with her left hand, and shook her head repeatedly. She had heard this scene with her own ears when the two Jinchuriki died a few years ago. And this sleep, but she still hasn't figured it out until now. Sorry, I seem to hear the beauty's request for help, you seem to be in need. Qin Yu gently grabbed Samui's trembling right hand and said, I mean medical ninja, don't think about it wrongly. The fatal injury is in the chest, the myocardium is torn, and the heart has an irregular heartbeat. There are 18 wounds on the body surface, 13 of which are on the aorta. It is a miracle that he is not dead. Qin Yu slightly grasped Samui's hand, and then let go. At the same time, he quickly checked the injuries. You are a medical ninja, can Darui still be saved? Samui was stunned. For the young man in front of her, who called himself Nagato, from the beginning of strangeness to mystery, until now, she felt that it was against the sky. Not only is he proficient in lightning escape, but he also knows the most difficult medical ninjutsu. This is too shocking. Medical ninjutsu, I just study it when I have time to kill time. It's just my hobby. Although I haven't treated many people, no one has ever died in my hands. Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose and said, however, if you continue to hold my hand, I can't guarantee that he will die from excessive blood loss. Yes, I'm sorry, just go and save people. As long as you can save Darui, I will agree to anything you want. Samui was anxious, although it was a bit like desperate. But the only person he could rely on at the moment was Qin Yu. However, as soon as he let go of his hand, Samui and others saw Chinyu move. His right hand reached around his waist, and 3 scrolls fell into his hand and spread out directly on the ground. With a bang, the mysterious seal spread quickly, occupying the entire ground in an instant. At the same time, even Darui's body was quickly covered. Is this a medical seal? Samui was stunned. As an elite jonin, she had certainly seen the most advanced medical ninjutsu in the village. If the entry-level medical ninjutsu is the palm technique, then the most difficult one is the medical ninjutsu that uses the seal to increase the healing effect. And these medical ninjutsu, without exception, require several, or even dozens of experienced medical ninjutsu to perform. Chapter 238 The Appearance of Spring Heart. In the broken refugee camp, the mysterious seals are all around Darui. Chinyu did not pause at all, and cut off a small bunch of hair from Darui's head with his backhand. When the hair fell on Darui's wound, Chinyu moved. His hands quickly flew, like a butterfly, a series of seals fell, and the powerful chakra exploded instantly like a frenzy. The art of healing and regeneration. The mysterious seals around him seemed to come alive, and while entangled with the scattered hair, they frantically drilled into Darui's wound. The light green light of medical ninjutsu instantly enveloped Darui's body. The chest that was directly pierced was healed quickly with granulation tissue moving at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds all over his body, except for the knife wound on his chest, were instantly healed. Seeing this miraculous scene, the people present were stunned. As an elite jonin of the Cloud Ninja Village, Samui knew more clearly what this scene meant. If a team had a powerful medical ninja, it would definitely save a few more lives during the mission. 10 minutes later, the light on Darui's body dissipated. The chest that was originally pierced, except for the scars left, the injuries all over his body had long disappeared. This is the blood-enhancing pill I prepared. You can feed him one, and that's it. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief and threw a medicine bottle to Samui. The mysterious seals scattered on the ground also dissipated. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Samui came back to his senses, looked at him gratefully, and then walked quickly towards Darui. As the scarlet pill was put into Darui's mouth, his originally slightly pale skin gradually turned bloody. Uncle, I'm hungry. Compared with Samui's shock at Uchiha Chinyu's medical ninjutsu, the 2 Yukatos were more concerned about their stomachs. Seeing Darui recover from the danger, he immediately grabbed Chinyu's hand and shook it. The 2-tailed beasts that turned into ornaments also yawned and stared at Chinyu eagerly. Kimimaro didn't say anything, but the desire in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Nagato, thank you for your help. After Samui confirmed again and again that Darui was not seriously injured, he said with a hint of apology on his face, you must be hungry after rushing all the way. However, this is just a refugee camp. Apart from some milk squeezed this morning, if you need food, I'm afraid you have to go through the process and report to Mr. Dode first. Uncle, I feel that life in the future will probably be difficult. The 2 Yukatos curled their lips and said helplessly, why don't I go catch some game now and let you show off your skills? When they thought of Chinyu's cooking skills, the 2 Yukatos had already been irreconcilable with the 2-tailed beasts. From the beginning, they served as Jinchuriki for the village, and now the 2 Yukatos' philosophy has become simpler. The motto has long become to become stronger by snatching food from the tiger's mouth. You are just greedy, girl. Chinyu raised his hand and flicked the foreheads of the 2 wooden men. Looking at the group of little brats in shabby and thin clothes, he couldn't help but frowned, and various dishes that could be used flashed through his mind. The Cloud Village is located in the northeast corner of the ninja world. The climate is cold and there are cold wines from time to time. Looking at those little brats in thin clothes and their snot hanging, Chinyu's mind finally settled on a special dessert. Always eating staple food has a great impact on the taste buds, but in this case of particularly large climate changes, other things are needed to adjust. Moreover, this dessert can be made with buffalo milk. During the battle just now, Chinyu also found that there were many useful ingredients in the wild fields on the roadside. Nagato, please help me take care of them. I'll go buy something for you to eat. Samui grabbed the shriveled purse at his waist. As a senior ninja, you can exchange rewards through tasks, but if you have to take care of 7 or 8 little kids at the same time, the expenses are not small. It is still a war period, and there are even fewer tasks that can be taken. It is already very good that you are not starved to death. Your few copper coins should be left to them. Buffalo milk is enough. Chinyu grabbed Samui's hand and said with a smile. Really? Samui was stunned, her cheeks slightly red, and she said stubbornly, You don't need to worry, I still have some private money. Forget it, keep that little money for marriage, send me the buffalo milk, pick a few brats for me, I found something good in the wild over there. Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, raised his hand and flicked Samui's forehead. The sudden move made Samui startled, covering her forehead and staring at Qin Yu's back as he turned and left. For a long time, she was excluded because she was a disciple of the two-tailed Jinchuriki and a refugee. Later, because of the improvement of her strength, she was respected by others, but gradually developed a cold and arrogant attitude that kept people away. No matter how excellent the ninjas in the village were, including the Raikage and the eight-tailed Jinchuriki killer bee, no one dared to flick her forehead like this. Now, Qin Yu's sudden move made her heart feel inexplicably rippling. I've got it down. This is the expression of amorous feelings. The two wooden men snickered unexpectedly. Samui woke up in a hurry, her cheeks flushed, and said, You devil girl, what are you talking about? I don't know what amorous feelings are. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know? The two wooden men smiled cunningly, took out a mirror, gestured, and said, You'll know it by yourself. You. Looking at the two wooden men who were so clever, Samui glared at them and fled. However, she was still a little unsure about Qin Yu, who was full of confidence and planned to show off his cooking skills. If it really didn't work, she would rather borrow more money than treat Qin Yu's life-saving grace unfairly. At least let him not hate this place and stay here for a few more days. Ah, what am I thinking about? Sam couldn't help but cover her hot cheeks, feeling the two wooden men's thieving eyes, and quickly turned around and walked towards the dilapidated warehouse behind. As Qin Yu and others moved, the Kagaya clan, after leaving the refugee camp, also returned to the desolate settlement in the Cloud Village, which was slightly remote and close to the mountains. Since the rebellion of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops, the Kagaya clan, which was once the strongest clan in the Cloud Village, has been gradually excluded and ended up in the situation of the Uchiha clan. However, unlike the Uchiha clan, this clan has always been more violent and has a special physique. They like to carry out more difficult tasks in the village, so their identity in the Cloud Village is a bit sensitive, but their status is still not low. Chapter 239 Thank you Uchiha Qin Yu. Yinmu, you are finally back. How is the plan going? Yinmu led the large army and just stepped into the gate of the garrison. He saw an old man with a withered body and cheeks like bark, walking out slowly with the support of 3 guards. Elder, why did you come out in person? Yinmu's expression stagnated, and he said in a hurry, This time our test was hindered by a person from another village, and even Jinmu was knocked unconscious by surprise. The old man in front of him was the most senior elder in their clan. There were also rumors that he was the younger brother of Jinjiao and Yinjiao. However, compared with the strong physique of the two, the elder Mujiao in front of him was smart, but his body was not outstanding in the clan. Therefore, he was excluded from the rebellion battle that day. When he learned that the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku led a large army and fell into the hands of Senju Tobirama, he immediately expressed the attitude of the clan and handed over the precious tailed beast sealing technique of the clan, and then he got the opportunity to continue to stay in the village. It can be said that if the Kagaya clan can continue to exist in the ninja world, Myokaku is an indispensable think tank. People from other villages. Elder Myokaku raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, Tell me everything in detail, and don't leave any links behind. Yinmu was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he saw this elder Myokaku look so solemn. He didn't hide anything and quickly told him everything just now. After a long time, Elder Mujiao frowned even more tightly, looked at Kaneki who was gradually waking up and about to explode, and shouted in a deep voice, Okay, don't go crazy here, I have already guessed the identity of that person. Elder, do you know the origin of that person? Kaneki rubbed his stuffy chest, his face showing anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly in front of the old man in front of him. He is in charge of many secrets of the clan. In the Third Shinobi World War, after the disappearance of the Third Raikage, our clan was rarely sent to the battlefield, and was also strictly monitored. However, the characteristics of the Red Auspicious Cloud and Black Cloak reminded me of the Akatsuki organization that has risen in the Rain Village in recent years. It is said that it is also led by 3 little ghosts. Leader, what do you mean by advocating peace? This is simply a joke in front of a big country. Elder Mujiao sneered at the end. Not long ago, I bribed a group of people to monitor Kame Island. I thought that the 4th generation guy could keep his composure. I never thought that he would secretly let the people of the Akatsuki organization escort the Jinchuriki instrument back to the village to cover up his tracks. Elder Mujiao, do you mean that we can proceed to the last stage? Kaneki was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. For their irritable clan, they have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Humph, this time the timing is very coincidental. If we really want to investigate, we have to thank Uchiha Kainu, the Konoha rebel who suddenly appeared in the ninja world recently. Although you have just learned that trick, this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, I am afraid you don't trademark to know when it will come. A hint of joy also appeared on the dry bark-like cheek of Elder Mujiao. He stomped the ground heavily with his cane in his hand and said, "The ambitions of the eldest and second brothers that day can finally be realized in my lifetime. Pass the order to me. All the fighting forces in the tribe are ready at all times and wait for my order." "I know, Elder Mujiao." Jinmu and Yunmu responded in unison. As the most powerful existence among the younger generation of the tribe, and the two who have the appearance of the previous Jinjiao and Yunjiao, they have been waiting for this moment for too long. If it weren't for the smooth progress of the plan, they would have wanted to fly away and make a big fuss. Well, don't be too happy too early. Now that the refugee camp is destroyed, let's see the reaction of Tutai first. During this period, you must not bother the people of the Akatsuki organization again. As long as our plan succeeds, let alone a broken organization, even a big country will be vulnerable in front of us. Elder Mujiao warned again in a deep voice. Elder Mujiao, don't worry. We have waited for so long, and of course we will not let the plan fail. However, if he dares to hinder our plan, I will tear him to pieces and let him know the horror of our clan. Jinmu said fiercely. When he thought of being knocked out by Chinyu in front of everyone, not only his cheeks were hot, but also his chest was stinging. Humph, that's the best. If anyone dares to make a mistake at this critical moment and ruin my final plan, don't blame me for being ruthless. Elder Mujiao looked around coldly, left these words, and turned away. Watching the old figure leave, Kaneki and Ginki looked at each other, then turned around to execute the order. Before the final planned opportunity comes, they still need to consolidate their trump card to be foolproof. With the Kagaya clan ready to move, the Cloud Village is obviously shrouded in an inexplicable atmosphere of oppression. Many Anbu hidden around the village and even near the refugee camp have been drawn out. Chinyu saw all this, but he didn't care at all. He doesn't like trouble, but it doesn't mean he is afraid of trouble. If trouble must come to him, Chinyu doesn't mind fighting it back. Nagato, I have brought the buffalo milk you need, but I'm worried that you are not used to the taste. Why don't you let me buy some specialties? Samaya came back with 2 large buckets of buffalo milk. Because Karui and others were still young and needed nutrition to grow, Samaya bought 3 cows to raise a few years ago. Although the milk tasted a bit pungent, it was good enough to fill the stomachs of refugees like Karui. But compared with Karui and others, Chinyu and his party were not only guests, but also their lifesavers. When Samaya thought about using such inferior things to entertain his benefactors, he felt a little guilty. You girl, you are just worrying about nothing. Help me get the wild ginger over there. Chinyu directly reached out and flicked Samui's forehead. This action caught her off guard, and she could only glare at Chinyu helplessly, and then quickly went to perform the task. In this short half an hour, Samui didn't know how many times Chinyu flicked her forehead. However, compared with the shyness at the beginning, there was an inexplicable warmth in her heart now. It felt like a layer of barrier between the two of them was gently broken by this finger. Chapter 240 Cantonese Specialty Desserts. Looking at Chinyu in front of him, who had no airs at all and did not look at Karui and others with tinted glasses. The strong strength, the protective character, and the superb medical ninjutsu made Samui's mind flash a sales pitch from the 2 Yama people. Xiong big sister, are you fascinated by the greasy uncle? He is quite safe and his cooking skills are superb. I don't know when the 2 Yama people came over. He kept winking and said, why don't you marry the greasy uncle and let him stay in the village? I don't want to leave with the uncle. When he said this, a trace of disappointment flashed across the 2 Yama people's faces. Compared with Samui, she knew Chinyu's identity very well, but after this period of time, the 2 Yama people knew Chinyu's character and personality better. Compared with the rumors of the vicious and evil people in the ninja world, it was completely contrary to the truth. You want me to keep him? Samui blushed, reached out and rubbed the 2 Yama people's head and said, you clever little devil, but don't talk nonsense, I will find a way to let the 4th generation Raikage try to keep him. After all, his own strength and medical ninjutsu are very strong. If he is willing to join our ninja village, perhaps the 4th generation Raikage will agree. No, Uncle will not agree. The 2 wooden people shook their heads stubbornly with red eyes and said, Uncle will leave the village soon, and I believe that Uncle is a good person. After leaving these inexplicable words, the 2 wooden people carried milk and walked towards Chinyu, leaving Samui with a look of surprise. Did she say that the 4th generation Raikage would not agree, or that my charm was not enough to keep him? Samui glanced at Chinyu's busy figure, and then blushed and suddenly came back to his senses, saying, Bah, what am I thinking about again? Samui, your life belongs to the Cloud Ninja Village, you can't think about anything, quickly restore your usual calmness, as a ninja, only by putting aside emotional colors can you become stronger. While warning herself, Samui patted her cheeks gently with both hands. However, before she could come to her senses, she saw Chinyu move. The sealed scroll that was opened casually, and the complete kitchen utensils scattered out of it, made her confused. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Chinyu used powerful fighting methods and medical ninjutsu to attack this complete kitchen utensils. Samui would really misunderstand Chinyu as a chef. Fire style, fire palm technique. Chinyu placed the huge iron pot on the fire, and with one hand, the flame converted from chakra burst out. The prepared milk was poured directly into the pot, and then Chinyu covered it with an iron lid. At the same time, in another iron pot, Chinyu put the appropriate amount of wild ginger he picked into the big basin. The lightning in his right hand wrapped around the chakra knife, turning into a series of thunderbolts, cutting the juicy wild ginger into small pieces. When the sizzling lightning dissipated, Chinyu inserted the chakra into the ground with his backhand, and the chakra in his right hand gathered crazily, instantly turning into a small raised nan. If Minato Namikaze in the original work knew that this raised nan had become a blender and juicer in Chinyu's hand, I'm afraid I don't know what his expression would be. It seems that the chakra form changes, the compression and chakra control alone, the difficulty of the ninjutsu has reached at least A level. If he can perform A-level ninjutsu at will, he will definitely become an elite jonin if he is in the village. Samui was stunned. Just when she was wondering why Chinyu had to perform such a complicated ninjutsu, the scene she saw made her eyes almost burst. As soon as the high-speed rotating raised nan condensed, Chinyu pressed it directly into the wild ginger in the basin. Under the violent crushing and crazy stirring, the ginger juice was accumulated like a frenzy, adding a hint of fresh and spicy ginger in the air. Uncle, the milk is starting to boil. The 2 Yama people also looked around with curiosity. For her, since she first saw Chinyu's cooking skills, the cooking process was like a magic trick. Add some sugar to me. Chinyu looked back at the milk with white smoke, and asked the 2 wooden men to pour all the sugar that had been prepared into the milk. The Cloud Ninja Village is located in the mountains and cold. In addition to Samui's body being in a sensitive period, Karui and others have obviously been invaded by the cold. Although medicine can be used to regulate, the best bitter medicine is also poisonous. Moreover, it is possible to use local materials at the moment, so Chinyu thought of this flavor, the Cantonese-style ginger milk. The method is simple, and it also has the effects of dispelling cold and promoting blood circulation, beautifying the skin, relieving cough and sleeping. For women in special periods, it has unexpected effects. Uncle, I have already stirred it. The 2 wooden men wrinkled their noses and said, however, although you have processed it, there is still a little bit of smell in it. Besides, there is nothing special about simply drinking milk, right? In response to the 2 Yama people's questions, Samui, who was curious, also came over with Karui and others. However, if it weren't for their status, the 2-tailed beasts that turned into ornaments and hung on Chinyu's neck would have wanted to slap the 2 Yama people in the face. In their eyes, the food made by Chinyu could never be measured by common sense, and they could not question their rice chef. Hehe, this milk looks very ordinary, but the next step is the key. Bring me those wild red beans that have been cooked just now. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, wait a minute, you don't rush to eat it, I will write you a word of submission. Really? The 2 Yama people wrinkled their noses and said, Uncle, if it is really as magical as you said, I will not call you greasy uncle in the future, and I will find sales for you so that you can end your single life earlier. Looking at the 2 clever wooden men, Chinyu reluctantly took the red beans in the basin and scattered them evenly in the ginger juice. Then, without stopping for a moment, he grabbed the edge of the boiling pot with one hand, and under the shocked eyes of everyone, he poured the hot milk directly into the ginger juice and red beans. To make this Cantonese-style dessert well, the most important thing is to grasp the temperature of the milk, the concentration of the ginger juice, and the baking time. If there is a little mistake in these three links, the taste of the ginger milk will not be rich enough. The ginger juice is too thick and the milk flavor is not enough, both of which are not presentable. As the boiling milk fell into the large basin, it mixed with ginger juice and red beans. A special smell of ginger milk came towards us, and just as the two wooden men and others greedily poured deep into the pot while taking a breath, Chin-yu closed the lid neatly. Seeing this scene, the two wooden people and others were immediately unhappy. "Uncle, are you angry with me? I didn't mean to question you just now." Chapter 241 What on earth is this thing? Uncle, why did you cover it? Are you angry? The two wooden people looked at the big pot eagerly. The fragrance that filled her nose made her start the swing mode again. The two-tailed beasts hanging on Chin-yu's body yawned with their eyes wide open, and even Chin-yu's clothes were wet directly. Samui and others on the side did not ask further questions, but their faces were full of urgency. "Don't shake it, I'm not like you, a stingy person." Chin-yu raised his hand and flicked the forehead of the two wooden people, looking at the big pot with steam, and said, "It will probably take another 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Boss, find a place to let us out quickly." The voices of the two-tailed beasts sounded in Chin-yu's mind, and the words were filled with urgency. In their eyes, the diameter of the cauldron was 70 to 80 centimeters, but it was still far from their huge bodies. If they were restored to their original form, it would at best fill the gap between their teeth. Seeing the 7 or 8 little brats here, and the two Lolita heads of Yu Mu Ren who were staring at them, the two-tailed beasts became restless. This is the Cloud Village, and there are two-tailed beasts. If you release the transformation technique, you will be smaller, but I'm afraid you will be recognized. Chin-yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Why don't you bear it for a while, and I'll make it for you next time." "No." The two-tailed beasts shouted in unison. The next moment, the proposal made Chin-yu look confused. "Boss, we can become Urha. Monkey's transformation technique is definitely the best in the ninja world." The three-tailed beast spoke first. The four-tailed beasts on the side also nodded and agreed, "Hurry up and let us out. That girl is not trustworthy. If it's too late, I'm afraid we can only lick the pot." After these words fell, the eyes of the two-tailed beasts became hot. Staring straight at the steaming hot pot, they completely turned the ferocious-tailed beasts into a life of huskies. "Boss, don't hesitate." The three-tailed beast urged hurriedly, "There are still 6 minutes. If you delay any longer, you will miss the time. Boss, if you don't let us out, it will go berserk." The four-tailed beast licked the yawn at the corner of his mouth and echoed it. Looking at the two determined-tailed beasts, Chin-yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Kimimaro, go and summon the ninja dogs. They have worked hard all the way." "Ninja dogs?" Samui was stunned for a moment. In her eyes, Uchiha Chin-yu had such a strong strength that he should have signed a powerful contract beast. Although ninja dogs are loyal to humans, their biggest role on the battlefield is to assist and track, and their actual combat power is negligible. However, after thinking about it carefully, Samui soon felt relieved. Most of the powerful contracted beasts are inherited from the family. A small part of them are selected by the directional contract scrolls provided by the village. Finally, it depends on personal circumstances to get the favor of the contracted beast. Among them, the inheritance of Miyaboku Mountain in the original work was obtained by Jiraiya by accident. Later, whether it was Minato Namikaze, Naruto, or even Konohamaru Sarutobi, they were able to summon toads because of the inheritance from generation to generation. If it is a slug, and a monkey demon and other contracted beasts, it is a family inheritance type. In Samui's eyes, Chin-yu is just a wandering ninja leader of the Akatsuki organization. It is good enough to be able to reach this point with his own strength. If you still want to have a contracted beast like Hanzo of the Salamander, then the Rain Village has already changed. Ninja dog. Kimimaro was stunned. Looking at the two-tailed beasts that Chin-yu handed over and turned into ornaments, his cheek muscles were twitching. However, the fiery eyes made Kimimaro hurried to summon the ninja dog. If it was delayed and the two-tailed beasts were worried, it would be no joke. "Uncle, can't you let me have it alone for once?" The two wooden men complained with a pout. She had seen with her own eyes the two-tailed beasts' cheating mode. At present, the pot is not big. If the two-tailed beasts are divided into 3 or 5, it will be a nightmare. However, before Chinyu could speak, a figure fell from the sky and landed not far from Samui. Teacher Dode. Samui was stunned for a moment, her red lips slightly opened, and she was about to say something but stopped. Tutai waved his hand, frowned and looked around. When he saw the broken refugee camp, he frowned even more and said, I just received a report that Jinmu and Yunmu came here to make trouble. It seems that you are not in big trouble. At this point, Tutai looked at the big pot that Chinyu was holding, and the big basin that was several times larger than the wash basin. Under the steaming water vapor, life seemed to be pretty good. Teacher Tutai, there was indeed a little conflict just now, but... Samui explained hurriedly. However, he was soon interrupted by Tutai again, it's good that nothing happened. Try to avoid conflicts with their clan during this period. If there is anything, wait for the fourth Raikage to come back to deal with it. Also, the two Yukatos are different from them. If you are hungry, go and apply for some food. Although the war control is relatively strict, I will turn a blind eye during this period. In Tutai's eyes, most of the refugee camps are wild vegetables, milk and grains. If it was an outsider like Chinyu, he would not bother to care. But the two Yukatos are the most compatible containers for the two-tailed Jinchuriki this time. If she really becomes a Jinchuriki and feels that the village has treated her unfairly, it will not be easy to increase her sense of belonging to the village in the future. This is a bit of a loss. Therefore, at this critical juncture, it is also the best investment to sell some favors to the future Jinchuriki. Hey, ignorant! The two Yukatos glared at him disdainfully and said, how can an ordinary person like you understand the uncle's cooking skills? Wait a minute, don't be greedy. Ghost, stop talking nonsense. Chinyu patted the two Yukatos on the head and said, you are also a guest. Although it is just a small dessert, it is a bit not suitable for a big scene, but Senior Tutai, if you don't mind, you can try it. It's almost time now, you can open the lid. Chinyu said while opening the lid of the pot with his backhand. Steaming water vapor rushed up to the sky, and the smell of ginger juice and milk spread with the wind rolled over the whole world and filled the nasal cavity. The special and unfamiliar smell made everyone in the field couldn't help but sniff hard. Even Tutai, who was originally resistant, couldn't help but twitch. Looking at the big pot, the white red beans and ginger residue were mixed together, and the ginger milk was shaking. It made people feel inexplicably happy and their appetite increased. What on earth is this thing? Chapter 242 Let you have the qualifications to become a shadow. Chinyu ignored the eyes of others, took out a small bowl, mixed red bean ginger with milk, filled a bowl, handed it to Tutai and said, try it, it's not poisonous. Uncle, give it to me quickly, otherwise those two guys will come back and I won't have a chance. The two Yama people came to their senses and became anxious. Faced with such an unusual and strange delicacy, this kind of sneak start and the opportunity to snatch food from the tiger's mouth are rare. When they thought of the 3-5 fight between the two-tailed beasts, the two Yama people didn't bother to wait for Chinyu's approval, and hurriedly grabbed the spoon and rushed over. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, casually filled another bowl, and handed it to the hesitant Sam Yi, saying, you are in a special period now, it is not good to catch a cold. This thing can drive away the cold and warm the stomach. Try it. You, how do you know? Sam Yi's cheeks flushed, and she was stunned for a moment. For girls, this kind of thing is a secret. Now Chinyu pointed it out, if other people's attention had not been attracted by the ginger milk. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Subconsciously taking the ginger milk handed to her, watching the trembling vibration, emitting the tempting smell of ginger juice and milk, Sam Yi couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Boss, you didn't wait for us. Two shrill roars came from a distance. Soon Sam Yi saw two ninja dogs with extremely fast speeds like after images, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters and appearing in front of the ginger milk. Seeing the two Yama people covering their cheeks with an intoxicated expression, Sam Yi couldn't help but put the red bean ginger milk on the spoon into her mouth. The moment she ate it, the spicy ginger juice was accompanied by the aroma of milk. The tender and smooth taste, as well as the fragrant and powdery feeling of the red beans, made Sam Yi's eyes widen. When she swallowed it and it fell into her stomach, Sam Yi's delicate body couldn't help but twitch. In that moment, she felt a warmth sweeping through her whole body in her stomach. Originally in the Cloud Ninja village, the annoying cold was gone. This feeling of comfort all over the body was like a clamping touch at that moment. After Sam Yi finished a mouthful, she couldn't help but put another mouthful into her mouth. Once this rhythm was turned on, the whole person was like a demon, and the red bean ginger milk in the bowl was swept away. The next moment, Samui looked at the large basin that had been in a mess, his eyes lit up, exuding wildness, and he pounced directly on it. Looking at this unusually lively scene, Tutai, who was originally hesitant, could no longer hold back. In his eyes, as an elite ninja with a pivotal position in the Cloud Ninja village, he would never eat such things with lowly refugees. However, curiosity can kill the cat. If it was a person's behavior, perhaps Tutai would ignore it, but seeing that even Samui had thrown his usual reserve behind his mind, Tutai couldn't hold his temper. Looking at the spoon, which was shaking and emitting an unusually tempting fragrance, Tutai couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva and hesitantly sent it to his mouth. Opening and closing his mouth, the smooth ginger milk, with a spicy taste and a faint milky flavor, mixed with the fragrant glutinous rice of red beans, slid directly into his mouth with a gurgle. The warmth that swept from his stomach made his cold hands and feet, which had just recovered from soaking in water, feel warm from the inside out. The strange feeling made Tutai's eyes widen, and he hurriedly put the red bean ginger milk in the bowl into his mouth. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls, 4 mouthfuls. Tutai wolfed down the fist-sized bowl, and it was all gone in just a short moment. Thinking of the big basin full of red bean ginger milk, Tutai also shamelessly said in a hurry, "Can you give me more?" 1 bowl. No. Chinyu's voice followed. This made Tutai, who had just mustered up the courage and shamelessly asked for it, a little embarrassed. However, after seeing clearly that figure who was almost dug through and lying on the ground with his belly in his hands, he was stunned. Verb. I ate 18 bowls, this time I won. The 2 wooden men picked their teeth, and the 2 white huskies lying on the side said proudly. Tisk, I ate 20 bowls. 22 bowls. The 3 tails and 4 tails quickly fought back. Being a human should have a bottom line, and being a tailed beast is no exception. At least, stick to the threshold of this foodie, even bragging should not become blushing, breathless. I also ate 7 bowls. Sam's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling his swollen belly, he couldn't help but loosen the waistband of his pants. However, his expression of wanting more was obviously still on his mind. As for the little brats like Karui, although their fighting power was not as good as theirs, they also ate 3 or 4 bowls. They felt warm all over, and even their little cheeks were a little more rosy. Watching this scene, Tutai's cheek muscles twitched uncontrollably. The lingering fragrance on his teeth and cheeks had not been savored carefully, but now it told him that it was over before it even started. This feeling was too uncomfortable. When he thought of the bitter fruit he got for pretending to be cool at the beginning, he wanted to slap himself. Nagato, don't you have another bowl in your hand? Can you give it to me? Tutai's eyes lit up and said shamelessly. At this moment, he couldn't care too much. In order to find out the taste of this thing, he had already thrown his face out. Sorry, this is for the injured. Chinyu smiled and glanced at the broken refugee camp, and said, however, I will continue to do it tomorrow, and you can come at this time. Stinky old man, you have tasted the power of my uncle, this taste is simply unforgettable, please come early tomorrow. The 2 wooden men looked at each other frivolously. This made Tutai speechless. Chinyu did not care too much, took the red bean ginger milk, and walked straight to Darui. Are you awake? Chinyu glanced at Darui who was still pretending to sleep and said, do you hate yourself for being too weak, or you are too hungry and can't open your eyes? If you want to become stronger, I may be able to help you. Can you help me? Darui opened his eyes all of a sudden. It must be said that under the healing regeneration technique and blood-enhancing pills, Darui's own physique was also abnormal, and he recovered almost everything in just half a day. Looking at Darui, whose face was still a little pale, Chinyu handed over the red bean ginger milk in his hand and said, eat it. If you feel your strength has recovered, I should be able to make you qualified to become a shadow. Qualification to become a shadow? Darui was stunned. In his eyes, this is an unattainable goal. Even the big sister Samui who has been protecting them did not have the confidence to say such words. The person in front of him gave him such a promise, which was a bit of a gap. Chapter 243 Black Thunder Heritage Hall. Are you kidding? Darui couldn't hold back his temper. He remembered the suppression he had suffered in the past few years. Especially when the second tail Jinchuriki and the third Raikage died, and the fourth Raikage was not in the village. Some hawkish clans took advantage of their misfortunes. If it weren't for Samui's hard work, they would have starved to death. It was because of this favor that Darui tried his best to deal with Kaneki and Ginki just now. I thought he would end up dying, and I didn't expect that he would be saved by the person in front of him. I'm kidding, you'll know if you try it. Qin Yu said with a dry laugh, but if you don't try, you may be a weak person who needs protection all your life. Weak. Darui was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of determination flashed across his face, and said, I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect anyone. Determination is good, courage is also good, but the stomach is not up to the task. Hurry up and finish eating, recover, I will tell you how to become stronger. Qin Yu smiled and looked at Darui's still thundering belly, and handed over the red bean ginger milk. Looking at this strange food, Darui was stunned at first, and the moment he put it in his mouth, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. The next moment, he directly turned on the wolfing mode. After eating it upside down, he found that there was no refill, and he got the reply of please come early tomorrow. However, it was precisely because he had tried this unique delicacy that Darui had a little more inexplicable expectation for the strengthening mentioned by Qin Yu. Senior Tutai, something bad has happened. A cloud ninja Anbu rushed over quickly from a distance, and landed beside Tutai after several ups and downs. Looking at the sudden Anbu, Tutai's face changed drastically, and he grabbed his shoulder and said, what happened? The cloud ninja's Anbu looked around cautiously, then lowered his voice and whispered in Dode's ear. Within a few seconds, Dode's face changed continuously, and the process was comparable to the face changing in Sichuan opera. Looking at Dode, who was livid at the end, Samui also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, Teacher Dode, if there is an emergency, I can go to support. Nagato of the Akatsuki organization is also proficient in the art of sealing. Samui, don't talk nonsense. Dode looked back at Qin Yu and said, only it was a minor incident on the battlefield, and the sealing technique is not necessary at all. However, for safety, you take the 2 Yukatos with me to meet the elders. This is an order from above, and no one can refuse it. At this point, Tutai looked at the 2 Yukatos who looked reluctant. However, the 2 Yukatos also knew the importance of obeying orders, and they were extremely reluctant in their hearts, but after looking at Qin Yu, they also silently agreed. Tutai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Nagato of the Akatsuki organization, you will rest here first. After they meet the elders, they will come back to meet you, and then I will arrange a new place for you. However, during this period of time, I hope you don't leave here casually. For Tutai's seemingly well-intentioned reminder, Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, Senior Tutai, don't worry. We have been traveling all this time, and we are all tired. You can go and do anything first, and I believe that there is nothing you can't solve in the Cloud Ninja village. Tutai frowned and looked at Qin Yu. He had an indescribable strange feeling in his heart, but the situation was critical at the moment, so he didn't have time to think deeply. He nodded and quickly left. Nagato, please take care of them. After Samui showed a grateful look, he also followed with the 2 wooden men. For a while, the huge refugee area was left with only the 2-tailed beasts who were dozing off and a group of worried little kids. Okay, you have recovered almost, and we are leaving too. Qin Yu patted the dust off his body and said. Darui was startled at first, and said anxiously, Teacher, didn't you promise not to walk around casually? Besides, Sister Samui is not here, I have to stay here to protect them. For refugees like Darui, they are inferior to others in the Kumagakure. So when faced with such an order, he would never resist. Ito, you want to become stronger, or do you want to watch Samui die soon? Qin Yu slapped Darui on the back of his head and said, Earlso, who is stronger between you and my little brat? Don trademark T, you have any idea? Just now you kept saying that you wanted to become a Hokage and become stronger, but now you are scared. Looking at Qin Yu who was cursing, Darui was speechless. At that critical moment, Kimimaro who broke and displayed a powerful strength that was far beyond his cognition. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that a kid younger than him would have such a terrifying strength. And the person in front of him could control such a terrifying person, so his strength must be even more unfathomable. However, in Darui's mind, he was most concerned about Samui's safety. Teacher, you said that Big Sister Samui would encounter a life and death crisis, but this is the Cloud Ninja village. Darui couldn't help asking. However, Jinyu rolled his eyes soon and said unhappily, I repeat again, didn't you see that Dode also took away the 2 Yamokyujin human pillars in advance, which means that the 2-tailed beast will go berserk at any time. Once the tailed beast goes berserk, in the absence of the rakeage, who can withstand it? Can your big sister's body? Eden trademark T ask me if I can suppress the tailed beasts, just ask and I will definitely be able to. Tailed beasts riot? Darui trademark S expression changed slightly. He had been in the Cloud Village for several years and had seen the tailed beasts riot with his own eyes. He clearly understood how powerful it was. However, he never expected that Jinyu would just put his doubts back into his stomach. He wanted to continue asking, but thinking of Jinyu trademark S warning, he gritted his teeth and said, Itacher, I want to become stronger, I want to become stronger faster, I want to be strong enough to protect all of them. Earthies is a good momentum, but I hope you can still say this to the tailed beasts and me in the future. Jinyu laughed dryly and patted Darui trademark S shoulder, saying, take me to the Black Thunder Heritage Hall. Black Thunder Heritage Hall? Darui's expression changed drastically in an instant. He was not unfamiliar with this name. No. It should be said that as long as there are ninjas in the Cloud Village who practice lightning release ninjutsu, they all know exactly where this place is. The Cloud Village is best at swordsmanship and lightning release, which is the characteristic of most ninjas. But to be honest, there is a competition among the lightning release ninjutsu in the Cloud Village. The only one who can be the king is the black spot lightning that only the 3rd generation Raikage has. And the only way to wait for this special lightning release power is through the Black Thunder Heritage Hall. Chapter 244 The Black Tower Inheritance Place. The Black Thunder Heritage Hall enjoys a special status in the Cloud Village. Because it has a powerful destructive power that is said to be superior to ordinary lightning release, it has always been regarded as one of the important signs of the successor of the Raikage. However, since the death of the 2nd generation Raikage, this kind of Black Thunder has been lacking a successor. The strict qualification selection undoubtedly discouraged many young people. However, there are still many people who go to try their luck every day. The huge black iron tower is 30 meters high, covered with mysterious seals and characters. From time to time, lightning strikes from the sky and hits the tip of the iron tower, making a deafening roar. 2 Anbu Cloud ninjas stationed at the entrance of the gate, looking around from time to time, seemingly concerned. However, in their eyes, let alone the Black Tower Inheritance site, which is located in the Cloud Ninja Village. This Black Thunder Inheritance alone's strictness, no outsider would go to great lengths to try their luck here. As for the Black Thunder Heritage site in the Cloud Ninja Village, it was originally open to all Cloud Ninjas, so no one would dare to break into the Black Tower. Elder Mujiao, why are you here? The 2 Anbu ninjas, who were originally lazy, were startled at first, and then showed a suspicious expression when they saw the old man who appeared in front of the gate. In their eyes, Mujiao, as an elder of the Kagaya clan, was old and had rarely entered the sight of outsiders. Only the Anbu ninjas who were specially instructed to monitor would recognize the origin of this old man at a glance. Haha, this Black Thunder Heritage Tower has always been open to the outside world. You won't stop me from coming and welcome me, right? Mujiao laughed dryly and said, it was the 4th Raikage who issued an order to be hostile to our clan. The expressions of the 2 Cloud Ninja Anbu suddenly changed. There are indeed objections among the Kumigakure ninjas regarding the existence of the Kagaya clan, their ferocious behavior, and the rebellion of Kinkaku and Ginkaku in the past. However, as a large clan in the Kumigakure village, unless they are determined to completely tear their faces apart and damage the strength of the entire ninja village, it will be difficult to imitate the original Konohagakure village, where the damage to the entire ninja village was reduced to the Uchiha clan by just one Uchiha attack exterminating the clan. Since the riot of the Kinkaku and Ginkaku troops, the Kagaya clan seems to be restrained and low-key. But from the side, it has accumulated stronger strength. Even though they have been weakened on the battlefield, the clan led by the old man in front of them is still one of the best in the Kumigakure village. What's wrong? Are you still not going to give way? Mujiao's old face, like dry bark, turned cold and shouted sternly. The Cloud Ninja Anbu, who was still standing there, reacted hurriedly and said in a hurry, Elder Mukaku, you are too serious. We are just worried that the elder is not in good health. If something happens, it will make the 4th Raikage sad. However, Elder Mukaku has made up his mind, and we can't stop him. As he said this, the 2 Anbu ninjas quickly retreated to the side. However, just as they stepped aside, Mukaku moved instantly. His hands, like dry bark, suddenly stretched out from his sleeves, and the shining blade cut directly at the necks of the two Anbu ninjas. The two Anbu ninjas did not expect Miyukaku to attack suddenly. When they reacted, blood splashed on their necks. They fell to the ground with their eyes wide open and faces full of disbelief. Humph, the so-called Anbu is nothing more than this. Miyukaku snorted disdainfully, and 7 or 8 sounds of breaking through the air came from behind him, and finally fell behind him. Elder, Black Thunder has the power to seal and suppress the tailed beasts, but no one in the past has been able to inherit it. Are we really sure? A burly man asked in a deep voice. As a member of the Cloud Shinobi village, they certainly tried to accept the experiment of Black Thunder inheritance. It can be said that as long as they are members of their clan, they are required to participate. After all, once they successfully obtain the Black Thunder inheritance, this will become the closest and most convenient way to get the position of Raikage. However, after trying it themselves and entering the Thunder Pool for purification, they understood what the pain of thousands of hammers and tempers is. Humph, don't worry. I spent most of my life researching the Thunder Pattern Seal. With your special physique, there is a 40% chance that the Black Thunder seed can be planted in your body. Mu Jiao said coldly, could it be that as the elites cultivated by our clan, you are afraid to sacrifice yourself for the great cause of the clan? Or do you doubt my methods? Elder Mu Jiao, please don't get me wrong. We just want to understand clearly. After all, Jinmu and Yinmu have already started to prepare the plan. Any mistake in any link may become a nightmare for our clan. The burly middle-aged man explained in a hurry. Hey Wu, don't worry. This tempering is only carried out on the edge. As long as you don't go deep, the Thunder Pattern Seal can keep you safe. Mu Jiao's attitude also slowed down. He also knew that there is no one in the world who is not afraid of death, especially when facing a result that is almost dead. After getting this answer, the clan members who had originally looked solemn were slightly relieved. As a member of the Cloud Ninja village, they also knew the danger of the Thunder Pond. As long as they did not enter the center area suddenly, they would at most be seriously injured at the edge, and would not die. If the Thunder Pattern Seal mentioned by Mu Jia really worked, perhaps it would not be a problem to retreat unscathed. Seeing these people feel relieved, Mu Jiao spoke again, since everyone thinks that the matter is feasible, let's go in first. Elder Mu Jiao, let me open this door. He Wu agreed in a deep voice, and in full view of the crowd, he stepped out and walked to the heavy black iron door. The moment he pressed his hands on the iron door, crackling black thunder splashed out and quickly spread to He Wu's body. Humph! He Wu snorted coldly, and his muscles on the surface of his body squirmed. Facing the black thunder like a silk arc, he didn't take it to heart at all, and pushed the heavy door open. The rumbling thunder rolled in, and black lightning flashes burst out crazily. What's more, some of them rushed towards them at lightning speed, like a spirit snake coming out of a cave. The dense posture was like a violent storm, making people feel inexplicably suffocated. The sudden scene made their expressions change drastically, and He Wu couldn't help but shout in a hurry. Damn it, what's going on? Why did the Black Thunder in the Black Tower go berserk? This is not the first time they have come into contact with the Black Tower. The Black Tower has always been the place where the Black Thunder is passed down. But most of the Black Thunder is gathered in the Thunder Pool, and the Black Thunder on the edge will be very weak. Not to mention this kind of leaking, thunder attack that goes straight to the entrance. Chapter 245 The One Who Devoured the Tailed Beast Meat. Get started, don't worry about it, I'll cast a thunder spell seal on you. Mu Jiao's expression also changed drastically. He Wu roared first, and his body, which was originally like an iron tower, quickly bulged up like rock-like muscles. Facing the black thunder that was impacting head-on, there was no fancy, and he punched out with a heavy punch. Boom! The black lightning splashed, forming a rolling thunder echo. However, even so, the huge impact force still made He Wu retreat 2 or 3 steps. When he came to his senses, his whole arm and body felt a little numb. Looking at the oncoming black thunder, the 7 tribesmen standing behind him were thankful that they also took action, forming a huge flesh wall in front. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of thunders rolling and dispersing, the 7 tribesmen were also shocked back, and they were even more miserable than He Wu, retreating 5 or 6 steps. What's more, a scarlet blood mark appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he groaned. Witnessing this scene, Mu Jiao, who had been protected behind him, couldn't help but look down, and took this opportunity to take a breath and hurriedly looked into the Black Tower. When he saw the thunder pool in the center of the trial ground that was hundreds of meters wide, his pupils suddenly contracted and his eye sockets almost cracked. Hei Wu, who was standing in the front, screamed in horror. Yes, someone walked out of the center of the thunder pool. The exclamation was like a chain reaction, and the 7 people who were originally shocked back couldn't help but look at the thunder pool. The scene that came into view was simply soul-shaking, making people feel like sucking in cold air. Just now, the sealed door of the Black Tower was pushed open, and the lightning that splashed out made them suffer a lot. Some guys with slightly inferior strength even suffered some internal injuries. This is enough to make people peek at the horror of the thunder pool tempering, which makes people feel daunted. However, now someone told them that in this thunder pool that made them terrified, someone actually walked out slowly as if taking a bath. The huge gap, if not seen with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Elder Mujiao, what is going on? When did someone succeed in tempering in the Black Tower? Is this the secret weapon hidden by the 4th generation of Reikage? Hei Wu couldn't help but take a half step back. Now he wanted to open his eyes wide and see the face in the flashing lightning clearly. Recalling that not long ago, the newly appointed 4th generation Reikage dared to swagger and take the 8 Tails Jinchuriki away from the village, completely forgetting the potential threat of their clan. This made Hei Wu more certain that the figure bathing in black thunder in front of him was definitely the 4th generation Reikage, who secretly left behind a means to deal with them. Mu Jiao's face also changed. The Black Thunder riot just now had already made them suffer under the siege. Now the figure who suddenly appeared in the Black Tower and treated the thunder pool as a child's play was completely beyond his expectation. If he hadn't killed the 2 Anbu ninjas personally, Mu Jiao would really have the urge to get away with it. However, now that the person has been killed, the arrow has to be shot on the string. The only way is to kill the mysterious person in front of him with a lightning-fast gesture. Otherwise, once the matter is exposed, the ambition of their clan will be completely destroyed. This time, I am afraid that they will be exterminated. Hei Wu, even if he is the strongest, he is only one person. Now that we have killed him, there is no way back. Use the killer to surround and kill him directly in the Black Tower. Mu Jiao's old face like dry bark trembled, and he shouted in a hurry. Obviously, they are determined to do it once and for all. The expressions of the 8 people of Hei Wu froze, and the slight retreat in their hearts was suppressed at this moment. As Mu Jiao said, there is no way out now. Moreover, they still have the most powerful killer in their clan. This place is remote, and most people are rushing to the seal of the 2-tailed beast. It is not impossible to kill the person in front of them at the minimum limit. When he thought of this, a trace of determination flashed across the face of Hei Wu, who was leading the group. The next moment, he suddenly put his hands together, and his expression was distorted, and he roared angrily. Go, use the power of the tailed beast. Roar. As soon as the voice fell, 8 roars like the tailed beasts instantly detonated the sky. With eyes wide open and fangs protruding, the scarlet-tailed beast chakra quickly emerged from their bodies, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. The originally rough skin was constantly alternating between burns and recovery. This was obviously the result of forced use and inability to control it freely. However, compared with normal tailed beast clothes, they did not have tails representing the strength of the tailed beasts. Tailed beast clothes? You are not going to follow the example of Kinkaku and Ginkaku and eat the tailed beast meat. In the thunder pool, Qin Yu, bathed in black thunder, looked at this group of uninvited guests with interest. At the beginning, under the guidance of Darui, Qin Yu used the Manjakaya Sharingan and easily hypnotized the 2 Anbu Cloud Ninjas, and then took Darui into the Black Tower. Unfortunately, among the 4 forbidden techniques left by the 3rd generation of Reikage, the Black Spot Thunder obviously lacked the seal of the seal. To convert the lightning chakra in the body into Black Thunder, the premise is that the thunder pool needs to beta Black Thunder in the body is sealed. Qin Yu has tried many methods. Only by performing the lightning chakra mode and entering the center of the thunder pool for tempering can the body be gradually improved by the Black Thunder and undergo a subtle transformation. However, this process takes at least a week, and Qin Yu can no longer wait. But for Darui, who has not even mastered the lightning chakra mode and whose body cannot adapt to the activation of lightning, it is even more impossible. Just when Qin Yu was distressed, he did not expect that someone would send goose feathers from 1,000 miles away, and the gift was light but the sentiment was heavy. Qin Yu vaguely remembered that in the original work, when Darui performed the black spot difference, he was given a tattoo of thunder by the wreckage. This is probably the key. Boy, who are you? You actually know the secrets of our clan. Mu Jiao's face changed drastically. In the original work, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were swallowed alive when hunting the nine-tailed fox. Later, by chance, because of the inheritance of the bloodline of the Six-Path Sage, the power of the tailed beasts was even stripped out of the body of the Six-Path Sage, so due to these coincidences, Kinkaku and Ginkaku's bodies are adaptable to the chakra of the tailed beasts. This led to Kinkaku and Ginkaku having the means to transform into tailed beasts after surviving the disaster. It also promoted their ambition to rebel against the second wreckage during the Five Shadows talks. It can be said that in addition to the props left by the Six-Path Sage, the opportunity to accidentally devour the power of the tailed beasts and stimulate their physique is the key to their ability to get to this point. Chapter 246 Conan is possessed. Haha, how do I know? This is not important, but I am very interested in the Thunder Curse seal you mentioned. Can you give it to me? Qin Yu smiled warmly. If you give it to me, I can pretend not to see what you did. This seems to be full of temptation, but in Mu Jiao's eyes, a smile flashed in his pupils. His cheeks like dry bark trembled slightly, and he said, "Boy, it seems that the old ones are still the best. If you are not interested in my thunder spell seal, I will still worry that I can't kill you silently, but since you show this intention, it proves that your strength is not enough to be feared, and you don't have control over Black Thunder. I will give you the last lesson. Don't expose your weaknesses because of your greed." The slightly long and old voice has a little more joy. He Wu said with a ferocious expression, "Elder Mu Jiao, don't waste time talking to him. You should immediately open the barrier to stop the movement here, and then we will join forces to kill him directly. Since he can't even control the Black Thunder, we have been scared for nothing. This must be paid with death." Yes. The 7 tribesmen standing behind He Wu also echoed with tears on their faces. The rolling voices gathered together, exuding a different kind of oppressive taste. However, facing all this, the next moment they saw a scene that made their hearts skip a beat. He smiled. The person who was bathed in the Black Thunder and regarded as fish on the chopping board by them was smiling. The white teeth like snow were extremely annoying under the flashing Black Thunder. What made them most nervous was why the person in front of them was smiling in such a situation where they were sure to die. It seems that kindness can also be misunderstood. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head and said, "Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble, I just wanted to act secretly, but I didn't expect that I was also possessed by Conan, and trouble would follow me wherever I went. Since you don't want to hand it over, then I will go and rob it myself." The inexplicable words seemed extremely annoying under the rolling thunder. The moment Qin Yu suddenly raised his head, the scarlet blood color, like a frenzy, quickly spread in his pupils. The 9 Megatama rotated and directly shook the soul. "Yes, it's the 9 Magatama Manjakaya. Sharingan!" Mu Jiao exclaimed in surprise. As an elder of the clan who acts as a think tank, he controls the intelligence network throughout the ninja world. Although it cannot be compared with the 5 major ninja villages, the information about the Konoha rebel ninja, the bloody Azura Uchiha Qin Yu, who is in the limelight recently and has a great prestige, is clear. "Elder, this is the rumored 9 Megatama Manjakaya. Sharingan. How did the Konoha rebel sneak into the Kumagakure village?" He Wu's expression changed drastically. Facing this rumored murderer, he didn't have time to think about it and roared in a hurry. "Run away quickly!" The rolling sound waves rolled back like a tide, and his eyes were always locked on the thin figure bathed in black thunder. However, as soon as he took a step, the next moment, crackling, violent black lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. The ghostly lightning escape instant body technique made people's pupils shrink suddenly. The right hand wrapped in black thunder, the spear, was even faster than thunder and faster than ears, and it was directly enlarged in his eyes. Too fast. The idea of panic flashed through his mind, and He Wu had no chance to raise his hand to block it. The huge head covered by the tailed beast's clothes was thrown up under the splash of boiling blood. The sudden scene shook the remaining 7 people's nerves. Their eyes almost popped out, and they hurriedly pulled away and tried to flee. In their eyes, He Wu was dead, but they still had 8 people, including Mu Jiao. As long as everyone chose a direction to escape, even if the murderer in front of them was the fastest, at least one person would be able to escape. This is a 1 in 8 chance of survival. However, as soon as a thought emerged in their minds, Qin Yu stretched out his hands slightly, and the black lightning accumulated in his body exploded like a tidal wave. Blackbird flow thunder pool hell. Boom. The violent black lightning seemed to descend from the sky, and the black lightning raged, instantly occupying a space of dozens of meters in radius. The 8 people who wanted to withdraw and retreat screamed at the same time. Even under the activation of the tailed beast coat, their extremely agile bodies were obviously paralyzed by the sudden paralysis. Before they could react, Qin Yu, who used black lightning to perform the lightning escape chakra mode, was like a wolf among sheep, and his knife fell. Puff! Blood splattered, and 8 heads seemed to be thrown up at the same time. When the round-eyed man smashed down heavily, the slight sound of the explosion made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows. The corpse of Elder Mu Jiao, who was also killed instantly by Qin Yu, was covered with a large amount of white smoke, as if it was a substitute technique, until everything was restored. There was only an arm covered with mysterious curses, like a dead tree, on the ground, and blood was still flowing from the severed part. An old scroll lay quietly beside. This old man deserves to be able to survive the rebellion. He was so decisive that he even threw down the scroll. This is probably a substitute forbidden technique. Qin Yu looked at the figure that was escaping quickly hundreds of meters away with interest. Just as he was about to set off to chase, a fierce roar came from the north. Roar! The rolling sound waves, mixed with a strong wind, even if Qin Yu didn't know how far away they were, he could feel a fierce and violent taste. Anyone who is not a fool knows clearly that this is a riot of the tailed beasts. Forget it, let Darui control the Black Thunder first, so as not to say that I am a liar. Qin Yu dispersed the lightning chakra mode on his body and picked up the old scroll on the ground. As the scroll was spread out, there was a black word thunder in the center of the mysterious spell on it. At the same time, the ethereal voice of the system echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Ding dang, it is detected that the host is learning the thunder spell seal. Do you want to immediately reach the maximum level with one click? Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Yu couldn't help but show a playful smile at the corner of his lips. If Mu Jiao knew that the thunder spell seal that he had spent most of his life to study was easily missed by Qin Yu, he would definitely regret leaving this scroll to attract Qin Yu's attention and give up chasing him. In the original intention of the old man Mu Jiao, it was precisely because he held the mentality that even if Qin Yu was extremely powerful, he would never be able to comprehend the thunder spell seal in a short time that he made such a decision. Immediately reach the maximum level with one click. Qin Yu did not hesitate. He was able to bathe in the thunder pool because the system reached the maximum level of the thunder chakra mode with one click. He had a deeper understanding of the thunder chakra mode than the previous generations of Raikages, which was what made him able to do it. As for Darui at the moment, if it were not for his resilience and his physique that was originally compatible with Black Thunder in the original work, he would probably have fainted 7 or 8 times in the marginal area and been revived by Qin Yu 7 or 8 times. Chapter 247 Two-Tailed Cat. Roar. The deafening roar exploded like thunder in an instant. In the valley basin that was tens of thousands of meters wide, rolling waves of sand and dust were rolled up, and there were also broken rocks that were blown away by the wind. Hundreds of embarrassed figures escaped from the wind and sand, and after pulling away for thousands of meters, they barely stood firm. Teacher Dode, what should we do now? Why did the seal of the two-tailed Nikomata loosen? Samui's face turned pale. Not long ago, they hurried here after learning from the Anbu's Kumo ninja that the chakra of the two-tailed Nikomata leaked in the seal. At the same time, in order to avoid any accidents, they also brought the 2 Yukatos, who were Jinchuriki. However, when they just approached the sealed land and tried to reinforce the seal again, the seal collapsed again. When I left, the seal had been reinforced enough to last until the return of the 4th Raikage and the Jinchuriki to seal it. Dode's face was livid. After the 4th Raikage and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki left, Dode became one of the most powerful fighters in the Kumo ninja village. He was also the teacher of the Raikage and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, so he could not avoid the pot in front of him, and he had to take charge of the overall situation. Looking at the center of the canyon basin with rolling sand and dust, Dode's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a hurry. Retreat quickly! Earth escape wall! The moment Tutai pulled back violently, his hands flew quickly, forming a series of seals. As the ground roared, a wall of earth more than 10 meters high quickly rose up to block in front of him. The sudden scene made the Cloud Ninja present at first startled, and before they could figure out everything in front of them. Then they saw a blue-black claw covered with mysterious curse seals, directly protruding from the endless sand and dust. It even hit the earth wall with a lightning-fast posture. Boom! The dull collision sound rolled out like thunder, and the earth wall instantly collapsed like a broken bamboo. The huge impact force caused the Anbu Cloud Ninja, who had no time to withdraw and retreat, to be instantly overturned and smashed heavily on the rock. What's worse, he fainted directly. Samui, as an elite jonin among the Kumo ninjas, was not aware of what was happening when Dode reminded him, but he had already withdrawn from the wooden figure with a curious look on his face. When he saw the huge body in the back swept sand and dust, his face turned pale. The cat demon, with a body of dozens of meters, with a special blue-black flame flowing all over its body, looked around the field with fierce eyes, and finally locked onto the two wooden men. Roar! The two-tailed cat roared to the sky again, and its huge body, with a nimble posture, instantly shot out towards the two wooden men. The speed was so fast that a distance of more than 1,000 meters was just a blink of an eye. The chakra claws covered with blue flames tore through the air and hit them head-on with an unparalleled posture. The sudden scene made the face of the Anbu ninja in the field change drastically, and Samui's hand holding the chakra dagger trembled slightly. The tailed beast in front of him not only exuded a fierce breath, but also made people feel suffocated. The attack launched by the gestures alone gave people a taste of death. However, when she thought about the two wooden figures Chinyu entrusted to her before leaving, regardless of her identity as a Jinchuriki or not, and the little brats in the refugee camp waiting for her to return safely, Samui knew that she must not retreat. Thunder release, pseudo-darkness. Samui's hands flew quickly, and the moment a series of seals fell, the chakra in her body exploded instantly. Under the crackling lightning, she struck the incoming cat's claws across the air with a fast thunder-like posture. Boom! The huge lightning instantly hit the cat's claws that shot in the air. However, the fierce attack, at the moment of collision with the cat's claws, only caused the attack to stagnate a little. The next moment, the cat's claws covered with blue-black mysterious curse seals slapped down with the remaining power. Samui was stunned. No. It should be said that in the eyes of others, it was also full of disbelief. This is an elite jonin, and the lightning attack he used is enough to kill 2 or 3 jonins of the same level in one move. However, it seems so pale and powerless now. How can we fight against the runaway tailed beast in front of us? Lightning escape 4 pillars binding technique. Dode's roar spread instantly. With Samui and the 2 Yukato as the center, 4 Anbu ninjas headed by Dode stood around. The almost synchronized hand seals and speed made people dazzled. He suddenly put his hands together and took the last hand seal. Under the rumble of the ground, a huge stone pillar broke out of the ground first and hit the two-tailed cat-shaped chest directly. The huge impact force directly broke the cat-shaped attack. At the same time, the remaining 3 stone pillars surrounded the two-tailed cat-shaped cat in a 4-way separatist posture, forming a simple prison. Roar! Seeing that his attack was blocked and he was successfully attacked by someone, the two-tailed cat became more irritable. With a bloody mouth, he roared to the sky, and his claws with chakra rolled towards the pillar. If this attack really hit, it would be the same as the earth wall was broken at the beginning. If this little trick can subdue the tailed beast, it is definitely not a tailed beast. Change the seal! Dode roared repeatedly. When the seal in his hand changed again, the 4 stone pillars burst into crackling lightning. The violent thunder power turned into a layer of electric net, directly covering the two-tailed cat. The cat's claws that were originally slapped out were also blocked in an instant. The two-tailed cat in the middle, under the impact of this powerful lightning, made a shrill cry. Seeing that the attack was successful, Samui not only did not smile at all, but also could not help looking at Today, gritting her teeth and saying, "Teacher Today, you asked me to bring the 2 Yukato here, you had already anticipated that the tailed beast would go berserk, and planned to use it as bait to let the two-tail attack her, so as to implement the seal." The 2 Yukato's expression could not help but stagnate at this. At that moment just now, if Samui had not reacted in time and used the lightning ninjutsu to directly block the attack of the two-tail, buying a little time, I'm afraid that before the seal barrier was set up, they would have been beaten to pieces by the two-tail. Faced with this blatant questioning, the surrounding cloud ninjas looked normal, obviously having known it long ago. Only Dode looked slightly depressed and said, "Samui, you have to know that everything I do now is for the village. You don't want the people you take in to become wandering ninjas again. The only thing we can do without the 4th Raikage is to suppress the tailed beast as soon as possible." At this point, Dode looked at the 2 tails that were madly hitting the barrier, a trace of determination flashed across his face, and he shouted sternly, "All of you, use that move to completely suppress the tailed beast. Chapter 248 Black Thunder Falling from the Sky. That move? Samui's expression changed slightly. As a disciple of the previous Jinchuriki, Samui knew very well that it was the killer move left by the third Raikage to prevent the tailed beast from going berserk when the strongest fighting force in the village was not there. However, this move has hope and can suppress the tailed beast. However, in the face of the berserk of the tailed beast, the number of people who need to perform the spell is definitely not small. Don't hesitate, Samui. As long as you suppress the rampage of the tailed beast this time, you will be a hero who saves the village. Then it will be easier for people to accept those refugees. Doday's expression gradually became ugly. He took a look at the tailed beasts that were madly crashing into the ceiling barrier. For the 4 of them, the transmission of this power alone was enough to make them bleed. Chi rolled, and chakra was consumed quickly. Once they failed to seal the tailed beast, they would be waiting for a long time, and their chakra would be exhausted, and they would surely die. Hero. Samui was slightly stunned, thinking of the broken refugee camp, if the tailed beast could be suppressed before nightfall. With this merit, Karui and others can live in a new house without starving and cold. In the future, they can be accepted by the Cloud Village and become one of them. For all this, Samui's face flashed a trace of determination, and he shouted in a stern voice, "Do it!" As soon as the voice fell, the sealing team led by Samui shot out one after another, and landed on 16 positions one after another. Without any hesitation, the moment Samui's hands flew and formed the first seal, the 16 people directly performed it synchronously. Lightning release, 16 pillar binding technique. Boom! The earth was rumbling, and the whole canyon was shaking. 16 stone pillars rushed out in all directions. The next moment, it formed a huge cage. When the last seal in Samui's hand fell, lightning rushed out, and a 16-pillar seal was formed outside the 4-pillar binding. Continue. Samui's hand shouted again in a hurry. The 64 cloud ninjas had been prepared for a long time. Once they received the order, they fell in all directions like sharp arrows. With both hands forming seals, the ground rumbled, and the rocks rose up. The entire canyon basin was instantly surrounded by stone pillars. Accompanied by the echoes of thunder, the lightning splashed, and the stone pillars in front formed a larger 64-pillar binding technique. The canyon basin, which originally covered an area of tens of thousands of meters, was instantly submerged by endless lightning, and even the figure of the two-tail was obscured. If it weren't for the fierce roar of the two-tailed Nikomata, which was extremely penetrating, it would be impossible to tell with the naked eye that the beast trapped inside was a tailed beast. Good. Tutai said. Originally, this barrier was developed but not used in actual combat. After all, in the past, when the tailed beast ran away, the third Raikage fought hard, and even the 8-tailed Jayaki had a horn cut off by the third Raikage. This clumsy barrier is even more useless. However, the success of the current display not only makes people feel happy, but the rapid consumption of chakra in the body should not be underestimated. Hurry up and suppress it. We can only hold on for 10 minutes with this formation. Tutai looked at Samui and shouted urgently. Teacher Tutai, I know. Samui nodded heavily. She wanted to play the role of a hero this time. It was to better protect Karui and others standing behind her. Thinking of this, Samui took a deep breath, a trace of determination flashed in the depths of her eyes, and the seal of her slender hand flew up again. Go, suppress the tailed beast. A stern and delicate voice suddenly came out, but Samui found that everyone's expression changed slightly, even Doday's expression changed. Kaneki, Ginki, what are you going to do? Samui, watch out behind you. Doday roared in a hurry, and this immediately made Samui's nerves tense up. The moment she hurriedly looked back, she saw a chakra sword with cold light flowing, which quickly enlarged in her pupils. You can die, great hero. Kaneki smiled playfully. In fact, they managed to open the seal of the two-tailed Nikomata. It was precisely to allow Doday and other elite members of the Cloud Ninja Village to perform such a complicated formation to suppress the two-tailed Nikomata. When they were distracted and unable to withdraw from the battle, they would suddenly attack. Then their goal has been achieved halfway. As long as the last of the elders who are in the way are eliminated and the two-tail is sealed with the help of Black Thunder, then the 4th generation of Raikage will come back. The huge Cloud Village has changed its name and become their clan's possession. Black Thunder Black Spot. Boom. The black lightning, falling from the sky, is extremely dazzling, and it strikes Kaneki with lightning speed. The sudden attack was completely beyond his expectations. In their plan, this Black Thunder should have belonged to their clan. Even if someone can really perform it, it should be Elder Mujiao who developed the Thunder Spell Seal. However, all this at the moment has overturned their cognition. The assassination attack just now has not yet been exhausted. Now facing this sudden Black Thunder, it is impossible to withdraw hastily. Kaneki, retreat quickly. Yunmu grabbed Kaneki's shoulder first, and while exerting force suddenly, he quickly pulled back. When they retreated more than 10 steps, the Black Thunder that fell from the sky hit the place where Kaneki was standing. The violent and fierce posture made the rocks under his feet shatter. The remaining black lightning arc made people's expressions change drastically, and when they saw the boy who fell behind Samui, their pupils couldn't help shrinking. "Sister Samui, are you okay?" Darui said worriedly. However, if people take a closer look, there is still a Black Thunder word on his arm, and the black lightning arcs flowing all over his body are even more eye-catching. "Darui, how can you use Black Thunder? You should not have trial experience." Samui's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help asking. Although Darui can possess the Black Thunder, it is the greatest honor for her, and even for any ninja in the Cloud Ninja village. However, Darui's identity is different from other Cloud Ninjas. He was not qualified to enter the Black Thunder Trial Tower. Now Darui has obtained the Black Thunder inheritance, which means that he has violated the taboos of the Cloud Ninja village. People from other villages who trespass into the Black Thunder Trial Tower are guilty of death. This result is not what Samui wants to see. However, before Darui can speak, an old body fell from the sky, and the panicked posture made everyone nervous. Chapter 249 Can train the tailed beast like a dog. Elder Mujiao, what happened to make you so panicked? Looking at Elder Mujiao who fell from the sky, with a dry bark-like cheek and hot sweat, Kaneki was the first to ask. This scene made even Today and Samui and other Cloud Ninjas curious. For this old monster who has lived for 70 or 80 years and coordinated the Hyuga clan behind the scenes, even if he shows up in the village, he is very cunning. When facing the third and fourth Raikages, they would not have such a confused expression. However, the scene in front of them completely overturned their cognition. Run quickly, this is a trap. No wonder the fourth Raikage dared to take the Eight Tails Jinchuriki away from the village. It turns out that you are secretly colluding with the Konoha rebel ninja, the Bloody Ashura. Mujiao grabbed the hands of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, almost cursing. In his decades of layout, half a day ago, he was still calm and calculated the world. However, after seeing Uchiha Chinyu walk out of the thunder pool as if nothing had happened, he even killed his 8 carefully trained elites in an instant. This strong attitude, combined with rumors from the outside world, directly broke Mujiao's luck. "Mujiao, what nonsense are you talking about? How could the 4th Raikage cooperate with the Konoha rebel who killed the 3rd Raikage? Your clan rebelled, and you are still going to spit blood on him." Tutai's face changed drastically in an instant. At the same time, the only foreigner in the village flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but refute. At this moment, he was more willing to face the rebellion of the Kagaya clan, and the two-tailed Nikomata. He was also unwilling to believe that Uchiha Chinyu sneaked into the Cloud Village quietly. "It's you." Samui suddenly spoke. Everyone present didn't have time to think about it, and subconsciously followed Samui's gaze and looked at the thin figure wearing a red auspicious cloud cloak on the tree trunk. Looking at the face that had long been covered by the transformation technique, the pupils suddenly shrank at the same time. Dode was the first to lose his temper and shouted, "Don't look at him, be careful of being caught in an illusion." As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the Cloud Ninjas present seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Among them, there was a ninja who lost his temper and said in horror, "Oh no, I just took a look at his Manjakaya Sharingan. Me too. If it is really as the rumor says, a single look can make people fall into an illusion, then I can't escape it." A series of exclamations, like a vast ocean, gathered together, hundreds of Cloud Ninjas, this subconscious action. And seeing the Konoha rebel ninja Blood Ashura, who was wanted by the whole ninja world for the first time, couldn't help but take another look. However, this one look made them feel as if they were being chased by the god of death, and they were completely confused. "Haha, don't be nervous. I was just planning to visit the Cloud Village, but I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting rebellion." Chinyu smiled and patted Kimimura's shoulder, saying, "You wait here for me, I'll go down and take a look." As soon as these words fell, Crackling lightning flashed out instantly. In the lightning chakra mode, the instant body technique performed was as fast as thunder. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Samui. The sudden scene was like penetrating the soul. Even Tutai's pupils in the distance suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Black Thunder, this is the Black Thunder chakra mode that only the second generation Reikage has. Don't be surprised, I came here just to say goodbye." Qin Yu glanced at Tutai, and when his cheeks twitched, he wanted to say something but stopped, or closed his mouth, and couldn't say anything. Regardless of whether they were trapped by the ceiling barrier or not, facing Qin Yu whose purpose was still unclear, Tutai had no confidence to attack. Not long ago, hundreds of elite members of the Cloud Ninja Village were killed in one move at the southern base of the Konoha Ninja Village, which shocked the whole village. There are many elite Cloud Ninjas gathered in this canyon, but he is worried whether he can withstand a move from Qin Yu. "You are injured." Qin Yu looked at Samui who was in the seal. The bloodstains on her face scratched by the gravel looked very annoying. Looking at the figure in front of her who had been pushed by the two wooden men and broke into her heart at the same time, he completely changed his appearance, making Samui's expression stagnate, and the warm big hand slowly reached out to her. "Don't be nervous, I'm just treating you." Qin Yu saw that Samui was nervous, and couldn't help but comfort him. "This is the thunder spell seal I snatched from the old man. Now I give it to you, which is also considered as the interest of taking away the Black Thunder. Also, he is a gift. Although he has just learned the chakra mode, with the help of Black Thunder and training, his strength in the future should be able to reach the level of Shadow." "Teacher, what you said is really unpleasant. I want to leave with you." Darui was anxious all of a sudden. However, compared to him, the two wooden people standing beside him came to Qin Yu one step ahead at his side. He grabbed his arm and said reluctantly, "Greasy uncle, are you leaving? Why don't you take me with you?" The small voice made everyone in the field tense. Let alone Darui, who inherited the Black Thunder, proposed to leave with Qin Yu. Even the Jinchuriki vessel that the Cloud Village had worked hard to cultivate was poached and took the initiative to leave with the Konoha rebel ninja who was rumored to be notorious. This result completely overturned their cognition. "Okay, you girl, just stay in the Cloud Village. They won't treat you badly, and they dare not treat you badly. Otherwise, I will let Zyasen and Zyasi come here to jump around once." Qin Yu smiled and rubbed the back of the two wooden people's heads. The two black dogs hidden in the cloak came out directly and landed on the shoulders of the two Yukatos. They looked around fiercely and said, "Little girl, although you eat a little too much and have no respect for me, but since you have been with the boss for a while, if you have any problems in the future, I will find a place for you. At most, I brought the stinky monkey with me. Its dissolution is very good. It is not difficult to sneak in here. Also, you dead cat, you are obviously a woman, but you have such a bad temper. You are barking here. The boss will not hit women, but be careful that the stinky monkey will not let you go. Hey, dead turtle, you are pretending to be cool, can't you do it yourself? Why do you have to drag me into the water?" Looking at the two ninja dogs, pretending to be cool here unscrupulously, everyone present couldn't laugh. In addition to the gurgling sound of swallowing saliva, only the two Yukatos could giggle non-stop. In their minds, there was only one thought left. To be able to train the tailed beasts like dogs is simply a god. Chapter 250 Team Up and Flee. Roar. The roar of Xian Glei echoed like thunder, as if responding to the provocative words of the three-tailed beast. Facing this scene, the three-tailed beast, which had turned into a ninja dog, looked down and roared to the sky. Roar. With one sound, the dormant chakra in the three-tailed beast exploded instantly, and it soared into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The powerful airwave swept away with a crushing posture, and even raised rolling dust. The sudden scene, like an invisible big hand, instantly tightened everyone's heart. Just relying on a two-tailed Nikomata, they were already exhausted. Now there is a three-tailed beast and a four-tailed beast. Once the fight really starts, I am afraid that the entire Cloud Village will be destroyed. Stinky bitch, don't act wild in front of the boss, or I will break your bones. Sanwei's voice was like thunder, and with a bang, he shook his body and showed his true form. The giant turtle of dozens of meters, with a ferocious appearance and three tails representing power, stirred the flow of air in this piece of heaven and earth. The two-tailed cat, which was still rioting, was obviously startled by Sanwei's behavior, and the violent posture stopped at once. "Little Saner, that's enough." Qin Yu interrupted and said, Don't forget our purpose this time. Boss, I know. Sanwei opened his mouth to respond, and his huge body, with a bang, returned to the size of Urha, with a flattering expression on his face. There was no murderous and fierce posture just now. Okay, the scars on your face have completely recovered. Qin Yu pulled his hand back, looked at Samui's cheek that had recovered as before, and turned back to look at Jinmu and Yinmu. This glance immediately changed everyone's face. Samui couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed Qin Yu's wrist and said, Chief. Uchiha Qin Yu, what do you want to do? What? Qin Yu smiled and reached out his hand to gently tap Samui's forehead, saying, if you take something from someone else's house, I will compensate you. Aren't they troubling you? I'll help you solve it. The small voice seemed to carry an unquestionable flavor. Kanaki's face changed, and he roared, you bastard, I didn't bother you with that punch half a day ago, but you are so arrogant and want to interfere in the affairs of our Cloud Ninja village. I must kill you. Kanaki, shut up. Yinmu interrupted Kanaki's words, but still didn't look directly at Qin Yu's eyes, and put on a smile and said, Uchiha Qin Yu, it's our first meeting, but I know that you have gathered a lot of rebellious ninjas under your command, and the 5 major countries have also held a 5 shadow meeting, intending to join forces to deal with you. Among them, the attitude of the 4th generation of Reikage is even more determined to fight to the death. Why don't we cooperate to take the initiative and seize this Cloud Ninja village, so that the 5 major countries know that we are not to be provoked. We can also use this as a stepping stone, and at the same time use the power accumulated by our clan for many years to stay in the Cloud Ninja village, take this opportunity to grow rapidly, and march to the ninja world in the future to become the overlord of this world. The slightly long voice was filled with excitement as it went on, and the more it spoke, the more it exuded a bewitching smell. Taking advantage of the absence of the 4th Reikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, half of the top forces of the Cloud Village have been lost. Joining forces with the Kagaya clan to seize the power of the Cloud Village is not just a daydream. Once it really succeeds, with the power of the rebels under Uchiha Kainu and the pawns of the Kagaya clan lurking in the Cloud Village, it will not be difficult to achieve this goal. It can be said that if anyone plays the role of the current Uchiha Kainu, they will definitely be very yearning for this grand plan to dominate the ninja world. However, for Chuchita, Heger them, this can definitely be called a nightmare. For a moment, everyone's eyes in the field turned and locked onto Uchiha Qin Yu, and there was a hint of urgency in the depths of their pupils. Samui couldn't hold back her temper and asked anxiously, Uchiha Qin Yu, I hope you can be kind enough to spare the Cloud Ninja village for my sake. For this speech, Samui didn't know what she had done to make Qin Yu spare her. Is it a friend, or some other relationship? But the scene in front of her made Samui not care too much. As long as there was a chance, she had to try. Even if it meant offering herself. No, I think his proposal is very tempting. Qin Yu smiled warmly. These words fell into Samui's ears, making her nerves suddenly tense, and her expression stagnated while revealing a self-deprecating smile. She had also thought about this result, just as she thought at the beginning. She and Qin Yu were just casual acquaintances, so how could she be qualified to ask Qin Yu to show mercy for her sake? However, just as this thought emerged in her mind, the words that fell into her ears once again stunned her. But, are you qualified to discuss cooperation with me? The smile on Qin Yu's face gradually faded, and he looked at Yinmu and said lightly, I seem to remember that you said something cruel to me not long ago, saying that Kanaki would tear me apart the next time we meet. Now that we have met, I am a little impatient to wait. The sudden change made the smile that just appeared on Yinmu's face become stiff. Looking at Qin Yu's reluctant mouth, he said, Uchiha Qin Yu, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. As long as we cooperate, we will definitely be able to dominate the ninja world. Really? Qin Yu replied lightly, and as he took a step, the crackling sound of thunder suddenly echoed. The next moment, the whole person seemed to have crossed time and space, and appeared directly in front of Kanaki, who was 20 to 30 meters away, and the voice suddenly echoed. I say, do you have the qualifications? What did you hear? The voice was not loud, with an unquestionable taste, and the dark lightning flashed with a sharp posture. Without any hesitation, the moment the ghostly figure appeared, the 5 fingers of the right hand suddenly clenched, and punched Kanaki's abdomen. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder, and the huge impact force poured down. As soon as Kanaki reacted, he flew backwards like a cannonball with the sound of bones breaking. With a posture of 10,000 pounds, he hit the rock wall 50 to 60 meters away. The seemingly indestructible rock wall cracked like a spider web, and collapsed directly the next moment. The dust storm rolled up, and at the same time, a shocking blood arrow splashed directly from Jinmu's mouth. The power of the punch was so terrifying that everyone's pupil shrank, but Samui felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. However, just as this warmth emerged, a cute teasing voice fell into her ears. "Xiang, big sister, you can see that the greasy uncle is full of security. How about we team up and run away?"